Subsequent bridges were dealt with more cheaply, but no less effectively in consequence. The program of attack on South Post was disturbed by the irregular behavior of Hazza's Bedouin. While the Egyptians were advancing soberly according to the customary method of alternate section rushes, the Arabs instead thought it was a steeplechase and did a camel charge up the mound over breastwork and trenches. The war-weary Turks gave it up in disgust. Zyung. The third and final step followed. Operation orders had said, "The station will be taken at 11:30. But the Turks, ignorantly and in haste, surrendered 10 minutes to 1, and made the only blot on a bloodless day. The Egyptians were coming down from the north, the guns covering them with a bombardment, the aeroplanes dropping bombs, the armored cars working forward. When, through the haze, the Turks were seen waving the white flag in token of their desire for premature surrender, a race for the station followed. Lawrence won it and gained the station bell. The next man took the ticket punch, and the third the office stamp. The Turks looked on in amazement. A minute later, with a howl, the Bedouin were upon the maddest looting of their history. 200 rifles, 80,000 rounds of ammunition, many bombs, much food and clothing were in the station, and everybody smashed and profited. Egyptians and Bedouin came almost to blows over the food, and a camel suddenly set off a Turkish trip, minen, to its own demolition and the momentary distraction of the looters. He has told me that anticipation of such friction was the real reason that had impelled Emi to come down. The antipathy of the Egyptians and the Bedouin were intense, and the Egyptian effort to save some of the loot from private plundering nearly started a fight. I had a very near call, but just managed to keep the Arabs in hand. Otherwise, all the regulars might have been killed. But this explanation needs to be completed by the evidence of other eyewitnesses. They have told me that the way Lawrence stilled the tumult was uncanny, like the hypnotic influence of a lion tamer. The booty was so vast that the structure of Donay's plan now broke under its burden, for in the morning most of the Arabs had gone off. The faithful remnant were repaid when the armored cars occupied Ramallah station, which was found empty of Turks, but not of their goods. But next day the cars alone went on to explore Mudawara, which they found too strongly held for assault. However, Donay persevered so energetically with his railway destruction, helped by a contingent of Arabs sent down by Faisal, that 80 miles of line between Ma'an and Mudawara was utterly wrecked together with its 7 small stations. As the Turkish reserves of rail were now used up, the Hijaz line was permanently severed and Medina isolated. If Donay had learnt the necessity of adjustment, he had also shown the value of thoroughness. Lawrence's tribute to him deserves quotation. Donay was Allenby's greatest gift to us, greater than thousands of baggage camels. As a professional officer, he had the class touch, so that even the reddest hearer recognized an authentic redness. His was an understanding mind, feeling instinctively the special qualities of rebellion. At the same time, his war training enriched his treatment of this antithetic subject. He married war and rebellion in himself. As of old in Yambo, it had been my dream every regular officer would. Yet, in 3 years' practice, only Donay succeeded. No. While Donay went back to Cairo, Lawrence discussed with Young, his newly appointed double, what further operations could be set on foot. It was decided that while a small part of the Arab regular army should be left to contain the Ma'an garrison, the bulk should move north under Nuri, said to attack Jerf ed Dirawish. Young was to go with Zaid, get in touch with Marzouk, and induce the Beni Sakr to join in the attack on Jerf. Coordinating their movements with those of Muri after the capture of Jerf, the operations would be extended if possible, so as to produce north of Ma'an another 80 miles breach in the railway. After obtaining Faisal's approval for the plan, Lawrence sailed for Egypt to gain fresh light on Allenby's intentions. Donay accompanied Amim to Allenby's headquarters. and when they arrived there on May 2nd, they heard more bad news. Oh, rather its augury. For Bowles greeted them and blissfully remarked, "Well, we're in Salt, all right." He went on to say that the chiefs of the Beni Sakr had come to Jericho to offer the assistance of their 20,000 tribesmen at the and that in consequence he had worked out a new plan of operation against the Ammon Plateau. In the early hours of April 30th, the British had advanced from the Jordan, and that same evening, the Anzac horsemen, slipping northward, had entered Es-Salt. It sounded well, but Lawrence saw its hollowness. I asked who the chief of the Beni Sakr was, and he said Tahad, triumphing in his efficient inroad into what had been my province. It sounded madder and madder. I knew that Fahad could not raise 400 men, and that, at the moment, there was not a tent on themed. They had moved south, to Young. We hurried to the office for the real story, and learned that it was, unfortunately, as Bowles had said. The British cavalry had gone impromptu up the hills of Moab on some airy promise of the Zebun sheikhs, greedy fellows who had ridden into Jerusalem only to taste Allenby's bounty, but had there been taken at their mouth vow. Nay. Actually, there was more excuse for Bowles than Lawrence suggests. For Marzouk, Faisal's representative in the north, had sent the sheikhs over the Jordan, and had given them a letter for Allenby, in which he said that he only needed a little assistance from the British to finish the Turks in Transjordan. His vivid imagination thus shares responsibility with Bowles' credulity, but does not excuse it. Neglect. 2. Consult Lawrence before chasing this bubble may perhaps be explained by the said fact that some of the staff at General Headquarters were still sorry. From Lawrence's comments on their neglect to blow up the Neundu railway bridges during the Den's previous advance to Amman, if decided so. Their attempt to score off him proved a costly revenge. Allenby was certainly led astray by his staff over this renewed move into Transjordan. Guy Dawnay had left him for France, and Bartholomew, who was to work out the final operation of the war, had not yet left Chetwode's staff for Allenby's. Moreover, this operation is incorrectly described, even in the official history, as a raid. According to his subsequent dispatch, his object was to cut off and destroy the enemy's force at Shonat Nimrin, and, if successful, to hold assault until the Arabs could arrive and relieve my troops. But beforehand he wrote to Chauvel, who was entrusted with the move. As soon as your operations have gained the front Amman, assault you will at once prepare for operations northwards with a view to advancing rapidly on Dera. It becomes clear that the operation was inspired by a vaulting ambition, and it is also one more instance of the difference, so familiar to the historian, between a commander's intention and his subsequent explanation for history. The Turkish forces had increased since the previous attempt, and the bulk of them, some 6,000, were now holding an immensely strong position at Shonat Nimrin astride, the main route to Amman. It lay on the escarpment of the Great Plateau which, abandoned by the British in their previous retreat, now formed a barrier across their path. To overcome this increased resistance, the British force, otherwise the same as before, had the Australian Mounted Division at the 60th Division, reinforced by part of the Anzac Mounted Division. was destined for the forbidding task of frontal attack on the position, while the rest of the mounted troops were to ride north up the Jordan Valley, climb the escarpment, and gain Assault, held by only a few companies of Turks. Thence they were to sweep south against the rear of the main position. The supposed representatives of the Beni Sakr had promised meantime to block the tracks to a man, by which the Turks were supplied. Thus, in promise, the Turks were completely bottled. The men of the 60th Division soon had cause to realize the difficulty of their task. Despite repeated efforts, their attack was stopped by machine gun fire. Meantime, the cavalry rode a dozen miles north to the Assault ed Damier track. Here a brigade was dropped astride the track to cover the flank, but the bridge was left in the Turks' hands. The rest of the cavalry now turned east by 2 tracks and scrambled up onto the plateau, becoming strung out in the process. Assault was not occupied until the evening. The 5th Brigade, composed of English yeomanry, which had been still more delayed, staged an attack on the place next morning, only to be greeted, not with Turkish bullets, but with Australian chaff. That morning also the 60th Division had a more seriously hurtful reception when it attempted to renew its attack on Shunat Nimrin, one of the cavalry who should have saved them this vain effort by descending on the enemy's rear. The 5th Brigade pushed down as far as a little bridge at El Huways, where they were halted by shells from a single Turkish gun sighted on a cliff beyond. They seem to have shown an irregular aversion to casualties, without the irregulars' capacity for finding a way round. The brigadier proceeded with the plan, which to his mind was the only one possible, to take up a strong position astride the road and await the attempt of the Turks to force a way back, if and when they were driven to retire by the 60th Division. As these are the words of the official history, one cannot suspect them of irony. But they apparently mean that the brigadier, instead of coming to the aid of the infantry, preferred to let the infantry help him. Eventually, in the afternoon, the brigadier rode back to see the divisional commander, who, accepting his estimate of the strength of the Turkish position without going to see it for himself, decided to postpone further action until next day, when a 2nd Brigade would be employed. This was a fatal decision. As time trickled away, opportunity ebbed, for Turkish reinforcements had been brought from the northwest across the Jordan by the Dami Bridge, and were being driven like a wedge down the eastern bank towards the British line of retreat. It now became a race between the British cavalry move against the Turkish rear and the Turkish infantry move against the British rear. The cavalry proved the less capable of progress and the more sensitive to danger. Despite vigorous messages from the higher command, they did little next day, May 2nd, save detached units to cover their own rear, while the unfortunate infantry of the 60th Division continued to attempt hopeless frontal attack. By the 3rd, the situation of the cavalry, who had exhausted their rations, certainly became awkward, if not so dangerous as they believed. That afternoon, Allenby came down to see Chauvel and, confronted with a somewhat exaggerated report, decided to cut his loss and order the abandonment of the whole enterprise. The withdrawal to the Jordan was skillfully executed and achieved without serious interference from the enemy. The apparent danger had caused an urgent summons to Lawrence. He was asked to be ready to lie over to Saltland and lead the cut-off cavalry via Maidba, Carrick, Tafila, back to safety. It would have been possible, as there was lots of water and some food. The Turks would have been properly flummoxed. The staff thought the Salt force were probably cut off from the Jordan by forces too strong to pierce. The Arabs on whom Bowles had counted had made their contribution to the British failure. In default of the cavalry, they might have caused a collapse of the Turks' resistance by cutting off supplies. The official history suggests that they appear to have been bought off, taking a double profit for their deliberate inaction. But the real explanation seems to be given by Young, who relates that when Mirzouk received a reply from General Headquarters, which showed that they had gulped down his offer, he was frightened at the consequences of his unauthorized proposal, and decided not to attempt to move the Beni Sakr. He knew perfectly well that the Beni Sakr would do nothing without guns, and no guns had arrived. Lawrence has commented on this episode, Marzuk had not the authority to move them. After the shock of a month before, they would have taken a lot of moving. No. Nevertheless, the fiasco of this second attempt to move into Transjordan brought ultimate advantage to the British, which Allenby did not fail to exploit, for it concentrated the mind of the enemy command on this area. The British reputation for pertinacity in try again strategy encouraged Lamont von Sanders to believe they might try it again, yet a third time in Transjordan. From Lawrence's point of view, the failure had one advantage in that it made the British staff more patient with Faisal's difficulties. It also strengthened Lawrence's personal position. They saw that moving irregulars was an arty, like moving troops, and agreed to let me know if anything of the sort was ever required. But it complicated Faisal's relations with the tribes in the north, who became less willing than ever to stake their fortunes on such insecure support as the British offered as allies. Our movement, clean-cut while alone with a simple enemy, was now bogged in its partner's contingencies. We had to take our tune from Allenby, and he was not happy. The German offensive in France was stripping him of troops. He would retain Jerusalem, but could not afford a casualty, much less an attack, for months. For the moment, we must both just hold on. This was what Allenby told Lawrence on May 5th, which should, according to the original plan, have seen the launching of the Great Northward Offensive. Lawrence felt concerned because the relaxation of British effort meant that Faisal's army would be unable to transfer itself to the Jordan, while committed to an uncompleted blockade of Ma, which the Turks at Ammon might now be free to interrupt. Allenby promised to do his best to help by maintaining an air of renewed advance on Amman, which would also help to conceal his own ultimate intentions. The Air Force promised, and rendered, still more definite help to Faisal by repeated bombing raids on the railway, which disorganized traffic. The Air Force, indeed, by Lawrence's verdict, was invaluable now. Lawrence also obtained an immediate present from Allenby in a way that revealed his skill in turning particular human weaknesses into assets. At tea time, he heard from Allenby that the greater part of the Imperial Camel Brigade was to be disbanded, and went to see Sir Walter Campbell, the Quartermaster General, in the hope of obtaining their camels for Faisal's use. Campbell, very Scotch, showed a rooted dislike of the idea of parting with them. They were earmarked for divisional transport. I returned to Allenby and said aloud before his party that there were for disposal 2,200 riding camels and 1,300 baggage camels. All were provisionally allotted to transport, but of course, riding camels were riding camels. The staff whistled and looked wise, as though they too doubted whether riding camels could carry baggage. A technicality, even a sham one, might be helpful. Every British officer understood animals as a point of honor. So I was not astonished when Sir Walter Campbell was asked to dine with the Commander-in-Chief that night. Nine. With the soup, Allenby raised the question of the camels. Campbell at once enlarged on what a godsend they were for transport use. He overacted. Allenby, a reader of Milton, had an acute sense of style, and the line was a weak one. He cared nothing for strengths, the fetish of administrative branches. No. So when Allenby turned and with a twinkle asked what Lawrence wanted them for, he received the more heartening reply, to put 1,000 men into Dura any day you please. Allenby smiled and briefly said to Campbell, "Q lose." It was an immense, a regal gift, the gift of unlimited mobility. The Arabs could now win their war when and where they liked. From this sprang the idea of the boldest stroke that Lawrence ever conceived. After mooting it to Allenby, he went south to prepare the way. When he arrived back at Aqaba and told the Arab leaders of Allenby's gift, they forgot their dignity in delight. As a further aid towards mobility, Lawrence proposed to dispense with the Egyptian camel transport men, too fettered by their regulations, and replace them with Arabs. The British authorities jumped at his offer so promptly that the transport organization was temporarily dislocated while Arab drivers were being obtained. It was repaired by Young, who now took over the QTE side of the force and found in it a more apt medium for his organizing gifts than in trying to coordinate Bedouin operations. He was glad to be free of them, for he had not enjoyed the part of understudying Lawrence. Nor had the Arabs. The fact that he wore British uniform and carried European tinned food in preference to eating theirs created an initial prejudice, and his own strenuous comments on their casualness towards synchronized plans were thus all the less well received by them. On his side, he had certainly room for complaint. From his point of view, Otto's increasing sulkiness, Mirzuk's chimerical designs, Nur's natural unwillingness to lend any of his guns to the Bedouin, created embarrassments which seemed to ruin his hopes of extending the railway attacks northward. The minds of the Arab leaders were set on a fresh attack against Jerdun, and Young had to content himself with the promise that Nasir would move north with the Bedouin and 4 guns as soon as this was achieved. But when he saw Faisal on the eve of the appointed day, he was apologetically told, "It is most unfortunate, but there has been a mistake in the day. Today is really the first of the Arab month, as last month had only 29 days in it. But the Bedouin are convinced that there were 30 days in last month, and that, too, day is, therefore, the Goth." The battle was postponed accordingly, and his own departure in consequence. On May 12th, the attack on Jerdun was delivered by the Arab Regular Army, helped by the bombs from 3 British aircraft, and the station was captured with 140 prisoners. The Arab leaders' delight in the victory obscured their recollection of the promises given to Young, and more delays occurred. It was deemed fitting that, as the victorious Sharifian army was on its way to join General Allenby, it would be as well if each man were given a new pair of trousers. But when the regular detachment was at last on the way, the Bedouin failed to appear. Then, while Nasir waited for them, the regular detachment and the guns were borrowed to assist a fresh attack on Jerdun, which the Turks had reoccupied. This attack on the 17th was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a train which had not been intercepted, and the Arabs fell back. Worn out by his ceaseless riding to and fro, which had led the amused Arabs to nickname him the Shuttle, Young now retired to a hospital with a deepened distrust of all irregular. Yet no sooner had he disappeared than Nasir moved north to the Wadi Hessa, with Peake's Egyptian cavalry and Hornby as demolition expert, and broke the railway so effectively over a 14-mile stretch that the menace from a man was kept at bay during the critical weeks. On the surface, the event seems an example of characteristic Arab inconsistency, and so it may well have seemed to Young. But on reflection, its scale and importance contradict so simple an explanation. Rather does it suggest that Young had failed to adjust himself to the natural conditions of irregular warfare, that his calculations allowed no grace for the political preparation, and no elasticity to compensate for the liveliness of the Ma'an garrison. One of the deeper truths of war, especially of irregular war, has been aptly expressed by Lawrence. Timing in war depends on the enemy as much as on yourself. Timetables too often enable the enemy to turn the tables on you. Nasir's move took the Turks completely by surprise. First, he destroyed Hessa Station on the 23rd, and next day, Farayfur Station, without having any men killed. Between his forays, he fell back to his hidden valley, rich in pasture and within quick support from Tafila. These were the intangible ghost tactics of Lawrence's desire. 1. The news drew him north, and on the day of his arrival, the Turks sent a camel detachment down to reoccupy Farayfur. It was dealt with in a way that pleased him, Nasir's machine guns pinning down the Turks while Otto cut in and carried off all their camels. Henceforth, the only real menace to the Arabs and the only weapon that could reach them were the enemy's bombing planes. Their ferreting capacity made an impression on Lawrence, which was not without effect on his post-war outlook. Happily for his present designs, he was dealing with an opponent who still placed his chief reliance on numbers of ground troops. On returning south, Lawrence was able to assure Faisal that ample breathing space was assured until the Arabs, with the augmented mobility that the coming increase of camels promised, could renew their offensive at longer range and on a wider scale. In preparation for this, he proposed that all the Arab regulars now in the Hejaz, with Ali and Abdullah, should be transferred to Aqaba. This would give Faisal a regular force of about 10,000 men. Lawrence's design was to distribute it in 3 parts. The largest but least mobile would continue to contain Ma'an. Another, about 2,000 or 3,000 infantry, would move up to the Amman Plateau as a corps for the Beni Saker and a link with Allenby. The third, a highly mobile camel force of about 1,000 men, should make a long-distance move against Damascus to sever the Turkish communications and thus unhinge the resistance facing Allenby. This was the spear point of the plan. It was more than a raid that Lawrence had in mind. My plan for containing Ma'an, holding the Moab Plateau, and simultaneously raising the Hauran, was actually to capture Damascus and so destroy the Turkish-Palestine army between my hammer and Allenby's anvil. He had assured me that he was immobilized by the drafts withdrawn for France. This was now 1918, and stalemate across its harvest would have marked the ebb of Faisal's movement. His fellows were living on their nerves. Rebellion is harder than war, and their nerves were wearing thin. Also, the big war was not looking too well. So, I made up my mind to take the offensive, encouraged to it by hints from the War Council, who also felt that it was Damascus in 1918, or never. Allenby agreed, unofficially, while not promising to pass the Palestine boundary. But I felt that did I get on to near Aleppo, he would come along too. Lawrence was certainly never more truly Elizabethan than when he formed this plan, and it had too an appropriate touch of Gideon. Faisal accepted the plan and gave Lawrence letters to carry to Hussein. Knowing Hussein's jealousy of his son, Lawrence decided first to obtain leverage upon him from the British authorities. He went to Cairo and expounded his ideas to Donay, who saw their value. The two then went together to Wingate, who was also ready to make this further sacrifice of his own power, although the letter he wrote for Lawrence to deliver to Hussein was more gentle than Lawrence liked. They next went up to Allenby's headquarters on June 19th, where the unexpected awaited them. Lawrence found a remarkable lightening in the atmosphere. The reorganization of the army was so far advanced, and also the vision of its chiefs, that Allenby was planning not merely to carry out the postponed spring offensive, but to execute it on far bolder lines, with Damascus and Aleppo as the geographical goals. The offensive would be launched in September, and the Arabs were wanted, as arranged, to cover Allenby's flank and distract the Turks' attention by striking at Daraa. This news, promising a more rapid development, reduced the importance of the projected transfer from the Hejaz. Nevertheless, Lawrence, having experience of past disappointments, deemed it wise to have an alternative ready if possible, and so, armed with a letter from Allenby, sailed for Jeddah. Hussein, however, had apparently been warned of his purpose and frustrated Lawrence by staying securely in Mecca. Conversation over the telephone was an inadequate medium and gave Hussein opportunity for missing what he did not wish to hear. As Lawrence no longer felt the same urge to pursue his project, he rang off and returned to Cairo, there to devote himself to the problem of fitting the available Arab forces into the frame of Allenby's new design. Allenby would do the big offensive, and my job again became a permeating one. So I didn't need the troops from Hejaz, and was rather glad to leave them alone. This period was Lawrence's longest absence from the Arab front. He was away until July 28. It is significant that this was a bad period for the Arab army. During it, they suffered several checks, culminating in the severe repulse on July 21st of a 2 regular daylight attack on Jirdan Station. The Arabs had concentrated 800 regulars and 1,000 Bedouin, with artillery, machine gun, armored car, and air support, against the Turkish garrison of 400 men, but were beaten off with a loss of 80 killed. Their recoil not only enabled the Turks to reprovision Jordan and Ma'an, but produced such depression as to arouse fears for the safety of the Arabs' hold on Abu el-Lisal. If this loss of spirit, like the loss of Tafila in March, is indirect proof of how much Lawrence's influence counted, it also suggests that indirect tactics and irregular methods were best suited to fulfill the Arab strategy, as he had always contended. 1. The Arab Northern Army now consisted of the Arab Regular Army under Ja'far Pasha. A brigade of infantry, a battalion of mule-mounted infantry, a battalion of camel corps, and about 8 guns. British section under Lieutenant Colonel P.C. Joyce, sick at the moment. Hejaz armored car battery of 3 Rolls-Royce cars, mounting machine guns and 2 10-pounder guns on Talbot lorries. A company of Egyptian Camel Corps, a flight of 4 aircraft, and transport and labor detachment. French detachment under Captain Pisani, 2 mountain guns, 4 machine guns, and 10 automatic rifles. Bedouin and Arab peasant irregulars, raised in variable quantity for operations in their own areas, under Major T.E. Lawrence's direction. 1. According to Lyman von Sanders, who cites the fact as evidence of how difficult it was to maintain the Hejaz Railway in operation, 25 bridges were destroyed in just over a fortnight. 2. On this point, Lawrence's own comment is illuminating. The war showed me that a combination of armored cars and aircraft could rule the desert, but that they must be under non-army control and without infantry support. You rightly trace a cause of the RAF control in Iraq, Aden, and Palestine to this experience. As soon as I was able to have a voice on the Middle East, I approached Trenchard on the point, and with Winston's eager support, persuaded the cabinet swiftly into approving, against the wiles of Henry Wilson, and it has worked very well. The system is not capable of universal application. Chapter 17. The Final Stroke. Preparation. July-August 1918. Allenby's plan of attack. The need for distraction. Call to Lawrence. A preliminary diversion by the Imperial Camel Corps. Buxton's raid. Lawrence's self-analysis. A bully beef tin bluff. Internal complications threaten the Arab plan. But the march to the north begins. On July 11th, Lawrence and Daunet were again at General Headquarters, where they were told the outline of Allenby's plan. At that moment, the British government had received no hint of his intentions, so careful was he to cloak them until his staff had worked out calculations that promised their realization. Lawrence's experience of British staff calculations had made him healthily critical of them, so that he took the precaution to go into their offices and assure myself of the exact methods on which they were working. His anxiety was diminished when he found that the Chief of the General Staff was on leave, as well as the Chief of the Ki Staff, and that in their absence, Bartholomew and Evans, their now unfettered right hands, were working out the material factors of the problem, and, better still, were planning to redistribute the transport of the Army Corps in a way that suited the varying mobility of their roles instead of a stereotyped pattern. Thus, the momentum of the advance might be sustained and the pursuit extended. Instead of being tied to a fixed-length chain of supply, the fighting troops of the army were now to be given comparative freedom of movement by the use of an elastic cord that could not only be stretched but quickly attached to fresh points. There was also the definite intention of living on the country except for troops' rations during movement. The plan of operations was based on a reversal of the Gaza-Beersheba plan. Instead of threatening an advance near the coast to cloak the real stroke inland, every possible ruse was to be employed to suggest an inland move from the Jordan Valley, while the breakthrough was made in the coastal corridor. The mass of the infantry were to be stealthily concentrated near the Mediterranean, and the cavalry concealed behind them in the orange groves near Jaffa. After Bulfin's 21 Gorbs had smashed a hole in the Turkish front, the Desert Mounted Corps was to ride through. After pushing north for 15 miles, it was to turn east into the hills of Samaria to seize the rail and road junction at Sebastia, cutting the Turkish communication. Meantime, Chetwode's British Corps would attack the Turks' front in the hills in order to pin them down while their bolt holes were being blocked. It was a finely conceived picture of a decisive envelopment, Kanai-like in its completeness. A few weeks later, it was still further improved by a bold enlargement, which cast the enveloping net further to the Turks' rear, and so lessened their chances of slipping out before the net was drawn tight. But as in all picture battles, its perfection was its weakness, by allowing no scope for variation, for developing an alternative if the original design could not be fulfilled. The conditions defined the plan, because it was only in the coastal sector near the railhead that sufficient reserve supplies could be accumulated or the cavalry find a suitable path for rapid advance. Well, might Bartholomew express anxiety over the uncomfortably narrow margin between complete success and failure? If the Turks got wind of the intention, and were wise enough to retire in time, the British army, as Lawrence remarked, would be like a fish flapping on dry land, with its railways, its heavy artillery, its dumps, its stores, its camps all misplaced. One day, everything turned on maintaining the Turks in their state of delusion and keeping their eyes fixed on the Jordan. To this end, the British staff were weaving a network of plausible strategic misclues on a wider scale than ever before. As Lawrence truly remarks, deceptions, which for the ordinary general were just witty hors d'oeuvres before battle, had become for Allenby a main point in strategy. But for actual distraction, Allenby must largely depend on his Arab wing. It was with this appeal to their inventiveness and resource that Lawrence and Daunay traveled back to Cairo. They were greeted by a fresh complication, in the shape of reports that the Turks were contemplating a new stroke against Abu el-Lisal about the end of August. If it came, it would be likely to dislocate the move to Dera. The Arabs now needed a distraction to secure their own plan, as well as providing one for Allenby's. The two purposes, however, might be blended. It was Daunay who thought of the means. The idea of using the surviving battalion of the disbanded Imperial Camel Brigade. With Bartholomew's aid, they obtained the loan of 2 companies under Major R.R. V. Buxton for a month on the condition that they should avoid casualties. Lawrence was highly amused that Bartholomew felt it necessary to apologize for the last magnificent, heart-warming condition, which he thought unsoldierly. Daunay and Lawrence drew up a scheme by which Buxton's detachment would march from the Suez Canal to Aqaba, and thence to take Mudawara station by a night attack. With a second long stride, turning north, it would reach the neighborhood of Amman, destroy the bridge and tunnel there, and then return to Palestine. The plan was not well received when it reached Aqaba. 1. Joyce and Young had been hard at work organizing, under manifold difficulties, the transport of the Arab regular army for the coming move to Dera. Young, especially, thought that Lawrence was too airy in his treatment of administrative questions, and apt to assume that the Arab regulars could move as light as his Bedouin irregular. Young himself, with meticulous care, drew up a scheme by which a well-stored base would be established at Azraq, and intermediate dumps at Jaffa and Beir, so that by October a flying column of all arms could be moved to Azraq and operate from there with a 10 days radius of action. It could also be maintained there through the replenishment of the base by regular convoys from Aqaba at 10-day intervals. Daunay's message was a disturbing shock. Joyce feared the effect of a British force intruding into the Arab zone, and could not understand why Lawrence, so long the opponent of such a mixture, should have suddenly changed round. Young's objection was purely arithmetical. 4. According to the new instructions, he would have to form a chain of dumps of forage and rations for Buxton's move. Each camel load given to Buxton was a camel load taken from our own flying column, and we wanted all we could get. Hence, in an urgent answer, while reluctantly accepting the Mudawara project, they protested against the second and long-range operation. But this, in Lawrence's view, was the chief part, as the means of persuading the Turks that the British were intending yet a third advance into Transjordan. He saw that through it he might redeem the losses of the first two blundering attempts by converting them into a chain of purposeful strategy. The fact that the Camel Corps had taken part before was likely to help the delusion. Seeing the wider strategic aspects of the problem, Lawrence was equally critical of Young's scheme when it reached Cairo. Knowing the muddy, impassable roads of the Hauran in winter, he saw the practical weakness of a scheme which placed a force there so late in the season. More pertinent still was the fact that it did not fit the particular case. For Allenby was going to attack about the end of September. Any sort of force at the right time was better than the most perfectly equipped force that arrived too late. He flew over to Aqaba to tell Joyce and Young of Allenby's new plan. If his explanation was convincing, it did not altogether assuage annoyance. Relations between Lawrence and ourselves became for the moment a trifle strained, and the sight of the little man reading the Metadarthal in a corner of the mess tent with an impish smile on his face was not consoling. Young here would seem to speak for himself, for Joyce's doubts were soon disarmed when Lawrence pointed out that Buxton's force would not come in contact with the Arab army, while the rumor of its presence would be likely to give the Turks an exaggerated impression of its size and deter them from interfering with the Arab movements. As for Young's objections, Lawrence regarded them as due to that creed of impossibility so prevalent among professional soldiers, and he was the less tender because he felt that Young had the ability to overcome difficulties if he wished, or had to. There was an entertaining passage at arms between them. Taking Young's schedule for the Dara raid, Lawrence crossed out the provision for forage beyond the dump at Bear, saying that pasture was splendid this year in the Azraq-Dara area. This removed the heaviest item. He cut down the allowance for food, saying that the men could live on the country. Young sarcastically remarked that the 10 days' return journey would be a long fast. Lawrence retorted that he had no intention of returning to Aqaba. So it went on, Lawrence meeting regular objections by repeating his irregular maxim that the Arabs lived by their raggedness and beat the Turk by their uncertainty. 1. If Young was still annoyed and Joyce still a trifle dubious, all hesitations were forgotten in the zest of achieving more than seemed possible, and it was strange how much more that was. Lawrence's confidence was like the prick of a hypodermic injection. It stung locally, but it produced a pervasive effect. As he himself has remarked, it was not due to a belief in his powers to do a thing perfectly, but to a preference for doing it somehow rather than leaving it undone. The military arrangements for the move were, by comparison, easier than the diplomatic arrangements, which fell entirely on his shoulders. The ladder by which the Arab force sought to reach Dara and Damascus had to be constructed of a series of tribal rungs, each fitted carefully into its place, and the whole fitted together. Most important of all was it to secure Nuri Shalin's support, without which the expedition could hardly hope to mount the ladder. To this end, he was invited down to see Faisal. An interesting impression of Lawrence at this time is given by Major Sterling, who came from Egypt with a large green Vauxhall car for Faisal's use and subsequently became General Staff Officer with the Arab force. Arrived at Abu Lisal, some 5,000 feet up, I found Lawrence, who had just returned from a most successful raid on the railway, sitting in his tent on a beautiful Persian rug, looted from some unfortunate Turkish train. He was dressed, as usual, in the most immaculate white robes, with the golden dagger of Mecca in his girdle. Outside lolled some of his bodyguard, cleaning their rifles and crooning softly to themselves, and undoubtedly enjoying the quiet contemplation of some particularly devilish bit of work which they had just perpetrated. They were a remarkably interesting collection, numbering just under 100. Most of them belonged to the Agil and were hired soldiers by profession. Not one of them but was famed for some daring deed, and for hard living, hard riding, and hard swearing, they were the pick of Arabia. This bodyguard was a very necessary precaution, for there was a price of 20,000 pounds sterling on Lawrence's head, and Arabs are treacherous folk, unless they are your sworn and paid men. Any one of his bodyguard, however, would have cheerfully died for Lawrence. There was another reason why picked men were necessary. Lawrence's movements were sudden and his rides long and arduous, and few ordinary Arabs cared to cover at a stretch the distances which he did. It is an amazing thing that an Englishman should have beaten all the records of Arabia for speed and endurance. What was it that enabled Lawrence to seize and hold the imagination of the Arabs? It is a difficult question to answer. The Arabs are notable individualists, intractable to a degree, and without any sense of discipline, and yet it was sufficient for almost any of us to say that Lawrence wanted something done, and it was done. How did he gain this power? The answer may partly be that he represented the heart of the Arab movement for freedom, and the Arabs realized that he had vitalized their cause, that he could do everything and endure everything just a little better than the Arabs themselves, that, by his investment with the gold dagger of Mecca, he ranked with the Ashraf or the descendants of the Prophet, and the Emir Faisal treated him as a brother, as an equal, that he seemed to possess unlimited gold, for the average Arab is the most venal of all people. But chiefly, I think we must look for the answer in Lawrence's uncanny ability to sense the feelings of any group of men in whose company he found himself, his power to probe behind their minds and to uncover the wellsprings of their action. Now, that power was often put to the test, but never perhaps more hardly than when, in this last summer of the war, Lawrence discovered that Faisal was negotiating with the Turks in the belief that the British were a broken reed. Faisal had an excuse not merely in the defeats that the British had suffered, but in his own prior discovery that the British themselves had been carrying on negotiations with the Turks, and with the section of Turks most inimical to his hopes. The conversations between Aubrey Herbert and Talat in Switzerland came to Faisal's ears within a week of their occurrence, and his alarm made him receptive to Turkish overtures. Then, after the British abandonment of Es Salt, Jemal Pasha sent down Muhammad Sadi, Abdel Qadir's brother, from Damascus, and the outcome of their discussions was that Faisal offered to forsake the British side if the Turks would evacuate Amman and hand over the province to the Arabs. The negotiations had not before been disclosed to King Hussein in Mecca. He was aghast when he heard of them, and sent a vehement telegram of protest, to the effect that he would never countenance such a pact, and that the Turks should be told, "Only the sword lies between us." Naturally, the British representatives at Aqaba and in Egypt were kept in the dark. But despite Faisal's discretion, Lawrence was quick to gain an inkling of the truth. While his sense of duty to the Arabs led him to see the necessity of keeping open a way of escape for the Arab fighting men in case of necessity, he decided to check these moves when they reached a point dangerous to the common cause. The manner of his intervention was characteristic. Gently disclosing to Faisal his knowledge of the negotiations, he pretended to regard them as a clever piece of political tactics, designed to throw the Turks off their guard, and he suggested that Faisal should develop. This was done, and the game of bargaining continued for a time. For Lawrence realized that Faisal would be constrained to change it from a purposeful policy into a harmless diversion once its existence was known to his allies. Azraq. Another example of Lawrence's art in handling Arabs was seen in the way he guided their natural instinct for dispersion of effort, so as to extract its full profit while checking its dangerous extravagance. His aim was to hit without being hit, yet to hit where it would hurt. Left to themselves, the Arabs, as he once remarked to me, would have chopped the tree all round, instead of cutting at the roots. Hence, while stimulating Arab activity along its natural channels, he found means to avoid unpromising moves. Sometimes he did this by going to Faisal and saying, "We won't pay for this show." At other times, with more subtlety, he discouraged such plans by causing a momentary upset among the leaders who were arranging to take part. His methods of combining the Arabs for strategy were closely related to his methods in strategy, and as carefully thought out. Concentration of thought produced concentration of force, in effect if not in appearance. His outward air of dispersion may deceive the historical student as completely as it deceived the Turk, for the dispersion was on the surface, and the concentration lay in the current. He had not studied Bourset in pre-war days without profit. He knew that a concentrated effect could only be gained through an air of dispersion that caused the dispersal of the enemies would be concentration. The art of the strategist lies in reconciling these two opposite conditions. Here it is worthwhile to quote a couple of reflections that Lawrence once made on this difficult art. The first was that one should seek to pass around obstacles, yet avoid branching the main stream. The second, that in using distractions to this end, one should leave an airspace between them and the main stream to prevent ruffling. On July 30th, Buxton arrived in Aqaba with the 2 Camel Corps companies, 300 strong, after a 7 days' march from Gilabri, 162 miles, on the Suez Canal. Faisal had been warned privately of their coming, and Lawrence went down to meet the force at Aqaba, where the few Bedouin who saw them were amazed, having scarcely believed that there were so many Englishmen in the world. To minimize possible friction, Lawrence delivered a precautionary address that many remembered. Sterling gives the fullest account one has heard. After supper, Lawrence had the men collected round a large central blaze and gave them the straightest talk I have ever heard. He explained the general situation to them, told them that he was going to take them through a part of Arabia where no white man had ever set foot, and where the Arab sub-tribes were none too friendly, that there was no need to worry about the Turks, but every need to worry about our allies the Bedouin. They were mistrustful folk, he said, and would most certainly think that we had come to take their grazing grounds. The essential thing was to avoid any cause of friction. If any were offended or insulted, he begged of them to turn the other cheek, both because they were better educated, and therefore less prejudiced, and also because they were so very few. The men were delighted and retired for the night, thinking that they were about to embark on the greatest rag in the history of war, as perhaps they were. Now, on August 2nd, they set out by the Wadi Etham for Rim. Lawrence himself guided them over this first critical stage through the Hawatat country because of the importance of surprise, if casualties were to be avoided. If they encountered some of the suspicious tribesmen, his presence might help to calm them and also prevent warning being passed on to the Turks. It was fortunate that he went, for when the contingent reached Rum, the Hawatat, who were encamped there, showed themselves most resentful of this English intrusion. Although the efforts of Lawrence and Sheriff Haza allayed trouble with the chiefs, odd tribesmen frequently sniped the party during the hours of darkness. When morning came, diplomacy had a better chance, and by midday Lawrence felt that it was safe for him to go back, while Sterling, who had attained a remarkably quick influence with the Beni Atiyah, helped by their common love of horses, was left with Buxton. It had been a strange experience for Lawrence to be among a body of English soldiers, typical of their simple and friendly kind, and it brought on a sudden homesickness, making him feel an outcast. By reaction, it made him more conscious of the way he was playing England's tune upon the Arab keyboard. A fresh reminder came when, after riding back, he found an aeroplane waiting to take him to Jaffa, to meet that Nuri Shalan who had taxed him a year before with the difference between England's pledges to the Arabs and those she had given to the French. Thus, as the aeroplane barely scraped over the mountain ridge, Lawrence found himself almost hoping that it would crash and wipe out in his blood the shame of those promises with which he excessively tortured himself. However, the interview with Nuri Shalan and his Rawala sheikhs was not so difficult as in Lawrence's anticipation. Momentarily suppressing his qualms of conscience, he joined with Faisal in a subtly moving appeal to the idea of Arab nationality, emphasizing the mystical enchantment of sacrifice for freedom, until the Ruwala melted in our double heat and Nuri Shalan committed his tribe to the cause. It was a moment of triumph that, like others, would yield Lawrence eons of introspective torment. After it, Lawrence flew back to Guwera and then rode to Aqaba, where the news of Buxton's success at Mudawara brought a thought-quenching exhilaration. After a preliminary reconnaissance by car, which showed that all was quiet, Buxton's force had converged on the station in 3 parties during the early hours of August 8th. This, the black day of the German armies in France, proved equally black for the Turkish garrison of Mudawara. The British plan was inspired by the idea of an indirect approach to come round between the station and its guardian redoubts, and attack both from the inner side. White tapes had been laid before midnight to the jumping-off point, but as no one knew the ground save from air photographs, it proved extremely difficult to lead the parties into position. Thus the time margin became unpleasantly narrow, and faint streaks of daylight were coming when at last the assault was ready. Another 10 minutes delay, and it might have been a surprise the wrong way round. Happily, the bombing party stole in and caught 2 of the redoubts unawares, and the station also. The northern redoubt, however, offered a hot resistance for an hour until it was battered into surrender by shells from the motor guns, and 150 prisoners were taken for a loss of 7 killed and 10 wounded. After destroying the station with its water tower and steam pumps, and also the wells, Buxton's force marched north to Jeffre at dusk. There Lawrence and Joyce greeted them on the 12th, and went on with them, combining a dual purpose, that of reconnoitering an armored car road for the Dura move as well as smoothing the way for Buxton. They traveled by car with an armored car as escort. It was the first time such a strange mechanical beast had been seen in these northern deserts, and it startled the Bedouin. But it also induced among them a more friendly manner than they often showed to unarmored travelers. The Virgin voyage was a triumphal passage, the Rolls-Royces making light of the desert route. They reached Azraq on the 14th and came back still quicker, sometimes roaring along at 40 miles an hour, so that at dusk next day they sighted Buxton's campfires at Bear. Here they found trouble. Young had duly sent 14 days' rations thither, but only 8 days' supply had arrived, the unwilling camel drivers having apparently asserted their independent will when they got out of reach of Young's. It meant an alteration of plan. Buxton purged his column of every inessential, while I cut down the 2 armored cars to 1 and changed the route. Once more the fact of being among British soldiers brought Lawrence a sense of mixed ease and unease. He felt proud of his fellow countrymen. They were so kindly and homely, and fitted so naturally into so strange a setting. But it made him feel the stranger. It was his 30th birthday, and he used it to take mental stock of himself. 4 years earlier, when he plunged into the war, a queer spasm of ambition had made him decide to be a general and knighted by the time he was 30. Now the opportunity lay within his grasp, if he survived. But he had lost the taste for such childish trappings. The one ambition that survived was to be held in respect by men he could respect. This desire made him sensitively quick to question his own self-truthfulness. He thought of the way Allenby and the Arabs trusted him, and how his bodyguard were ready to die for him. He was too clear-sighted to regard himself as Superman. He did not fully realize the ordinary man's craving for idols, perhaps because he was not free from it himself, or the power of legend to create them. So he inclined to ascribe it to his actorship, and to wonder whether all fame was built on fraud. He was the more ready to criticize himself because he had an instinctive shyness born of a sense of difference. That shyness often led to the abhorrent imputation of modesty, which in its conventional sense implies blindness. In trying to rid himself of the charge, Lawrence has often shown an assertiveness which has led to the equally foolish charge of conceit. His intense consciousness of his own thoughts and actions produced an exceptional power of self-analysis, which became habit, incessant, save when it could be submerged in violent effort. From it sprang a curiosity as to himself, which was the mainspring of much of his action. He was perhaps not so different from other thinking men as he imagined. He was conscious that he enjoyed the fame he had gained, and because of his excessive sense of remoteness from other men, he had the more fear of this enjoyment becoming known to them. This led him to reject the honors he had first desired, until eventually his pleasure was to come within reach of his object without actually grasping it. One may, perhaps, see here an instinct allied to his desire for friendship that shrank from the touch of friendship, physical or mental. Like a number of men who truly stand out from the herd, he had a sense of loneliness deepened by an instinct of friendliness, and had disencumbered himself too freely for his own peace of the common ties and pleasures that help others in laying bridges across the gulf. Nor like others could he drown doubts in the joy of creation, for his reason disapproved the attempt. Even independence had an unwanted labor, for his instinct was to find a worthy master, while reason working on experience warned him that all idols were discovered to be hollow if approached too closely. So reflection led him not merely to more doubt, but to more distaste for himself. When movement was renewed, he obtained release and a passing gratification of his military instinct in noting Buxton's quick adaptability to irregular warfare. For Buxton broke up the stiff column formation into a cluster of groups, each moving at its own gait, suited to the variations of ground. The camel loads had been lightened and rehung, the system of clock-hour halts abandoned, and the halts devoted to grazing rather than grooming. All these changes pleased the connoisseur of irregular war. Our Imperial Camel Corps had become rapid, elastic, enduring, silent, although even now Lawrence's camels, brought up to walk in Arab style, averaged more than 4 miles an hour instead of 3, and so gained extra time for grazing. On the 20th, they reached Muagar, 15 miles southeast of Amman, whence they intended to strike at the Great Bridge. Unluckily, as they approached, a Turkish aeroplane flew over the column, and from villagers they heard that several parties of Turkish mule-mounted infantry were quartered in the villages near the bridge, guarding the tax gatherers. This force was not sufficient to prevent success, but it might make success expensive. In view of the ban on casualties, Lawrence regretfully decided to abandon the attempt, to the still greater disappointment of the Camel Corps. To gain what I could, I sent Salih and the other chiefs down to spruce their people with tall rumors of our numbers and our coming as the reconnaissance of Faisal's army to carry Amman by assault in the new moon. This was the story the Turks feared to learn, the operation they imagined, the stroke they dreaded. They pushed cavalry cautiously into Muagar and found confirmation of the wild tales of the villagers, for the hilltop was littered with empty meat tins, and the valley slopes cut up by the deep tracks of enormous cars. Very many tracks there were. This alarm checked them, and at a bloodless price for us, kept them hovering a week. The destruction of the bridge would have gained us a fortnight. By thus playing on the Turks' fears for Amman, Lawrence interposed a distraction to their concentration of forces, for an attack on Ja'far's force before Ma'an. I wanted Ja'far not to be actively engaged with an offensive enemy when we marched off his mounted men towards Dera. But it was not merely the coming Arab move that profited from this preparatory bluff, for it would appear to have led the Turkish command to divert newly arriving reinforcements to the Fourth Army at Amman, at the expense of the British menaced coastal sector. At dusk on the 20th, Buxton's force set off towards Ezrak, where they enjoyed a brief rest, marred by the death of Lut Rowan, due to the carelessness of an Arab with his ryle. We buried him in the little Majaber graveyard, whose spotless quiet had long been my envy. At Azraq, Lawrence also buried the gun cotton, ready for use in the coming Darar raid. On the 26th they were back at Bear, one where Lawrence took leave of them and raced on to Abu el-Lisal by armored car. Here trouble greeted him. He should have learned to expect it by now. The Meccan official newspaper, which had come up by mail, was found to contain a proclamation to the effect that fools were styling Ja'far Pasha the general commanding the Arab Northern Army, whereas there was no such rank among the Arabs. This seems to have been published by Hussein out of spite, after hearing that Ja'far had received a British decoration. Its outcome was that Ja'far tendered his resignation to Faisal, and was followed by all the senior Arab officers. Faisal and Lawrence did their best to allay the resentment, but when Faisal telegraphed a protest to his father, he received a vitriolic answer. Thereupon, Faisal telegraphed back offering his own resignation, and Hussein sent a further telegram appointing Zaid, who promptly refused the post. For a few days the wires vibrated with indignant messages and counter-messages. The trouble could not have come at a more awkward time, because it threatened to upset an operation composed of a series of moves, in which for once everything turned on timetable, and not merely the military issue. Allenby might still win his battle without the Arabs' aid at Dira, but the Arabs could not stake their claim to independent sovereignty, unless they not only helped Allenby but gained Damascus. Sacrificing the lesser to the greater, Lawrence's first act was to send off a messenger to warn Nuri Shalan that he could not, as he had promised, come to address the gathering of the Ruwala tribes. By arousing Nuri's doubts, this failure to appear might lose the services of the Ruwala in the Darar operation, but without Faisal's army there would be no operation. Then Lawrence turned to oil the machinery at Abu el-Lisal. Nuri said, who in later years was to become Prime Minister of Iraq, gave invaluable aid in proving that his political gifts were as marked as his military. So did Sterling. Taking the lead from Nuri, the Arab officers agreed to move to Azraq, pending an apology from Hussein. If this was unsatisfactory, they could return or throw off allegiance. On Lawrence's own methods of internal diplomacy, Sterling sheds an amusing sidelight. It was an education to listen to Lawrence at one of the Arab councils. When in debate, some sheikh became a little difficult. Lawrence, from his amazing knowledge of the past life and inner history of every leading Arab, would let drop a hint or reference to some small disreputable incident in the sheikh's past, which was generally enough to silence the man in question and put the rest of the council in a good humor. Quite as often, however, Lawrence gained his way by a timely reference to some reputable achievement. I could flatter as well as flutter. He showed an equally subtle wit in the process of extracting an apology from Hussein that would satisfy Faisal's honor and restore his position among the Arab officers, a matter that Lawrence deemed vital, not for the military, but for the political need. The attack on Daraa could be delivered without him, but he alone could seal their success at the occupation of Damascus. Before he could play the part of the prophet resurrected, his prestige must be revived. Allenby and Wilson were helping by verbal pressure on Hussein, but the old man was recalcitrant. His telegrams, however, came to Lawrence for delivery to Faisal, and penetrating the cipher, he had undesirable passages mutilated by rearranging their figures into nonsense before handing them in code to Faisal. By this easy expedient, the temper of his entourage was not needlessly complicated. Me, and in my lot. Finally, Hussein sent a long telegram, opening with a lame apology, and then repeating the offense. Lawrence suppressed the second part before handing the message to Faisal in council. Faisal read it aloud, and then decisively said, "The telegraph has saved all our honor." The Arab officers burst out into a chorus of joy, under cover of which Faisal whispered to Lawrence, "I mean the honor of nearly all of us?" Lawrence pretended not to understand, whereat Faisal said to him, "I offered to serve for this last march under your orders. Why was that not enough?" "No, because it would not go with your honor. Faisal murmured, "You prefer mine always before your own." But the crisis was resolved. And from other witnesses, it is clear that personality played as great a part as personalities or suppressions in making the Arab leaders follow Lawrence's lead. Already on August 30th, by dint of Young's exertions, the first convoy of 600 laden camels had started on its 300-mile march to Azraq, with an escort of 30 Gurkha machine gunners and 35 Egyptian camels. On September 2nd, the trouble among the Arab soldiers was sufficiently settled to allow the second convoy of 800 camels to follow, only 1 day late. The fighting force comprised 450 Arab regular cavalry with 20 Hotchkiss guns, 2 British armored cars and 5 tenders, 2 aircraft, and Pisani's French mountain battery. On September 4th, Lawrence himself left in a Rolls-Royce tender, in the hope of being in time to rally the aid of the Ruwala. He was accompanied by Nasir and a new assistant, Lord Winterton, who had stayed behind as a welcome relic of Buxton's force. Faisal and Joyce were to follow. Thus, the desert had become a military highway dotted with northward moving columns that headed steadily for Azraq, bringing a message of menace to the unsuspecting Turk. It gave a justifiable sensation of pride to the British soldiers, of difficulties overcome, of a creation achieved. But to Lawrence, it brought mixed feelings as, in a Rolls-Royce, he raced past the plodding columns, so slow compared with his Bedouin. It seemed to him a shamefully comfortable form of desert travel, although Nasir, in the back, smothered in dust, did not seem to share his view, especially when the tender hit the bumps at the end of a mud flat at over 60 miles an hour. The desert, too, seemed shamefully populous, its familiar emptiness defiled by the unending sight of marching troops. It was some consolation to hear a report that while they were moving north, the Turks were launching another expedition south into Tafila. The news was a reminder that, strategically, the concourse was not so conspicuous, to the Turks at least, as it seemed to him. Our formidable talk of advance by a man had pulled their leg nearly out of the socket, and the innocents were out to counter our feint. Each man they sent south was a man, or rather 10 men, lost. New. Against his regrets, Lawrence could set a sense of assurance that gave him a restful enjoyment such as he had not known before. For on this march to Damascus, and such it was already in our imagination, my normal balance had changed. I could feel the taut power of Arab excitement behind me. The climax of the preaching of years had come, and a united country was straining towards its historic capital. This remark may suggest that the romantic in Lawrence had reasserted itself after long suppression, for in the back of his own car he had almost the only Hijaz Arab in the force, Nasir. But in Lawrence's mind the Hijaz was a page turned over, a tool discarded. His thoughts had turned to Damascus when the thoughts of others were still fixed on Mecca and Medina. His sense of realism had long since rejected the notion that the Hejaz, barren and isolated, could rule or even share the future of the fertile and populous lands in the north. The Hejaz revolt had served its purpose as a lever by which to raise an Arab revolt. And now, by a momentary miracle, we had truced all the feuds for this month, so that from Aqaba up to Damascus all was clear going. He had removed the obstructions and paved the way. The rest would depend on his success in exploiting the opportunity. Already there was enough of reality, of individual accomplishment, to warrant a mood of exultation. One Lawrence has given me a significant sidelight on the methods of communication that were used. Allenby every morning for breakfast had a log of Turkish signals over the preceding 24 hours. We read their every message, and I presume they read all ours. To keep our moves secret, we used airmail or word of mouth. To keep the Turks public, one of my cares was to distribute wire cutters over their rear and cut their telegraph at least daily. One Mallory's Morted Darther with 2 other books, the comedies of Aristophanes, and the Oxford Book of English Verse made up Lawrence's campaigning library. During earlier months, he had carried none, but when he set out on his Yarmouk Valley raid in October 1917, with the idea of wintering at Arak, he chose these three for companionship. Lawrence's explanation of this episode sheds light on his care for information as a basis of calculation. Before making my Dura skiing, I had taken the trouble to look at the country, and before settling to go there in August and September, I had studied the pasture and water. So, pace young, I knew, where the pasture was rich enough for 2,000 camels, and therefore the routes we would have to take to. Where the flood pools lay, there is no natural water between Azraq and Mezarib, only rain pools. These pools are filled by floods down whichever valley runs in the spring, and they entirely conditioned our halting places. Had Taya not filled, we should not have gone that way, of course. As for retreat, had we met disaster, there was all Wadi Sirhan open to us, and Aqaba afterwards, at our leisure. Sirhan was, in Sipti, full of sheep and dates and flour. Also, we had 2,000 camels, each affording a meat meal for 200 men. I knew my Arab soldiery in and out, and they were much more self-sufficing and easier to feed than English. Young was treating them like an army. I wanted to treat them like the uniformed peasantry they were. One Buxton's force rejoined the British at Beersheba on September 6th, having covered over 900 miles in 44 days, of which 6 had been rest days, and the equivalent of 14 had been spent in watering. The difficulty of the conditions increases the significance of this feat of mobility and endurance. Chapter 18. The Final Stroke, Execution. September 1918. Allenby's plan is enlarged. Lawrence's plan of distraction in aid of Allenby. The Arab move begins. By successive strokes, the Turkish communications are cut around Dara, the Turks' attention being drawn to Jordan. Allenby's attack up the coast is launched. 2 Turkish armies are destroyed. But the 4th Army remains. Its Arab foes are interrupted by a menace from the air. The Great British Offensive was to be launched on September 19. Lawrence had promised Allenby that the Arab force would envelop Dara on the 16th and cut the railway on which the Turkish armies depended. Since the promise was given, Allenby had enlarged his plan and so reduced the risk of hitches. It was still, by force of circumstances, rigid in initial aim, but elastic in potential development. Lawrence's had more initial variability, but was more rigid in ultimate aim. Returning from a ride one day in mid-August, Allenby sprang upon his staff the announcement, more dramatic because of its crisp directness, of his decision that the cavalry should sweep straight up the coastal plain, cross the Carmel Range near Megiddo, descend into the plain of Esdraelon, and seize the road and rail centers of El Aful and Baisa. Thus they would be astride the lines of retreat of the Turkish 7th and 8th armies, and so far to their rear that there would be little chance of their escape. The only outlet would be the extremely difficult one across the Jordan eastward, into a desolate region where the Arabs would be buzzing like wasps, and now armed with a sting. Dara was an even more vital point, for there centered the rail communications of all 3 Turkish armies and the line of retreat of the 4th. But it was beyond the range of any cavalry bound even as now extent. Only the Arabs could reach it. Upon them much depended if the Turkish dispositions were to be paralyzed before Allenby's stroke descended, and while it developed. Lawrence's plans were a feint against a man, and a real cutting of the Dara railways. Further than this, we hardly went, for it was ever my habit, while studying alternatives, to keep the stages in solution. Lawrence had studied to his profit the teaching of Borsay, who, from the practical experience of 20 campaigns, had taught Napoleon so well that this pupil's first campaign had been his best. Lawrence shrewdly calculated that by the mere fact of establishing the Arab force at Azraq, dead opposite Amman, the first part of our plan, the feint, was accomplished. We had sent our horsemen of St. George, gold sovereigns, by the thousand to the Beni Succor, purchasing all the barley in their threshing floors, begging them not to mention it, but we would require it for our animals and for our British allies in a fortnight. Diab of Tafile gossiped the news instantly through to Carrick. Neves. This brief account does not unfold the full subtlety of Lawrence's measures to persuade the Turks, for Allenby's benefit, that Amman was the target of the coming offensive. He had sent several buyers to the threshing floors, and had bought for hard cash all the piles of feed barley for horses that the Beni Succor could spare. The terms were that they should hold it for Lawrence, until warned at what camp, within a day's march, it was to be delivered. Also, he had had a census taken of all available sheep, and through 4 local agents, made provisional contracts for the sheep, delivered to camp. On these he paid commission, but bought none outright. Furthermore, he himself visited the Medha area shortly before the offensive, and there marked 2 large landing grounds for aircraft, hired Arabs to camp by them on watch, and left smoke signals and landing signs, with instructions for use. Of course I chose people sitting carefully on the fence for my confidence. He also took advantage of being in touch with Arab staff officers of the 4th Army. I warned these of a thunderbolt shortly to fall on them at Amman, from east and west, and conjured them to so dispose their troops as to be ineffective on the day, both ways. The same deep note of double bluff had inspired him in composing a project of attack on Medeba by Hornby with the Zebn tribesmen. I had put all my influence behind Hornby's push, personally attaching to him all the Beni Succor sheikhs and telling them that he would roll up Moab from the south while I cut it off from the north and east. I had also given him Diabe of Tafile, an old wind bag, and 2 of the Majali sheikhs of Karak, who notably had a foot in each camp. But while thus ensuring that its purpose as a distraction should be fulfilled, Lawrence took care that it had the power of conversion into a reality by endowing it with guns, money, troops, explosives, Hart's own bodyguard, even Sheriff Zeit. For, underlying the distraction, lay the idea of variability. A feint in the event of Lawrence's success at Dira. In the case of failure, it could be converted into the old second string to our bow, through the Dara force moving south to reinforce it. The fact that the Turks had now forestalled this move by their new move against Tafila not only showed that they had swallowed the bait, but was an indirect testimony to the value of having alternatives. Moreover, the alternative could be revived, for as soon as the Dara force struck, the Turkish Tafila force was likely to be withdrawn hurriedly northward. Lawrence's attack on the Horan would then be Hornby's opportunity. A plan so beautifully fitted, and yet so flexible, must wring an ecstatic sigh from the most jaded connoisseur of military art. The Dira plan also comprised an hot stove, and 3 alternative courses. As preliminary, we determined to cut the line near Amman, thus preventing Amman's reinforcement of Dira, and maintaining its conviction that our feint against it was real. It seemed to me that, with Egyptians to do the actual destruction, this preliminary could be undertaken as a night operation by the Gurkhas, whose detachment would not distract our main body from the main purpose. Now, this main purpose was to cut the railways in the Horan and keep them cut for at least a week, and there seemed to be 3 ways of doing it. The first was to march north of Dira to the Damascus Railway, as on my ride with Tal in the winter, and cut it, and then cross to the Yarmouk Railway. The second was to march south of Dera to the Yarmouk, as with Ali ibn el-Hussein in November 1917. The third was to rush straight at Dira town. Yay! The third scheme could be undertaken only if the Air Force would promise so heavy a daylight bombing of Daraa station that the effect would be tantamount to an artillery bombardment, enabling us to risk an assault against it with our few men. Salmond hoped to do this, but it depended on how many heavy machines he received or assembled in time. Donné would fly over to us here, heat as rock, with his last word on September the 11th. Till then, we should hold the schemes equal in our judgment. It would be difficult to find a more masterly plan, or one as well expressed, in the records of war. Quality of art does not depend on size of canvas. One may also find finer picture battles reflected in history's mirror, where flaws of execution are not easily visible, but as a conception adjusted by consummate calculation to the uncertainties of foreseen reality. This plan is a masterpiece, and nonetheless for being a miniature. The expected aeroplane from Palestine duly landed at Azraq on the 11th, but instead of Donné, who was sick, it brought another staff officer whose air sickness seems to have affected a memory that can hardly have been good at the outset. For having left behind the notes he had been given to bring, he now forgot to mention the important change in Allenby's plan, the extension of his encircling move to El Aful and Baisan. Perhaps his confusion may have been aggravated by the shock he suffered when he inquired, in a highly professional tone, about the defense scheme for their advanced base. With the irritatingly casual air that covered an impish depth, Lawrence replied, "We haven't any. You see, the Turks will never come and look for us here." The staff officer did not linger. Winterton remarks that he retired gracefully on his plane, escorted by another plane, fully convinced, I feel sure, that the whole outfit, as Australians say, would inevitably end in prison at Constantinople. From the pilot, however, Lawrence and Joyce discovered obliquely that Salmond's resources in bombing machines would be inadequate to cover an assault on Dira. Hence, this alternative was dropped. They decided to adopt the northern move above Dera to make sure of cutting the trunk line to Damascus. Next day, Peake was dispatched with his Egyptian detachment and the handful of Gurkhas to make the preliminary break near Amman. At dawn on the 14th, the main body, about 1,200 strong, marched forth from Azraq, heading for Umtayeh, a great pit of rainwater 15 miles below Dara and 5 miles east of the railway to Amman. Round the regular corps was now woven a gathering force of picked Bedouin, Atta, with some of his Abu Tai, and the sheikhs of the Zebun and Sirahin. Nuri Shalan, cutting his ties with the Turks, had brought 300 Ruwala horsemen. He had also offered the services of 2,000 cavalry, but had been asked to hold them in reserve in the Sirhan, lest they scare the villagers of the Haran before the supreme moment, for the Arabs had come. Lawrence had stayed behind in Azraq, settling affairs with Nuri and Faisal, but next morning he came racing after them in a Rolls-Royce most appropriately named the Blue Mist, which was henceforth his supermobile headquarters. Bad news as usual formed his greeting. Peake had returned with his mission unfulfilled. His party had run into a large encampment of local Bedouin who were being paid by the Turks to protect the railway. As he had neither Lawrence's persuasive tongue nor gold bags to induce them to transfer their allegiance, he had been forced to turn back. Lawrence was bitterly annoyed at the news. If Diriyah was to be cut off from the north and west as arranged, it must, for the security of the operation, be previously cut off from the south. Also, he wanted a man to be the nervous place for the next 2 days. But it was too late to send another detachment from the slow-moving regular force, which had no time to spare if it was to reach its objective in time. Quickly he summed up the points of the problem, and decided to execute the task himself, with motor mobility. He had pushed on to Umtayeh ahead of the force, and had made a preliminary reconnaissance of the railway on camelback before dark, discovering not only a good motor route, but a suitable bridge for demolition. After his return to camp, he told the others of his plan and suggested that this solo effort would be rather amusing. As Young remarks, to one at least of his hearers it did not sound at all amusing. It sounded quite mad. But this was again the Lawrence whose madness had taken Aqaba, and his madness on this occasion cut the Dara Amon Railway. Next day, the 16th, while the main body continued its march toward Tel Arar, north of Dara, Lawrence ran down westward to the railway near Jabir in a tender crammed to the gunwale with gun, cotton, and detonators. Joyce and Winterton accompanied him with a second tender and an escort of 2 armored cars. On reaching the cover of the last ridge before the railway, Lawrence transferred himself and 150 pounds of gun cotton to an armored car. In this he drove down to the bridge, while the other car moved to engage the defending redoubt. The Turks surrendered after a brief resistance, and Lawrence set to work while Joyce hurried down in a tender with more gun cotton. That particular demolition gave Lawrence great joy of craftsmanship. In the drainage holes of the spandrels, 6 small charges were inserted zigzag, and with their explosion, all the arches were scientifically shattered. The demolition being a fine example of that finest sort which left the skeleton of its bridge intact indeed, but tottering, so that the repairing enemy had a first labor to destroy the wreck before they could attempt to rebuild. As they finished, enemy patrols were approaching. The demolition party drove away hurriedly, and then, to their horror, Lawrence's tender broke a spring at a bad bump when they had only gone a few hundred yards. It was peculiarly bitter that their first structural accident in 18 months of desert travel should have occurred at this moment. A rolls in the desert was above rubies, yet there seemed no choice between losing one and losing all. The driver's ingenuity, however, proved equal to the emergency, and by a high-speed improvisation with wedges of wood lashed together, they got out of range and then made a more secure repair. Next morning, the 17th, they caught up the main body just as it was launching its attack on the redoubt that guarded the bridge at Tel Arar. The Ruala raced for the line but neglected the redoubt, and then stood in the middle of the permanent way in the attitude of conquering heroes, until bullets suddenly began to spurt about. Then, however, one of Pisani's guns was brought up and under cover of its fire, the Arab regulars quickly stormed the redoubt. So, as Lawrence wrote, the southern 10 miles of the Damascus line was freely ours. It was the only railway to Palatine and Hejaz, and I could hardly realize our fortune, hardly believe that our word to Allenby was fulfilled so simply and so soon. I wanted the whole line destroyed in a moment, but things seemed to have stopped. I rushed down to find Peake's Egyptians making breakfast. It was like Drake's game of bowls, and I felt dumb with admiration. However, with some energetic encouragement, the process of demolition got underway, only to be threatened with interruption by the appearance of 8 Turkish aeroplanes, hastily sent up from Dira. Although untrained in air precautions, the Arabs' instinct taught them the right action, and they scattered so effectively that after an hour's rain of bombs and bullets, there were only 2 casualties. Then, providentially, the Arab army's one surviving aeroplane, an obsolete B-12, piloted by Junior, appeared on the scene and drew off the attention of the Turkish machines, although at the sacrifice of itself. The pilot had a lucky escape and celebrated it by borrowing a Ford to carry out a ground raid on his own against the railway. Advantage had already been taken of the air diversion, collecting 350 of the Arab regulars. Nuri had started them on the way to Muzirib station on the Palestine branch, some 5 miles west of Dira. The peasantry trickled after them. Lawrence now set off with his bodyguard to follow, while Joyce stood on guard at Tel Arar and covered the Egyptian demolition party with the remainder of the force. On the way, Lawrence was hit in the arm by a splinter from an air bomb, but happily the wound was slight. As he drew near Muzirib, it looked as if the whole countryside was running to join in the attack, and when the station garrison surrendered, after a few point-blank shells from Pisani's guns, the Harani peasants had their fill of loot. There was a light interlude when Nuri saved a case of bottled asparagus from their clutches by crying out, Pike's bones in affected horror. Meantime, Lawrence and Young had cut the telegraph, thus severing the main communication between the Turkish armies and their home base, before proceeding to dynamite the rails and points and wreck the station and its rolling stock. The question now arose whether they should prolong their westward move and attempt to blow up the bridge at Tel el-Shahab in the Yarmouk Gorge, the target of Lawrence's long desire. While they were discussing the problem, the young sheikh of the neighboring village arrived and told them that the Armenian officer commanding the bridge guard was willing to betray his charge and his loyal subordinates. The officer himself arrived about an hour later and confirmed the offer. He proposed that a few strong men should hide in his house and that he would then summon his subordinates one by one, to be knocked unsuspectingly on the head. To Lawrence, this sounded in the proper descent from books of adventure, and he agreed with a delighted chuckle. Young's reaction was different. It shocked me to have melodrama brought in to reinforce military operations. However, he was asleep when the plan was adopted, and so could only fall in with the decision. The force crept down a winding track to the village in the dark, Lawrence with his pockets filled with detonators. Suddenly they heard the sound of an engine in the ravine below. After a long wait, the sheikh came to tell them that his plan had failed through the arrival of a train laden with German reserves on their way to Dera. Nuri suggested an attempt to storm the bridge with the bayonet, but Lawrence now demurred. I was at the PME of reckoning the value of the objective in terms of life, and as usual finding it too dear. Of course, most things done in war were too dear, and we should have followed good example in going in and going through with it. But I was secretly and disclaimedly proud of the planning of our campaigns, so I told Nuri that I voted against it. We had today twice cut the Damascus-Palestine railway, and the bringing here of the Afula garrison was a third benefit to Allenby. Our bond had been most heavily honored. Thus, Nuri, after a moment's hesitation, agreed with this argument, and the force groped its way back to Muzirib, which it reached about 2 o'clock. Lawrence now began to feel the irk of his forbearance, perceiving the danger to Allenby's plan if these enemy reinforcements went back to Afula and to his own retirement across the railway, if they pushed on to Dera too early. To detain them, by playing on their minds, he sent off 2 small parties to cut the line at deserted spots on the far side of the bridge. He also sent a message to Joyce asking for the balance of Nuri's regulars to join him here, saying that on the morrow they would move back across the south face of Dera, thus completing the circle. He suggested that Joyce should return to Umtaya and await them, for at Umtaya they would be well placed to menace the Turkish Fourth Army's line of retreat and also to renew their demolitions as often as the enemy attempted repairs. When dawn came, the peasants trickled off to their various villages, while the Arab troops filtered towards Nisibine, south of Dera, the whole so dispersed that the Turkish aircraft were likely to be completely puzzled, both as to their numbers and as to their direction. Thus, they had an unmolested passage back to the Darara-Amman line, and on approaching it, the guns and machine guns were pushed forward to bombard Nisib station as a blind. For while the station garrison was kept busy in preparing to resist an assault, the important bridge to the north was blown up. The manner of this exploit was typically Laurentian, for it was uncertain whether the bridge guard had slipped off to join the station garrison, and even Lawrence's bodyguard did not care to face the risk of walking down to the rigid aisle within their aisle loads of lasting gelatina without knowledge of whether the Sai's guard was still there, while fully aware that if one bullet hit the guillotine. They Zobral would be blown to fragments. When Lawrence found that neither orders nor chaff would move them out of shelter, he began to go forward alone. That sufficed, and he was promptly backed up. The bridge, luckily, was deserted. It was a worthy specimen for his 79th scalp, and Lawrence viewed it with a loving eye before piling gun cotton against the massive piers. While he was thus engaged, the rest of the force slipped away eastward to the desert, leaving the guns to the last to keep the station garrison occupied. Finally, all were clear, and in the darkness Lawrence touched off his fuses and himself tumbled into the enemy's deserted redoubt until the stone shower was over. Those who watched from afar saw, in the lurid blaze of the explosion, the abutment arch sheared clean off and the whole mass of masonry sliding slowly down into the valley below. Lawrence's preparatory task on behalf of Allenby was complete. By his three-sided cut at the focal point of the enemy's communications, he had gone far to hamstring the Turkish armies just as Allenby was about to jump upon them. The stroke had the physical effect of shutting off the flow of their supplies temporarily, and temporarily was all that mattered here. It had the mental effect of persuading Lyman von Sanders to send part of his scanty reserves towards Dara. More significantly still, he sent German troops, the precious cement that held together his jerry-built armies. The success of Lawrence's effort may be traced to the way it was precisely proportioned. Too small to impose immediate retreat upon Lyman von Sanders. Too near the date of Allenby's attack for Lyman von Sanders to alter his front line dispositions, which were ideal for Allenby's purpose. Only a few hours remained before the hidden mass of the British army would thrust forward like a gigantic battering ram. It was delightfully disguised. Dust columns had gone eastward by day, created by mule-drawn sleighs, while troop columns marched westward by night. Battalions had marched towards the Jordan Valley by day, and returned by night to repeat this march of a stage army. Cavalry, periodically relieved, had been kept in the valley throughout the summer heat, while Lawrence had been purchasing vast quantities of forage for their coming across the Jordan. Under cover of manifold deceptions, Allenby had achieved an overwhelming superiority in the coastal sector. 15,000 canvas dummies filled the vacated horse lines in the interior. Nevertheless, as darkness fell after a hot, airless day upon the great concentration of troops massed in the plain of Sharon, there was at British GHQ one anxiety overmastering all others. Was the enemy there? Perhaps he had retired in time. Would the blow smash a weak defense, or would it hit the air and find an intact defense beyond, out of reach of its guns? That anxiety began to disperse when, at the crash of the British guns half an hour before the first streak of dawn, thousands of Turkish signal rockets soared into the air. Why had the enemy stayed to be pulverized instead of making a timely recoil? We know now that Lyman von Sanders had been anticipating a big attack, and that at the beginning of September he had thought of frustrating it by a withdrawal to a rear line near the Sea of Galilee. I gave up the idea because we would have had to relinquish the Hejaz Railway, and because we could no longer have stopped the progress of the Arab insurrection in rear of our army. No clearer or more striking testimony could be given to the decisive value of Lawrence's intangible ghost. Decisive not in itself, but because it alone made possible the decision. Although Lyman von Sanders was uneasy about the coast sector, he feared still more the effect of an attack east of the Jordan. And even at the 11th hour, the warning of the true plan given by an Indian deserter on September 17th was offset by the more positive news of the Arab attacks on the vital railway around Daraa. Deceived by the Laurentland mirage, Lyman von Sanders regarded this deserter as a tool of the British intelligence, and his story as a blind to cover Allenby's real purpose. Thus, he offered up his forces to destruction. At 4:30 a.m. on September 19th, 385, guns rained shells upon the Turkish trenches with brief intensity. Soon the infantry swept forward like an avalanche, submerging the stupefied defenders of the two shallow trench systems. Then they wheeled inland, rolling the Turks back like a door on its hinges. The wreckage of the Eighth Army poured through the defile to Mesudeye, and upon this hapless mob, the British aircraft dived with bombs and bullets. Meantime, through the open doorway the cavalry had passed, riding straight up the coastal corridor for 30 miles before swinging in to cross the Carmel Range. They were over the passes by the next morning, and not only seized El Aful, but temporarily occupied Nazareth, where the enemy's general headquarters lay, still ignorant of the disaster that had overtaken their troops, because aircraft and agents had cut all the telegraph lines. Liman von Zanders himself barely escaped. By the afternoon, the cavalry were in Baysan. To reach it, the 4th Cavalry Division had ridden nearly 70 miles in 34 hours. The barrier had been lowered across the Turks' lines of retreat. The one remaining bolt hole was eastward, over the Jordan, and this, the Air Force sealed. Early on September 21st, the British aircraft sighted a large column winding down the steep gorge from Nablus towards the Jordan. 4 hours, continuous bombing and machine gunning, by relays of aircraft, reduced this procession to stagnation, an inanimate chaos of guns and transport. From this moment may be timed the extinction of the 7th and 8th Turkish armies. What followed was but a rounding up of fugitive cattle by the cavalry. Only the 4th Army, which yet had been the strongest of the three, remained east of the Jordan. A broken railway and the Arabs lay along its line of retreat. Its fate was to be a rapid attrition under incessant pinpricks. When disaster overtook the other armies, the 4th had still a fair chance of escape. On its western front in the Jordan Valley, it had Chaytor's force, which consisted of the Anzac Mounted Division reinforced by a few infantry battalions. By active demonstrations, Chaytor's force had fomented the idea of a renewed British advance westward, and so helped to cloak Allenby's real stroke. Its threat also helped to detain the 4th Army from retreat, although the Turks' delay was due more to the slowness with which news reached them, and to their desire to wait for the 2nd Corps, now retiring from Ma'an and the posts on the Hejaz Railway north of it. Not until the 22nd did the 4th Army begin its retreat. The 2nd Corps, harassed by the plague of Hornby's Bedouin, was then still many miles short of Amman, and Chaytor's force moved to intercept it. The 4th Army's chance of making good its retreat depended on whether it could brush aside the Arabs and reach Damascus before Allenby's cavalry made a fresh bound to the aid of the Arabs in barring the way. The broken railway, by compelling the Turks to march, would slow down their retreat, but for some days the Arabs would be in a precarious position as the strategic wedge between the Daraa socket and the recoiling mass. That problem was Lawrence's concern on the morning after he had closed the railway, the morning when Allenby's distant forces were opening their attack. Strategically, our business was to hold on to Antaye, which gave us command at will of Daraa's 3 railways. If we held it another week, we should strangle the Turkish armies, however little Allenby did. Yet tactically Antaye was a dangerous place. An inferior force composed exclusively of regulars, without a guerrilla screen, could not safely hold it. Yet to that we should shortly be reduced, if our air helplessness continued pat. Here was the vulnerable side of the Arab force. Because of its mobility and fluidity, it ran little risk from the Turkish ground troop, but against the vastly superior mobility of the air arm, only direct protection could avail. Although the British Air Force in Palestine far outnumbered and outclassed the Turkish, which was virtually driven from the skies, that air superiority was significantly lacking in the Arab zone. Despite this being the most vital zone strategically, the Arab force had only been provided with 2 machines, and both were now lost, whereas the Turks had some 9 machines at the Derar aerodrome. If the Arab force had been composed mainly of armored cars, the danger would have been slight. But, with its great quantity of camels and horses, it offered an inviting air target, the easier to locate because it was fettered by its strategic role and the need for water. The enemy's bombing was already beginning to wear the nerves of the Arab irregulars. If it was to continue unchecked, they might disperse and go home. Salvation could lie only in obtaining air reinforcement from Allenby. According to arrangement, a liaison machine was due to fly over to Azraq from Palestine on the 20th, and Lawrence decided that he would travel back in it to see Allenby. Meantime, he and Junior carried out a raid with 2 armored cars against a Turkish advanced landing ground, where 3 aeroplanes had been seen to alight. Silencing the engines of the cars, they crept down a valley until they came in sight of the meadow, where the enemy aircraft lay. Then they opened their throttles and leapt forward, only to find their way blocked by a deep, straight-sided ditch. While they searched for a possible crossing, the aircraft crews rushed to swing their propellers. 2 of them took off in time, but the engine of the third failed to start, and the armored car settled its fate by putting 1,500 bullets into its fuselage from the other side of the ditch. As the cars drove home, the other 2 aeroplanes pursued and bombed them, one with uncomfortable accuracy. We crept on defenselessly, slowly, among the stones, feeling like sardines in a doomed tin. As the bombs fell closer, one bomb sent a shower of broken stone through the driving slit of Lawrence's car and cut his knuckles, while another tore off a front tire and nearly overturned the car. The experience moved Lawrence to the remark, "Of all danger, give me the solitary sort." Nevertheless, after a few hours' sleep, he was out again that night with the cars, covering a fresh railway demolition by Peake's Egyptians as an interlude on his way to Azraq. T was as averse to killing time as he was adept in killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But on this occasion he contributed little to the raid, as the cars lost themselves, perhaps because his sense of direction was suffering from 5 successive nights without sleep. In compensation, however, he stumbled upon a Turkish train, and the encounter produced a running fight in the dark between rail and road machine, a spectacle that was made the more bizarre by the green shower of luminous tracer bullets that deluged the occupants of the train. On reaching Azraq, Lawrence met Faisal and Nuri Shalan, and after giving them the latest news, seized the chance of a good night's sleep. He awoke to receive still better news. For, soon after dawn, the expected airplane from Palestine arrived and brought them the first news, astounding and exhilarating in its completeness, of Allenby's victory over the 7th and 8th Turkish Army. Lawrence now embarked for the return trip to Palestine, but before doing so he urged upon Faisal that the news should be taken as the signal for the long-delayed general revolt in Syria. Joyce, also, decided to return to Abu el-Lisal to stimulate the pressure on the Turks at Ma'an. Chapter 19. The Road to Damascus. A bare hour's flight from Azraq carried Lawrence into Palestine, a transition from one world to another, from the desert where individuality prevailed to the legions where organization reigned and hierarchy ruled. If the swiftness of the passage was a portent of the way that the air was abolishing the old terrestrial independences, it was also a reminder of the Arab forces' now inevitable subordination to Allenby's path. On landing at Ramla, he drove straight to General Headquarters where Allenby outlined the further development of his plan. Damascus was now the next objective, coupled with Beirut. While the infantry, 1 division immediately, pushed on up the coast past Haifa and Acre to Beirut, the cavalry was to set out for Damascus. The Australian Mounted Division, supported by the 5th Cavalry Division, would move west of the Sea of Galilee, and then turn northeast for Damascus via the road through Kenitra. The 4th Cavalry Division from Baizan would strike east for Dira to help the Arabs in cutting off the Turkish 4th Army, and then move due north on Damascus. Meantime, Chaytor's force, farther south, would march on Amman, also with the idea of cutting off the Turks' retreat. Allenby asked that the Arabs should assist these moves, taking the Turkish Fourth Army as their particular target, and he firmly warned Lawrence against attempting any independent coup against Damascus until the British forces were at hand. The immediate problem of preserving the Arabs from airborne paralysis was satisfactorily settled. When Lawrence explained the precarious situation, Allenby rang for Salmond, who at once agreed to send 2 Bristol fighters. Then a difficulty intervened. There was no petrol at Umtaya, but the difficulty was surmounted by ingenuity. Salmond and Borton evolved the idea of using a new big Handley Page bomber as an air tender. It was arranged that its pilot, Ross Smith, who a year later made the first flight from England to Australia, should accompany the Bristols to Umtaya next day in order to make sure that so large a machine could use the landing ground there. Having settled his business, Lawrence had the rare chance of enjoying a day's rest in comparatively civilized condition. Allenby's headquarters might have been regarded as bare and comfortless to a sybaritic traveler, but to Lawrence the cool airiness of the whitewashed, fly-proof building, surrounded by trees, appeared like paradise. Yet he did not care for it, for he felt immoral enjoying white table cloths and coffee and soldier servants, while our people at Umtaya lay like lizards among the stones, eating unleavened bread and waiting for the next plane to bomb them. Nor was his distaste for paradise due merely to this comparison. After a long spell of the restrained desert, flowers and grass seemed to fidgety and everywhere. Burgeoning green of tilth became vulgar in its fecundity. His mood yields another glimpse into his mind. Early on the morning of the 22nd, the air reinforcements set out for Umtaya, only to find that the Arab force had moved back a few miles in the night to escape the constant bombing. The Turkish aircraft discovered this new camp at Surab soon after the British machines had landed, and breakfast was twice interrupted by a sudden exchange of sausage eating for air fight. 2 enemy machines were brought down in flames, and then Ross Smith reluctantly went back to fetch the Handley Page, while Lawrence flew on to Azraq. Faisal and Nuri Shalan came back with him, in the Green Vaux Hall, to Surab. There they found that the Handley Page had already arrived and was unloading a ton of petrol, with oil and spare parts, as well as provisions for the British troops. Young, ever mindful of the Q side, had been growing anxious over the problem of maintaining the force so that these airborne supplies had a real as well as a novelty value. Their means of transport was surrounded by astonished Arabs, who reverently spoke of it as the aeroplane and called the Bristol fighters its foals. These had already nullified the enemy air squadron at Dera, which henceforth ceased to trouble the Arab force. But the appearance of the Handley Page was nonetheless of moral value by its visible confirmation to the Arab population of Britain's overwhelming might. The great machine also confirmed the military advantage by dropping a shower of 100-pound bombs on Mafraq Station 2 nights later, with such effect that the trucks and the sidings continued to burn for many hours. Here and at Dera, air raids completed that paralysis of railway movement which Arab raids had produced, and were still prolonging. For on the 23rd they made a fresh descent on Jabir and burnt the wooden framing with which the Turks were trying to restore the bridge that Lawrence had destroyed a week earlier. Lawrence himself for once took a rest, and left the other officers to share with Nuri, said the credit of this latest stroke. Lawrence, as ever, was looking ahead, concerned with the next move, while to less discerning eyes the present seemed still unassured. In his view, our work against the Fourth Army was finished. Such remnants as avoided out of the hands of the Arabs would reach Dera as unarmed stragglers. Our new endeavor should be to force the quick evacuation of Dera, in order to prevent the Turks there reforming the fugitives into a rearguard. The facts, as unknown to him as to others, were even then in course of justifying him. The Fourth Army was already retreating northward in a disordered stream. A rearguard kept Chaytor's force from reaching Amman until the 25th, and at the sacrifice of itself frustrated his mission of cutting off the Turks' retreat northward. The last trains left a few hours before the British occupied the town, but they were soon stopped by the breaches that the Arabs had made in the line, and the Turks who traveled on them were forced to detrain. Only the earlier departures got through to Damascus by changes of train. The bulk of the Fourth Army was a foot-slogging, footsore collection of crumbling units, shrinking hourly under the privations of the march and the harassments of the loot-thirsty Bedouin. If Lawrence erred on the side of optimism in suggesting that only unarmed stragglers would reach Dera, his forecast was fundamentally correct in a strategic sense. For effective existence, a regular army must preserve its organized formation, and it ceases to be an army when it loses its cohesion, when tactical bodies dissolve into mere masses of men. It is then unarmed strategically. By the time Dera was reached, such dissolution had already gone far, but any pause in the retreat might have meant a chance for the floating mass to coagulate round the few solid fragments that remained. To prevent such a pause was, clearly, the true strategic purpose of the Arab forces, and the most essential service that they could render to Allenby's purpose. On the 24th, a British aeroplane came over to give them news of further successes in Palestine, and a warning that the Fourth Army was now in retreat towards them. That same day, the Arab force moved back to Umtaya, where a vitally important council of war was held on the following morning. In fulfillment of his new purpose, Lawrence proposed that we march north, past Tel Arar, and over the railway at dawn tomorrow, into Sheikh Saad village, 10 miles north of Muzarib, on the Pilgrim's Road, and on the flank of the Damascus Railway. It lay in familiar country, with abundant water, perfect observation, and a secure retreat, west or north, or even south, west, if we were directly attacked. It cut off Dera from Damascus, and Muzarib also. The advantages of such a move are easily seen. The insurance against its risks requires more understanding, for a retreat, west or north, would have taken the Arabs in the enemy's direction. This fact disquieted some of Lawrence's companions, who did not see that Galilee Lake completely covered the very broken districts into which we should retreat. We could have stood a fortnight's siege in them. The army, although young, in particular, expressed misgivings. The Arab leaders rallied to Lawrence's view, and the force prepared to move. In anticipation of an advance, Nunshyan's cavalry had been called up from Azraq, raising the total of the force to over 3,000 men, 3/4 of whom were irregulars. As an offset, the Bristol fighters now returned to Palestine, and the armored cars to their base at Azraq. The country round Sheikh Saad was not possible for cars to fight over. Also, very little petrol remained. The aircraft took Allenby our program and promised to visit us at Sheikh Saad. Whoa! The movement north began the same day, but had hardly begun before it was interrupted by an alarm. One of the Palestine-bound aircraft flew back and dropped a note which said that a large body of enemy cavalry was approaching. This was disconcerting news, especially now that the Arabs were denuded of aircraft and armored cars. Lawrence and Nuri had a hasty consultation as to whether they should continue or stand. It seemed wiser to run, since Sheikh Saad was a more profitable stop block. So we hurried the regulars away. The irregular horse were sent to delay the approaching Turks. But these part of the Fourth Army, were in such a condition as to have no thought of making an attack. They were only making for Dera by an unencumbered road. They had been sighted by the armored cars returning to Azraq, and when these intervened, it was the signal for a panic that scattered the Turks into a swarm of separate fugitives. Nevertheless, the interruption had not only delayed the Arab move, but threatened it with a more serious and lasting interruption from a British source. For in camp that night, Young argued that the delay had prejudiced the chance of crossing the line unopposed. He went on to urge that the Arabs had now done enough, and would be justified as well as wise in retiring to a position east of the railway, where the Druzes were gathering. Here they could wait until the British forces had taken Dera. The suggestion was most unwelcome to Lawrence. Morally, because it seemed to sacrifice the Arabs' honor to their safety, by leaving Allenby's troops to bear the final burden. Politically, because it threw away the chance to consolidate the terrain for which the Arabs had been fighting 2 years. He never lost sight of the Cairo promise, the Arabs shall keep what they take. Militarily, because it threatened to forfeit the best chance of a quick decision. Sheikh Saad would be a lever on the rear of Dera, loosening all resistance this side of Damascus, and at present only the Arabs were close enough to exert such vital pressure on the Turks' retreat. As Lawrence has remarked, surely if there is one military maxim of universal value, it is to press hard on a rout. Nor was that all. For in Lawrence's view, the early fall of Damascus would spell the collapse of Turkey, and the breaking of this weak link would in turn loosen the whole cluster of the enemy powers, now fundamentally interdependent. While Lawrence based himself on the higher issues and military advantages, Young persisted in emphasizing the immediate tactical risks of pushing across the path of the Turkish army, now so near at hand. He had a vision of their few hundred slow-moving regulars being crushed between 10,000 Turks. Finding Lawrence unconvinced, he fell back on the line that he was a regular soldier and the senior one present. This familiar refuge of mediocre authority was not suited to the unorthodox conditions of command in the Arab zone. Lawrence once, most aptly, remarked he, command in Arabia was like sovereignty in the British Empire, a power in commission, and very difficult to end. In taking such a line, Young did himself an injustice, for he was a remarkable man in his own way, capable of most things except adjustment to irregular ways. Nor was it likely to carry much weight in an argument with Lawrence, who cut it short by saying that he wanted to sleep, as he would have to be up early to cross the railway. For he was going with his bodyguard and the irregulars, even if the regulars did not come. And Nuri Said's attitude quietly assured him that they would. In weighing this discussion, one may justly appreciate Young's view that Lawrence, accustomed to think in terms of irregular mobility, was inclined to demand of the rather immobile Arab regulars what was for their own part an undue risk. But one can see that Lawrence was using two-party scales and weighing the Turks' low morale against the Arab regulars' low mobility. The issue proved one more testimony to his profound insight. In the morning, the march continued and was swelled by an increasing tide of Bedouin and villagers. In the afternoon, the Ayyud poured across the railway, unmolested by the enemy but itself, leaving a trail of broken rails, blown up and torn up with an enthusiastic spread of energy that was hardly less effective than a more scientific but narrower demolition. After the original demolition, communication along this main line had been interrupted for 9 days. The line had only been repaired in time for a solitary train to get through that very morning, and now it was broken again. From this moment the railway remained cut, and 6 trains were penned in Dera, to fall, subsequently, into the Arabs' hands. Absence of opposition encouraged Lawrence to enlarge the plan, and permitted him to detach forces to enlarge it. A series of offshoots sprouted that night. While the main body pursued its way to Sheikh Saad without having fired a shot, Auda turned aside for El Ghazali station, where he captured a stranded train and 200 prisoners. Talal rode farther north and captured the enemy's large grain depot at Isra. Nuri Shalan pushed south down the road to Derar and rounded up another 400 Turks who were billeted in scattered villages. The Arab main body reached Sheikh Saad soon after dawn on the 27th, its tardy gait accelerated by Young's anxiously energetic spur, and there the various detachments soon collected with their spoils of the night. Straight into their arms walked a large party of Turks, Austrians and Germans, with 8 machine guns, and were added to the bag almost before they had realized that they had escaped one war only to fall into another. From their hilltop at Sheikh Saad, the leaders of the Arab force scanned the country towards the morning horizon. It was dotted with bodies of troops moving north, evidence that the move to Sheikh Saad had exerted the intended leverage. The Turks, receiving fantastic night reports of the Arab forces' strength, had ordered the immediate evacuation of Dira and burned the 6 aeroplanes left there, their last hope of seeing where they stood. Some bodies were too large or too far ahead for interception, but several smaller and closer parties were roped in. Altogether, some 2,000 prisoners were taken in the 24 hours to noon of the 27th, and many more were contemptuously turned loose after being stripped of their equipment and animals. Besides such intoxicating successes, it seemed little, even to the British officers, when an airplane from Allenby flew over and dropped a message saying that Bulgaria had capitulated, the first news to them that this other Germanic prop was being attacked. Events multiplied hourly on the Arabs' front. Another British aeroplane came over to warn them that 2 large enemy columns were approaching from the south. One of 6,000 was marching from Dira, and another of 2,000 from Muzirbadi. It meant that the main mass of the retreating Turks was now at hand, and there was as yet no sign of the British cavalry who should have come to the Arabs' assistance. Barrow's 4th Cavalry Division, which had been on the Jordan around Bazan since the 20th, had not begun its eastward march until early on the 26th. Its leading brigade had orders to reach Irbid and, if possible, find touch with the Arabs that night. But on approaching the village it met an enemy rear guard, and in the ensuing action suffered a check through lack of reconnaissance born apparently of overconfidence. This check seems to have caused a reaction towards excessive caution, for on the following day, the 27th, its progress was painfully slow and ceased altogether after midday, for Barrow himself then ordered it to bivouac at Eremta, several miles short of Dira. Thus he had missed by a wide margin the chance of heading off the Turkish Fourth Army, which was a day out of Dira when he arrived on the 28th. His missed opportunity exposed the Arab force to seeming danger. In view of the fact that it comprised a mere 600 regulars, the air warning that 2 enemy columns, totaling 8,000 men, were heading in its direction might well have shaken the nerve of a conventional commander. But Lawrence's psychological insight into the condition of the Turks led him to discount the danger of the situation, while perceiving the opportunity it presented. To launch his force against the column moving north from Dura would have been reckless, with the other column across his track. And in any case, it was too large a mouthful to be swallowed. Part of the Ruwala under Khalid were, however, dispatched to help the local Arabs in reducing it by snippets to more digestible proportions. The column from Muzirib was small enough for quick dispatch, and a further reason for haste was that its route would take it through Talal's own village of Tafas. His anxiety impelled Lawrence to ride at once with his bodyguard to Tafas and delay the Turks if possible until the Arab regulars came up in support. But the move was too late to save Tafas if not for the military purpose. Smoke was seen rising from the village as Lawrence neared it, and he met a few distraught fugitives who told of the ghastly deeds perpetrated when the Turks had occupied it an hour before. The butchery was now complete, and the Turkish columns were seen moving out to continue the march north. Lawrence's men opened fire as a brake on their progress until the arrival of Nuri Said's infantry and Pisani's ubiquitously invaluable guns. When these came up and took position, forcing the enemy to turn east towards Tel Arar, Lawrence slipped into the village behind the Turks' backs, accompanied by Talal and Auda. From a gray heap a child tottered away as if to escape them, cried out in fright, "Don't hit me, Baba!" and then collapsed with the effort, blood gushing out of a gaping wound. Then they came on more dead babies and the bodies of women, obscenely killed with bayonet halts protruding between their legs. Talal gave a moan at the sight, drew his headcloth slowly about his face, and then suddenly galloped straight at the enemy, to fall riddled with bullets. Auda grimly said, "God give him mercy, we will take his price." Taking charge of the battle, he harassed the enemy until their formation split into 3 parts. The smallest, composed of German and Austrian machine gunners, repulsed all efforts to overwhelm them, but the other two were gradually worn down and destroyed in a running fight that continued till sunset. In view of the vengeful frenzy of the Arabs, Lawrence's order to take no prisoners was somewhat superfluous. In a madness born of the horror of Tafais, we killed, and killed, even blowing in the heads of the fallen and of the animals, as though their death and running blood could slake our agony. Even when the killing was complete and the Arabs were back in camp with their booty, Lawrence could not rest, for thought of his dead comrade Talal. So he called for his spare camel and with a single member of his bodyguard rode out in the night to join the Ruwala, who were harassing the larger enemy column. He traced them by the distant noise of shots and the light of occasional gun flashes. They had clung on to the unwieldy column all day. It had covered only a few miles, and now, in the darkness, were closing in. At sunset, the Turks had vainly tried to camp, but the Arabs had pricked them into movement afresh, and they were now stumbling on in disordered packets which dripped a trickle of stragglers too bemused by fatigue to cling to their only chance of preservation. The contrasting conduct of the German detachments moved Lawrence to admiration. Here, for the first time, I grew proud of the enemy who had killed my brothers. They were 2,000 miles from home, without hope and without guides, in conditions mad enough to break the bravest nerves. Yet their sections held together in firm rank, shearing through the rack of Turk and Arab like armored ships, high-faced and silent. When attacked, they halted, took position, fired to order. There was no haste, no arguing, no hesitation. They were glorious. When Lawrence at last found Khalid, he asked him to call off the Ruwala and leave this route to time and the peasantry. If it was Lawrence's habit to look ahead, he did not jump until his foothold was sure. The Arab horse and cavalry might overhaul these toiling foot columns when they wished, and meantime the situation at Dera had still to be secured. I did not know what had happened to Barrow, and some such security as an occupied Dera, or a junction with him, was essential as a prelude to advance on Damascus. Khalid's brother, Trad, had ridden to Dera at dusk with half the Ruwala tribesmen, on a report that the place was empty. But there might well be further Turkish columns coming up, and, with Barrow's cavalry still some distance away, the Arabs might be hammered unless they were speedily reinforced. Khalid accordingly rallied several hundred of his men and turned south, while Lawrence rode back to Sheikh Saad. Reaching it at midnight, he was greeted by bad news and good. Discord in the camp was already threatening, for the bloodlust of the afternoon was not easily quietened, and under its intoxication, the Arabs were remembering their own blood feuds and tribal jealousies. Internal peace had been preserved with difficulty, but happily, a diversion had relieved the pressure. For messengers had just arrived from Trad to say that Dera had been captured, with some 500 prisoners. Nasir and Nuri set off thither with their men, and Lawrence also. Although it was his fourth night of riding, my mind would not let me feel how tired my body was. Such indeed was his impatience that after accompanying Nuri said, for some way he grew tired of traveling horse pace. I gave liberty to my camel, the Grand Den, rebellious Baha, and she stretched herself out against the field, racing my wearied followers for mile upon mile with piston strides like an engine, so that I entered Dera quite alone in the full dawn, Angendos, of the 28th. This was a crazy ride, he admits, through a country of murder and night terror. Nasir was at the mayor's house, arranging for a military governor and police. Lawrence promptly suggested more comprehensive measures, besides placing guards over the pumps, engine sheds, and stores, for his desire was to see the Arabs establish an administration before the British could usurp control in their usual bland way. He was just in time, for Barrow's leading troops were advancing to the edge of the hills above the station in readiness for attack. Lawrence went out to warn them that Dera was in the Arabs' hands. This was a difficult situation to carry off. I took one man with me only. I shaved and dressed in clean clothes and behaved with histrionic nonchalance, being treated first as enemy, then as native, then as spy, before I found Barrow. No. Barrow seemed rather disconcerted at being forestalled, and Lawrence pressed home the advantage by his air of calm assumption that Barrow's troops were the guests of the Arab. My head was working full speed in these minutes, on our joint behalf, to prevent the fatal first step by which the unimaginative British, with the best will in the world, usually deprive the acquiescent native of the discipline of responsibility, and created a situation which called for years of agitation and successive reforms and riotings to mend. After finding that he had been forestalled, both in his intention to post sentries and to take over the working of the railways, Barrow surrendered himself by asking me to find him forage and foodstuffs, if he did not find it easy to assimilate the unexpected situation. One reason was perhaps his revulsion at the horrid sights which silently registered the night's sack of the Turkish quarters. But, having capitulated, he did it with a good grace, for when Lawrence drew his attention to Nasir's silk pennon, which hung outside the government office, he saluted it in a way that sent a thrill through the Arab soldiers. The action seemed the vindication of their efforts and sacrifices. To Lawrence, the pleasure had a salty flavor. Within the past few hours, he had had a double foretaste of trouble ahead, both among the Arabs and between them and their allies. And his discomfort was sharpened by enforced immersion in a flood of drilled troops. The essence of the desert was the lonely moving individual, the son of the roads, Sibin Turga, an Arab phrase, apart from the world as in a grave. These troops, in flocks like slow sheep, looked not worthy of the privilege of space. My mind felt in the Indian rank and file something puny and confined, an air of thinking themselves mean, almost a careful esteemed subservience, unlike the abrupt wholesomeness of Bedouin. The manner of the British officers toward their men struck horror into my bodyguard, who had never seen personal inequality before. Why? His repulsion may have been increased by his recent witness at Tafas of the bestial license to which severely disciplined troops were prone when their curbed instincts were allowed an outlet. To a man of his historical sense, it did not suffice to say that these were Turks. He could not help remembering the British troops at Badajoz. But the excesses of soldiers' passions offended him less than the stunting of their souls and their mergence in a mass. Our armored car men were persons to me, from their fewness and our long companionship, and also in themselves, for these months, had worn and refined them into individuals. The newcomers were an impersonal mass, whose obtruding numbers emphasized their stereotyped demeanor. In the days that followed, as the forces converged on Damascus, he was embedded more deeply into this unaccustomed environment, and with increase of contact revulsion grew, producing the reflection. It came upon me freshly how the secret of uniform was to make a crowd solid, dignified, impersonal, to give it the singleness and tautness of an upstanding man. This death's livery, which walled its bearers from ordinary life, was sign that they had sold their wills and bodies to the state, and contracted themselves into a service not the less abject, for that its beginning was voluntary. Some of them had obeyed the instinct of lawlessness. Some were hungry. Some thirsted for glamour, for the supposed color of a military life. But, of them all, those only received satisfaction who had sought to degrade themselves. For to the peace, they were below humanity. Convicts had violence put upon them. Slaves might be free, if they could, by intention. But the soldier assigned his owner the 24 hours use of his body, and sole conduct of his mind and passions. Wow. If Lawrence had shared the fellowship of the trenches in a happy battalion, he might have qualified his judgment and even found extenuating circumstances. For in the approach to the fighting line, authority became curbed to the benefit of individuality, which in many cases not merely survived, but even grew stronger under the pressure of the experience. The front was a Moloch that consumed bodies, but souls were often tempered in its fire. The Moloch that hungered for souls lay at the base. One should remember that Lawrence had only experienced the two extremes of soldiering, the cesspool of Cairo staff offices, and the solitariness of guerrilla war in the desert. Again, in weighing his reflections, one must take account of his state at this time, when his will drove along an overtried body that dragged on a depressed mind. Apprehensive of troubles ahead and acutely conscious of the double nature of the part he was playing, an unceasing irk to his honesty. His dark mood in these days of triumph made an indelible impression on his companions, and because of their affection, grieved them. It seems to have been caught in McBee's portrait of him, now in the Imperial War Museum, which was painted just after his arrival in Damascus. E. himself says now, "It is shockingly strange to me." Yet, if allowance should be made for that mood, there's a fundamental truth in his reflection on the nature of armies, which holds a lesson even for those who have to create armies. It helps to explain why the best drilled armies have so often become blunt swords, and why soldiers are so often ruined in the making. His reflection, moreover, helps to explain why he himself chose the Air Forces for his later service. The problem of the ranks in the RAF is to produce the mechanic of individual intelligence. Lawrence distrusted the type of discipline traditional in regular armies as being a process of the mass that ran counter to the mobility essential for war economically and effectively waged. Moreover, he regarded such discipline as more suited to the conditions of peace than of war. The suggestion that discipline is not a military virtue may seem paradoxical, especially to soldiers. But Lawrence's view was that the form of discipline developed on the parade ground, instead of impressing the idea that the soldiers must actively second his superiors, tends to make obedience merely a reflex action. This automatic response, without momentary pause for thought transmission, may increase quickness under peace conditions, but it makes no allowance for the friction of war, or for casualties among the leaders. One may here recall that Grand Mason and the French General Staff, before 1914, expressly aimed at a discipline of the muscles, not of the intelligence, sacrificing initiative in order, by incessant repetition, to develop in the soldier the reflexes of obedience. That doctrine, and its consequences, go far to bear out Lawrence's view anyway. Further, he deemed such unthinking obedience harmful to authority itself. By putting excessive power in the hands of arbitrary old age, it often led to an indulgence that deadened the commander's subjunctive mood, to his own ruination. From experience and reflection, Lawrence had come to a distrust of instinct, which has its roots in animality. Reason seemed to him to give men something deliberately more precious than fear or pain, the customary agents of discipline. And this conviction led him to discount the value of peace smartness as a war education. For he had observed that in war a subtle change took place even in the regular soldier, and that discipline as a driving force was blended with or even swallowed by an eagerness to fight. It was the degree of this eagerness which decided the issue in the moral sense, and often in the physical sense. War was made up of crises of intense effort. After each expenditure of effort there was a reaction, while the prolongation of any single effort drained the capacity for renewed effort. Discharges of nervous energy had to be brief, with time to recuperate. The commander must not only avoid running down the batteries, but exercise care in charging them. Here, it seemed to Lawrence, lay the deeper explanation of smartening discipline. There were obvious dangers in generating the excitement of war to create a military spirit in peacetime. To use his own simile, it would be like the too early doping of an athlete. Smartness serves as a substitute by which the military spirit can be diverted into a harmless channel. A price has to be paid, however, when war comes, in loss of individual intelligence and initiative. The straitly disciplined soldier is apt to feel uneasy, if not helpless, unless in a herd. War, even regular war, brings frequent shocks that disintegrate the mass and throw the individual on his own resources. If these have atrophied under restraint, he is unable to cope with the emergency. Lawrence once remarked that lack of independent courage is the root fault of the military system. Analysis of history would suggest that it is the main cause of military failure in all grades, since even the highest have usually been through the mill in their time. On the morning of the 29th, Barrow marched north up the Pilgrim's Road, having asked the Arab leaders to cover his right flank. Actually, Nasir, Nuri Shalan, and Atta with 1,200 irregular horse and cavalry were already ahead of him, having moved the day before to catch up the main enemy column. And all through the 29th they clung on to it, harassing its steps. Lawrence himself had stayed behind to see Faisal, who arrived that day from Azraq, and to make sure that the Arab administration took firm hold. He had hopes of a night's sleep, but finding it would not come, he woke up Sterling and set out northward before daylight in the blue mist on the 60-mile course to Damascus. Finding their progress was blocked by columns of cavalry transport, they turned aside and drove to the disused railway line that ran north from Muzirib. Climbing the embankment, they drove fast, if bumpily, along it over the ballast, and so circumvented the block. By noon they caught up the tail of Barrow's headquarters, which was halted. Lawrence's bodyguard was accompanying it, so taking one of the camels he rode to see Barrow and find out the reason for the halt. Barrow, who had stopped to water his horses, showed astonishment when he saw Lawrence on camelback and heard that he had only left Dira that morning. When Barrow asked where they were going to stop that night, he received the teasing Laurentian reply, in Damascus. Any, and Yao, and Tower. Early in the afternoon, the blue mist passed the British advance guard and through the screen, and, forging ahead, dropped notes at successive villages to await the cavalry's arrival. If the information was appreciated, the veiled imputation was hardly palatable. But Lawrence found relief as well as amusement in rubbing it in. It irked Sterling and myself to see the caution of Barrow's advance. Scouts scouting empty valleys. Sections crowning every deserted hill. A screen drawn forward so carefully over friendly country. It marked the difference between our certain movements and the tentative processes of normal war. It also showed a total ignorance of the air arm, for British aircraft were flying over this area all day. The mist drove on towards Kisweh, some 10 miles short of Damascus, where Barrow was to reunite with Chauvel and the remainder of the Desert Mounted Corps. In mid-afternoon, Lawrence heard firing to the right near the Hejaz railway line. Then he sighted a Turkish column of about 2,000 men, moving in ragged groups. Round it, like flies, buzzed the Arabs, and Nasir, riding up, told Lawrence that this was all that remained of the original 6,000. The attrition of this column was entirely the work of the irregulars, for the Arab regulars, like the British cavalry, had been too slow-moving to share in the work. But now there was a chance for the latter to take a hand in finishing off the remnant. Asking Nasir to block its path and hold it up for an hour if possible, Lawrence turned round and drove to fetch British help. 3 miles back he came upon the advanced guard. Sterling relates that the elderly colonel commanding it was particularly stuffy with Lawrence, and evidently resented intensely that our little rolls should be able to dash about with impunity miles in advance of his cavalry, which was moving northward at the time with infinite and quite unnecessary caution. He reluctantly sent forward a squadron, but when the Turks' little mountain guns opened fire, the colonel ordered a retirement. Dismayed at the risk to Nasir and disgusted at such an exhibition, Lawrence hurriedly drove back to make fresh appeal to the colonel, but could not move him, and so drove on to find the brigade commander. General Gregory at once sent forward a horse battery and a yeomanry regiment, while another regiment moved wide to head off the enemy. But time had been lost and darkness was falling when the guns came within range. Nevertheless, they were in time to forestall a Turkish counterattack on Nasir, and their shells spurred the enemy to make for the heights of Jebel Mania, abandoning guns and transport. Otto was lying in wait there, having ridden on to collect the Wold Ali tribesmen. During the night, tired at last of killing, he captured 600 Turks. The rest escaped in the darkness, only to be rounded up 2 days later by the Australians. In all, the Arab forces had taken 8,000 prisoners, and killed a number that were estimated at nearly 5,000, besides capturing 150 machine guns and about 30 guns. Thus, the extinction of the Fourth Army may justly be placed to their credit, and dated from this night of September 30th on the slopes of Jebel Mania. Already in the afternoon, the north-western exit from Damascus had been closed by the Australian Mounted Division, which had made good progress along its westerly route through Quneitra, and reached the edge of the Barada Gorge just as part of the Damascus garrison was retreating through it. Sweeping the fugitive stream with machine guns fired from the overhanging cliffs, the Australians quickly caused it to coagulate into a fear-frozen mass, of whom some 4,000 were taken prisoners. That afternoon also the Sherifial party in Damascus had assumed power, and had hoisted the Arab flag over the town hall, while the retreating Turks were still marching out. The Turks had swallowed the insult, making no attempt to tear down the flag. Ali Risa Pasha himself, who had so long combined the dual function of Turkish commander and head of the Arab Committee, was not present to inaugurate the change. He had just previously been dispatched to take charge of the Turks' last line of defense, a duty that he had accepted as a conveniently early chance to join the British. And after reaching Barrow's headquarters, he so much enjoyed telling how he had selected heavy artillery positions that could not be occupied for lack of water, that in his merriment he upset the table on which their breakfast was laid. His departure from Damascus might have delayed the rising, but his natural successor, Shukri Pasha, was encouraged to act not only by the sound of the British guns, but by the unexpected support of the Algerian brothers, Abd el-Kader and Mohammed Said, who had remained obstinately pro-Turk until the last hour. What you power? They forced their help on Shukri by the menace of their followers, and Mohammed Said took the leadership of the committee on the ground that he had been appointed governor by the departing Jemal Pasha. Although the events in Damascus were unknown to the Arab leaders outside, these had sent the Ruwala horse forward into the city as soon as the twilight scrap near Jebel Mania was over, and had supported them with the Ruwala camel. Lawrence had dissuaded Nasir from entering himself, both because of the risk of a mishap in the dark and because a state entry at daylight would be more impressive. Lawrence and Sterling finally rolled themselves up in blankets at midnight and lay down on the ground beside the blue mist. For a time they talked of this culmination of 2 years' effort. Then they tried to sleep, only to be startled by a series of heavy explosions and a reddening glare in the sky over Damascus. Raising himself on his elbows, Lawrence exclaimed, "Good God! They are burning the town!" He felt sick at the thought that this goal of their endeavors might be reduced to ashes at the moment of its freedom, and as the price of its freedom. The possibility was like a symbolical portent, so had his own achievement turned to ashes. Yet to Sterling he showed no other trace of emotion, and merely said, "Anyhow, I've sent the Ruwala forward, and we should soon have 4,000 men in and around the town." The facts fell short of their fears, for the explosions came from the ammunition and store dumps that German engineers were blowing up as a parting act. And at dawn of October 1st, when Lawrence rode forward to the ridge overlooking the city, he saw it not in ruins, but shimmering like a pearl in the morning sun. As he drove down the road, a horseman galloped up the and, holding out a bunch of yellow grapes, cried, "Good news! Damascus salutes you." He was a messenger from Shukri. Lawrence at Deradua once passed the tidings to Nasir so that he might have the honorable entry, a privilege of his 50 battles. Nasir and Nuri Shalan then rode into the city while Lawrence, to give them a fair start, stopped the car beside a little stream to wash and shave. He was interrupted by a patrol of Bengal lancers who rushed up to take him prisoner. 1. Even when Sterling threw open his cloak and showed his British uniform, he merely received a prod from a lance for his pains, and it was not until they met an officer that they obtained release. Then they were able to make their entry into Damascus through streets lined with people who, at first stupefied at the change, became the more deliriously excited the more deeply they penetrated. The women of the harem leaned out of their overhanging windows, their veils thrown aside, and showered flowers and perfumes on the heads of their deliverers. In strange contrast, there were many Turkish soldiers who watched the entry as apathetically as they waited for capture. Over 13,000 were found in the barracks and hospitals. Pellagra, the disease of despair, was killing them by battalions. At the town hall, a sterner task awaited Lawrence. For, having made his way through an exuberantly demonstrative mob into the antechamber, he found Mohammed said vociferously, maintaining his right to the reins of office. Before Lawrence could deal with his pretensions, a diversion was caused by a sudden wild fight between Atta and Sultan el-Atrash, the chief of the Druses. When peace was at last restored and murder averted, the Algerian leaders had disappeared with Nasir for refreshment. So Lawrence, who had already decided in his mind to appoint Shukri governor, took him off in the blue mist on a ceremonial tour of the city, showing themselves to the populace. On the outskirts they met Chauvel's car. I described the excitement in the city and how our new government could not guarantee administrative services before the following day, when I would wait upon him to discuss his needs and mine. Meanwhile, I made myself responsible for public order, only begging him to keep his men outside, because tonight would see such carnival as the town had not held for 600 years, and its hospitality might pervert their discipline. Nay, I know. Chauvel did not seem to relish the idea of postponing his triumphal entry, but having no clear-cut instructions as to his course, he yielded, like Barrow at Dira, to the superior authority of Lawrence's certainty. That quiet but resistless air of assurance which all who know him know so well. He then went back to the town hall to deal with the Algerian usurpers. They had not returned, and when he sent a summons for their presence he received a curt reply that they were sleeping. He then told a relative of theirs that he would fetch British troops to search for them. It was tactics only, not meant. When the man had gone back with this message, Nuri Shalan asked him quietly if the English were likely to come, to which Lawrence replied, "Certainly," but the sorrow was that afterwards they might not go. Nuri Shalan reacted for a moment, and then promised him the support of his Ruwala. Soon the Algerian brothers appeared, full of menace, with their retainers. But they hesitated when they saw the superior weight of armed force that lay ready to do Lawrence's bidding. Then he, as deputy for Faisal, and for the ghost of Cromwell, pronounced their government dissolved, and appointed Shukri as acting military governor. Mohammed said, violently denouncing him as a Christian and an Englishman, tried to appeal to Nasir, who seemed miserably uncomfortable in this unwanted political issue. Lawrence was unmoved. Then Abdelkader burst into frenzied curses which Lawrence ignored so contemptuously that, maddened, the fanatical Moslem drew his dagger. But Atta saw the action and leapt forward with such tigerish fury that Abdelkader hastily recoiled. He and Mohammed now saw the futility of further protest and swept out of the chamber. I was persuaded they should be seized and shot, but could not make myself fear their power of mischief, nor set the Arabs an example of precautionary murder as part of politics. Happy the statesman who has an historical sense to curb him. As soon as the brothers had left, Lawrence turned the meeting to the consideration of constructive policy. Our aim was an Arab government, with foundations large, and native enough to employ the enthusiasm and self-sacrifice of the rebellion, translated into the terms of peace. We had to save some of the old prophetic personality upon a substructure to carry that 90% of the population who had been too solid to rebel, and on whose solidity the new state must rest. Rebels, especially successful rebels, were of necessity bad subjects and worse governors. Faisal's sorry duty would be to rid himself of his war friends and replace them by the elements which had been most useful to the Turkish government. Nasir was too little of a political philosopher to feel this. Nuri said nu, and Nuri Shalan. It is a tribute to Lawrence's historical understanding and a triumph of knowledge over instinct that he realized it first and most fully. Under his urge and direction, the frame of an administration was constructed. Sagely, the formation of a police force came first. Officers were appointed, districts allocated, provisional conditions of service determined. An Australian detachment, which had taken the surrender of the Turkish troops in barracks, sent guards to some of the public buildings, and thus helped to bridge the gap until the Arab regulars arrived to take over. If these, because of their relative slowness, had played little part in the defeat of the Fourth Army, they were invaluable for consolidating the position, politically. The water supply also received attention, and steps were taken to cleanse the conduit, fouled by dead men and animals. The light supply came third, and that evening the streets were lit from the powerhouse, a potent sign of the return of peaceful conditions. Gangs of scavengers were formed by Nuri Said to clear the streets of the debris, material and human, of the Turkish retreat as a first step towards combating the pestilential conditions that prevailed and restoring sanitation. Parties were also told off to prevent the burning stores from spreading their sparks into the city, and another danger was forestalled by curtailing the display of firearms. Beyond these immediate dangers lay the shadow of hunger looming over the population. As first aid, the food that could be salvaged from the Turkish stores was distributed to the destitute. Then the Arab force converted its transport animals to civil use, so that supplies could be fetched from the surrounding countryside. More permanent provisioning depended on the railway, and urgent efforts were made to find and re-engage the staffs so that they might resume running as early as possible. The telegraph, too, was restored. And the currency. Notes were printed and new prices fixed. Another problem was that of finding forage to meet the needs of the desert-mounted corps. To this Lawrence was specially impelled by his fear that otherwise Chauvel might seize both forage and government. By the following day the greater part had been arranged and great things achieved. If those who only saw the city, then for the first time, were naturally more conscious of the ragged edges. Of his own part, Lawrence has told me, simply, I got the other fellows to take a subject each and put it on its feet. There were 3 days of rush, with pits of silence intervening, and into them one fell unconscious. Sterling, who saw it from the outset, remarks, 1,001 things had to be thought of, but never once was Lawrence at a loss. In setting the wheels in motion, Nuri Said's political gifts, Young's power of organization, Sterling's knack in handling men, were all invaluable. But Lawrence was the mainspring. The machinery of government was working, even though it creaked. Before dawn on the 2nd there was a momentary clatter. Lawrence was awakened to hear the news that Abdelkader was attempting a revolution with the support of his obedient Algerian followers and a section of greedy Druses, who were angered by Lawrence's refusal to reward their belated assistance and hopeful of compensating the loss of plunder. Lawrence and the Arab leaders waited for daybreak, wisely preferring not to forfeit the advantage of superior weapons by becoming immersed in dark street scrimmages. At the first streak of light, Nuri Said moved armed parties to the upper suburbs and carried out a drive that herded the rioters towards the center. The Arab regulars swept the riverside parades with continuous machine gun barrages, Only a few would-be revolutionaries were foolish enough to make contact with this lethal current. The rest broke up and fled along the side alleys. It was an effective way of dispersing a rebel band. Muhammad Said was then arrested and imprisoned. His brother escaped into the country. Although sporadic looting continued, the attempted revolution was broken, without the need of accepting Chauvel's offer of troops. The consolidation of the new regime was helped by the return of Ali Riza, who took over from Shukri the reins of government. With the passing of this emergency, Lawrence was able to return to the task of organizing the public services. At midday he went, in answer to an appeal, to the Turkish barracks where he found 2 companies of Australians mounting guard over a channel house. All the Turks capable of walking had been removed, but on entering Lawrence, found the place littered with stinking corpses and with rows of dysentery cases dying in their own filth. Taking vigorous action, with such poor aid as he could muster, he brought a semblance of decency into the place, and had the dead sorted out for burial in a trench. When he returned next day, the place and its inmates were in process of being cleansed. Yet it was still so unpleasant that an army doctor, who apparently mistook Lawrence for an Arab attendant, abused him vehemently for permitting such an outrage on humanity. Lawrence, seeing the grim humor of the charge, gave vent to a strained laugh, whereupon the medical major smacked him in the face. And Lawrence took the buffet without protest, feeling so unclean from his part in the whole chain of events that one more stain could make little difference, but rather had a symbolical fitness. His depression was the deeper because of a factor that had nothing to do with politics. In the haunting poem that prefaces the 7 Pillars of Wisdom, and again in the brief epilogue, he has confessed to a personal motive that, like a magnet, had drawn him along the road to Damascus. Death had outpaced him on the road and brought the dissolution of his dream. Damascus was his, but Damascus was an empty pitcher, shattered on the well of his desire. This may explain the feverish energy with which he threw himself into the task of bringing order into Damascus, a work of creation that drowned chilling reflection. Whatever flaws may subsequently have appeared in the new Arab state that he so briefly constructed, they arose from the nature of the materials rather than from the building. This had to be done quickly, if it was to be done at all, and in its rapidity lies the remarkable feature of Lawrence's achievement. Other dictators and state creators have had a foundation to build upon and time to repair their mistakes, time extending into years. He had 24 hours. Yet, on October 3rd, when Allenby arrived in Damascus, Lawrence was able, in Sterling's words, to hand over to him an ordered town purged of almost all trace of war, a government functioning with ease and rapidity, and a population filled with joy and relief at the passing of Turkish rule. His achievement was sealed, and his audacious initiative justified when Allenby informed Faisal, who made his entry an hour later, that he was prepared to recognize the Arab administration of enemy territory east of the Jordan from Ma'an to Damascus inclusive. When Faisal had left, Lawrence turned to Allenby with a personal request, the first he had made and his last. It was for permission to hand over his burden. Allenby demurred, wanting him to go on to Aleppo, but in the end his persuasion prevailed over Allenby's reluctance. On the following day he took his departure for Cairo. With peculiarly deep truth, one may say that he shook the dust of Damascus off his feet. It remained with him as a memory, one of the clearest memories I have, the silky coolness of the Damascus dust as it lapped over my sandals and powdered my feet. Those white deep paths, under the trees or shaded by the house walls, were heavenly quiet and soft. Nee. As Lawrence was traveling south, the campaign was rolling on to Aleppo, 200 miles distant. The 5th Cavalry Division reached the outskirts on October 25th, while an Arab force under Nasir and Nuri said advanced on its right flank. A combined attack was arranged for next morning, but during the night, the Arabs slipped into the town and the Turks abandoned it. On the 29th, the Arabs, by a fresh bound, captured Muslimiyah station, the junction of the Baghdad and Syrian railways. The lifeline was severed, and the Turkish army in Mesopotamia isolated. 2 days later, Turkey was out of the war. 11 days more, and then, on November 11th, Germany herself capitulated. That same day, Lawrence arrived back in England, after 4 years' absence. It was an aptly timed arrival for the man who had counted for more than an army corps in knocking away the props. In the crucial weeks, while Allenby's stroke was being prepared, and during its delivery, nearly half of the Turkish forces south of Damascus were distracted by the Arab forces, pinned east of the Jordan by the subtle feints and paralyzing needle jabs that Lawrence conceived and directed. Those Turkish forces comprised the 2nd and 8th Army Corps, as well as the garrisons along the Hejaz Railway between Ma'an and Amman. These together totaled some 2,000 sabers and 12,000 rifles. The ration strength appears to have been about 3 times as large, i.e., about 40,000, 45,000 out of a total ration strength of 100,000 south of Damascus. The most remarkable feature is that, with some relatively light assistance from Chaytor's force, these Turkish masses were paralyzed by an Arab contingent that counted less than 30 men, and of which the actual expeditionary corps was barely 600 strong. As a consequence, Allenby was able to concentrate 3 army corps, totaling 12,000 sabers and 57,000 rifles, against the other half, approximately, of the Turkish forces. And, in the sector chosen for the decisive stroke, to concentrate 44,000 rifles and sabers against 8,000, odds of more than 5 to 1. The total British ration strength, including Indian troops but excluding Egyptian labor personnel, required to develop this striking force, numbered over 250,000 men. Even as thus expressed in a purely arithmetical form of comparison, it would be difficult to find in the whole history of war as extraordinary a case of economy of force in distraction. Small as was the detachment which exercised this immense distracting power, only a fraction of it was truly a detachment from the main British forces. Even counting the Gurkhas and the Egyptians, it numbered barely 100 men. Retained with the army in Palestine, this handful would have been merely a drop in the ocean. Sent into the desert, they created a whirlpool that sucked down almost half the Turkish army. Indeed, more than half, if fifth, as is just. We count the 12. 0 Turks cut off in the Hejaz, 1. And even this reckoning leaves out of account the Turkish troops in southern Arabia. What the absence of these numbers meant to the success of Allenby's stroke, it is easy to see. Nor did the Arab operation end when it had opened the way. For in the issue it was the Arabs, almost entirely, who wiped out the 4th Army, the still intact force that might have barred the way to final victory. But beyond the arithmetical was, to use Lawrence's original classification, the biological fact. The wear and tear, the bodily and mental strain that exhausted the Turkish troops and brought them to breaking point was applied by the Arabs, elusive and ubiquitous, to a greater extent than by the British forces, both before and during the final phase. The biological factor, however, embraces materials as well as men, and here the Arabs' influence was still greater, while the Turks were more vulnerable. The maintenance of the Turkish armies depended on the railway, and on its maintenance. The Arabs alone, through their elastic radius of action, could operate effectively against this weak foundation of the Turkish resistance. First, they executed a strategy of material attrition that came far nearer to using up the enemy's reserves than the strategy of physical attrition had done in other theaters. Then they severed the line of communication at the moment when it became the life and death line, when the fate of the enemy hung on this frayed thread. The Daraa demolitions were the death knell. But beyond the biological lies the psychological fact. In the profoundest sense, battles are lost and won in the mind of the commander, and the results merely registered in his men. It was primarily the Arabs, under the guidance of Lawrence's mind, who prepared the mind of Lyman von Sanders, so that he arranged his forces in the way that produced their defeat. That fateful delusion was not merely the triumph of a detachment, but of a war of detachment, which created a mirage for the Turks' undoing. One Lawrence has commented to me on this incident as follows. In the desert I shaved regularly. My burnt red face, clean-shaven and startling with my blue eyes against white headoth and robes, became notorious in the desert. Tribesmen or peasants who had never set eyes on me before would instantly know me by the report. So my Arab disguise was actually an advertisement. It gave me away instantly as myself to all the desert, and to be instantly known was safety in 99 cases out of the 100. The 100th case was always the eventuality to be feared. If I saw it coming, I would get into a soldier's cap, shirt and shorts and get away with it, or draw my headcloth over my face, like a visor, and brazen it out. No Easterner would ever have taken me for an Arab for a moment. Only the Bengal Lancers and similar innocent foreign soldiery, here and at Dera, and in Egypt, and at Allenby's HQ, they started the notion of my skill in disguise, which was nil. It was perhaps the crowning jest of the Arab campaign, from Lawrence's point of view, that the garrison of Medina did not surrender until January 1919. Even then, it was so. Only when Fakhri Pasha fell sick that his starving subordinates seized the any chance to hand over to the Arabs. They now helpless man whose soldierly spirit in holding on obstinately to Medina had done so much to lose the war for his boy country. Book 4. After. Chapter 20. Troubles of a Man with a Conscience. The war was won, the Turkish Empire overthrown, an Arab state inaugurated, and the possibility of an Arab confederacy, even a new empire, created. All this had been achieved by the sword, or to be more accurate, by the long-range bullet and blasting gelatine. Lawrence's military task was completed. The political task remained, although for his own part, he had no desire to participate beyond securing fair play for the Arabs, the freedom to do what they wished with the gift he had done so much to bring them. The wheels of the machine spatter its servants with grease. Those who serve an organization, whether it be a nation or a firm, can hardly hope to escape staining their honesty, bound to it as they are by ambition or self-preservation. Like the overwhelming majority, Lawrence had become stained in the course of his servitude. But he was different in being more conscious of the stain. He was too clear-sighted for his own comfort, and he suffered accordingly. Happy in his freedom from ambition, as commonly conceived, happier still in his freedom from the cares of livelihood, and from the ties that bind others to this concern. His mind was so uncommonly lucent that the stain had an iridescent persistency which he could never escape. I have never known a man more sensitive to the truth, from which mankind instinctively seeks protection in shaded glasses. Thus, for him to fight the Arabs' battle was a forlorn hope, spiritually even more than politically. To wipe out the stain was impossible, because it lay in his own consciousness. But he could at least pursue the atonement that was within possibility, not for his sake but for theirs. To this endeavor he now gave himself, despite his own sense of the ultimate futility of all such endeavor. The purpose was imperiled by the Sykes-Picot Treaty, now to be the insuppressible stumbling block, and by the expansionist ambitions that lay behind it. Those ambitions swayed both French and British action, yet with characteristic differences. The French were guided by a logical policy emanating from Paris and with its roots in a retentive memory. Their claim to Syria went far back into the Middle Ages, being founded on the Latin kingdoms which the crusading wave had left like flotsam on the Levantine coast. During the World War, their dislike of seeing an ally established on this ancestral soil seems to have been as strong a check as their preoccupation with what the Germans on their own soil in limiting their contribution to the Albi campaign against Turkey in Asia. This parsimony had cramped their representatives on the spot, although these sought to make up for their weakness by their activity, not merely in the political sphere, for it is just to recognize that Pisani's single battery in the Arab zone had more military influence than 100 batteries in France. But despite the apparent indifference which so exasperated poor Colonel Bremont, the directors of French policy never seemed to have lost sight of post-war purposes from the moment when, in March 1915, they had laid claim to Syria as soon as they heard that the Russians had put forward their claim to Constantinople. If the French marked time in the Levant while the war was continuing, they were ready to make their advance directly the victory was won, and to reinforce it both with military forces and with an elaborate development of their traditional claim to be regarded as the protectors of Christendom in the eastern Mediterranean, as well as the modern protectors of Islam in the southern. It was, however, unfortunate that the Syrian Muslims regarded them as having been too protective in Algeria and Tunis. If the French have the longest of memories, the British have the shortest. On the whole, this has been an advantage, allowing adaptation of policy to reality. Yet it has certain inconveniences, especially when dealing with people who do not so easily forget. Neither French nor Arabs were inclined to forget the somewhat contradictory assurances they had received from British representatives, and victory strengthened their memories as well as their appetites. Thus, Britain was impaled on the horns of a dilemma. To satisfy one ally would mean not only breaking faith, but also raising trouble with the other. The dilemma might to a large extent be ascribed to a failure of foresight. For when the Arabs had been given assurances to the effect that they could keep what they conquered there, had seemed little prospect of their carrying fulfillment so far. Indeed, it was in the summer of 1918 that the most Dionite pledge of all was given. For on June 11, in reply to a Syrian memorial, the British government announced that, in regard to any areas freed from Turkish rule during the war by the action of the Arabs themselves, they recognized the complete and sovereign independence of the Arabs in them, and supported them in their struggle for freedom. It is strange that so sweeping a declaration, without any of the 1915 reservations, should have been made at so late a stage in the war. Yet in June it may scarcely have appeared possible, especially to anyone who had not been in contact with Lawrence, that the trickle of Arabs then blocked before Ma'an could have spread like a flood through Syria by October, to occupy Deraa, Damascus, Beirut, and Aleppo ahead of the British troops. One may find more than a flavor of irony in the fact that the way to this unexpectedly great achievement, so awkward in its consequences, had been cleared by a British victory, and paved by an Englishman's genius for the leadership of native peoples. In earlier times, the export of that kind of genius, which inevitably withers where bureaucracy spreads, had been responsible for bringing many new territories under Britain's imperial sway. But in the latest product, a higher power of conscience was added to the old power of command, and it proved an imperial complication. The position was also complicated by variety of views among Britain's councillors. That healthy variety is advantageous in the long run, the secret of her endurance, but in the treatment of immediate problems, its disadvantages are more manifest. While the British government's policy had none of the clear-cut definiteness of the French, and carried even to excess its traditional opportunism, some representatives were inspired by the historic aim of extending British control over less civilized lands. It is just to recognize that certain of these apostles of expansion were guided not by mere imperialism, but by a reasoned belief in the benefits of British administration, as a means of assuring to the people as a whole a higher degree of justice than usually prevails in Asiatic communities. This is a point of view which has hardly received its deserts, being overshadowed on the one hand by the liberal idealization of nationalism, and submerged on the other by the hard-dying conservatism that still confuses largeness with greatness. Another factor which influenced the advocates of British control, especially in Mesopotamia, was a belief in the practical difficulties of setting up an effective Arab administration in immediate substitution for the Turkish. But, whatever their motives, their hopes were threatened with shipwreck by the gust of self-determination which had traveled across the Atlantic and the high waves of nationalism that this was raising. The vessel was kept afloat for a time by strenuous efforts, only to be abandoned in the end. And in these efforts, unfortunately, England's honor had gone overboard. Rescue was delayed not only by the desire to cling on to Mesopotamia, but also by the ill-considered step in the Sykes-Picot Agreement, whereby the Mosul-Vilayet was placed in the French sphere. Thus, partly in order to preserve the unity of Mesopotamia, to the Arabs' future benefit, the British government was drawn to sacrifice her pledge to uphold Arab sovereignty in Syria. That situation developed slowly. The prospect had seemed bright, and the Sykes-Picot Treaty no more than a cloud on the horizon, when, at the end of October 1918, Allenby organized the military administration of the occupied territory and divided it into three areas. South, under a British administrator, embraced Palestine and tallied with the Sykes-Picot Red Zone. North, under a French administrator, was the Sykes-Picot Blue Zone on the coast of Syria. East was a much longer and wider belt from Aleppo past Damascus down to Aqaba. It embraced the old INBB zone so far as they had been conquered by Allenby's forces. Fulfilling his promise to Faisal, Allenby placed this great belt under Arab military administration. Moreover, in deference to Arab susceptibilities, a small section of the old Blue Zone southeast of Beirut was included in the eastern area. Then, on November 7th, the French and British governments issued a joint declaration that the goal aimed at by France and Great Britain is the complete and definite freedom of the peoples so long oppressed by the Turks, and the establishment of national governments and administrations deriving their authority from the initiative and free choice of the native population. In order to fulfill these intentions, France and Great Britain are agreed in the desire to encourage and assist in the establishment of native governments and administrations in Syria and Mesopotamia. Far from wishing to impose on the populations of these regions such or such institutions, they have no other care than to assure by their support and practical aid the normal working of the governments and institutions which these populations have freely set up. Whatever doubts there may be of its wisdom, this declaration alone suffices to justify Lawrence's oft-criticized course during the post-war settlement, and to condemn all those who in France or Britain strove for other aims. There could be no other course consistent with Britain's honor than to uphold the clear meaning of his declaration. Yet, what a supreme irony it carries in the light of subsequent history! Lawrence's departure from Damascus as soon as the military victory was secured gave him the chance to fight this battle for England's honor and his own, in the only place where it could be won. But he had not expected that it would come so soon, because he had not anticipated that Germany's collapse would follow quite so quickly on Turkey's. The immediate reason for his timely transition from east to west is best given in his own words, most characteristic. I had finished. What better reason? The Arab revolt and the Turkish war were also finished. What was in my mind as I went towards London was to begin again, as a junior officer, in France, learning the new way of war. The East was sucked dry. Never outstay a climax. No, nay. To expedite his journey to England, he not only accepted but requested what might be called an honor or reward, the rank of full colonel. His disregard for such distinctions had become so notorious that his application caused amusement. This increased when he explained that he merely wanted the rank, and as temporary as possible, in order to travel home quickly through Italy on the special staff train from Toronto. Sleeping berths were given only to full colonels and upward. I traveled with Chetwode, with the local, Allenby conferred, rank of colonel, and so was comfortable. I like comfort. Troop trains took 8 days, and the Wagonlitz Express only 3. He enjoyed referring to this brief promotion subsequently as his Toronto rank. The jest gained further point from an incident which occurred there while waiting for the train. Seeing a major inflict what seemed to him a needless humiliation on 2 men for their neglect to salute, Lawrence used his own superior rank to give the major a lesson in military courtesy. After icily reminding the offender of the true meaning of the salute, he ordered him to return the men's salutes. After Lawrence's arrival, he was summoned to a meeting of the Eastern Committee of the Cabinet to give his views on the future of the Arab countries. He proposed the creation of 3 Syrian states in Syria, Upper Mesopotamia, and Lower Mesopotamia, with 3 sons of King Hussein as their rulers. The suggestion was telegraphed out to Colonel A. T. Yile, later Sir Arnold Wilson, the acting civil commissioner in Mesopotamia, who received it somewhat coolly and commented on it more hotly, misliking both the division of Mesopotamia and the removal of British administration. Still more serious, if less frank, opposition was already preparing in French quarters. Picot had landed at Beirut on November 6th as French High Commissioner in Syria and Armenia. On the 14th, he telegraphed to Paris, "As long as the British Army occupies the country, there will be a doubt in the spirit of the population, favoring those who are hostile to us. The only remedy is to send 20,000 soldiers to Syria and ask England to hand it over to us. If we hesitate, our position will be ruined in Syria as it has been in Palestine." Picot was already disgruntled because the Arab administrator of Area East dealt directly with Allenby instead of through himself. Then the French heard that Faisal was going to London at the invitation of the British government, which they attributed to Lawrence's machinations. They sent a stiff message to Hussein to say that Faisal would be received in France with the honors due to the son of an allied ruler, but expressing their surprise that the passage had not been arranged through their representative. Bremont, now back in France, was ordered to meet Faisal. He was told by the French Foreign Office that he was to treat Faisal as a general, a person of distinction, but not to recognize him in any diplomatic character. With Lawrence, it is necessary to be very blunt, showing him that he is going the wrong way. According to Bremont's published account, the qualification was added: if Lawrence comes as a British colonel, in English uniform, he will be welcomed. But we do not accept him as an Arab, and if he remains disguised, we shall have nothing to do with him. 9. Faisal came on a British cruiser and was met by Lawrence. Bremont did not succeed in intercepting them until they reached Lyon on November 28. Faisal was promptly notified of the government's attitude towards Lawrence, who accordingly decided to leave the same evening by train for England. Contrary to Bremont's statement, he had not worn Arab dress, so that Brimond must either have suffered a lapse of memory or have introduced the excuse to cover up the French government's breach of courtesy. Here one may add that the frequency of Lawrence's appearances in Arab dress has been much exaggerated. He wore it once to an evening party, for amusement. He wore it to be painted by Augustus John. He wore it when he accompanied Faisal to Buckingham Palace as his interpreter. His appearance shocked a certain person who in rebuke said, "Is it right, Colonel Lawrence, that a subject of the crown, and an officer too, should come here dressed in foreign uniform?" Lawrence quietly replied, "When a man serves two masters and has to offend one of these, it is better to offend the more powerful. I've come here as interpreter to the Emir Faisal, whose uniform this is." In Paris he did not don Arab dress but wore an Arab headcloth with khaki uniform and British badges on a few occasions. To the Council of Ten, when interpreting for Faisal, and to be photographed with Faisal. After a tour of the old battlefront, Faisal and his escort reached Boulogne on December 9th. The boat lay alongside the quay, and Lawrence was seen coming down the gangway to meet them. After saluting Faisal, he gave Brimond a cordial invitation to accompany the party to England, adding the assurance that he would be well received. One perceives the tinge of ironical humor. After showing Faisal round England, Lawrence returned, like him, but independently, to Paris in January for the peace conference. This time the French could no longer make objections to Lawrence's presence, as he had been appointed a member of the Foreign Office delegation for Eastern affairs. But they opposed Faisal's, and only gave way, Clemenceau overruling his subordinates, after British and American intervention. Faisal had asked no more than to be admitted to the conference as the representative of his father, who was recognized merely as King of the Hejaz. Even to secure this position had been difficult because of Hussein's jealous suspicion of his son's aims. Lawrence had to pull various strings somewhat strongly before, in mid-December, Faisal's nomination was obtained. And it was limited by the fact that Hussein's right to a voice in the future of Syria and Mesopotamia was not openly conceded. But, in reality, the voice of Lawrence, who had constituted himself counsel for the Arab cause, carried penetratingly through the antechambers of Versailles into the innermost chambers. His achievement was the more remarkable because the cause he was representing introduced a complication which no statesman already enmeshed in a world tangle could be expected to welcome. On Lloyd George, especially, his arguments made an impression, helped by the British Prime Minister's instinctive sympathy towards the rights of small or submerged peoples. Although so different in their mental makeup, the two men came to appreciate each other. In Lawrence's view, Lloyd George not only towered above the other statesmen at Versailles, but differed from almost all of them in having a real desire to do what was right, instead of merely playing for national advantage. This comment is the more worth mention because it strikes an unusual note. Again, such incidents as when Lloyd George asked where Teschen was, a question which has often been scornfully quoted against him, made a different impression on Lawrence than on others. For he has remarked to me that Lloyd George was the only man who would have asked such questions instead of pretending that he knew and remaining ignorant. On the other side, Lawrence's gift of clear exposition was keenly appreciated by Lloyd George, who had suffered much from official experts who cloaked their own superficiality of thought with diffuse explanations that were no better than ritualistic incantation. To Lloyd George, Lawrence set out not only the Arab problem as he saw it, but also the solution he had in mind. If his main concern was to see Faisal established at Damascus as the head of an independent Syrian state, leaving the northern coast and the Lebanon to the French, he regarded the setting up of a similar state in Mesopotamia as the necessary comp to avoid trouble no less than to render justice. The Arabs of the desert should retain their essential independence, of the new states and the old powers alike. But the French desire for control of Syria was the block across the approaches to such a solution just as the British reluctance to relinquish Mesopotamia was the brake on all our efforts to induce the French to modify their attitude. There was a delusive ray of hope when an inter-allied commission was appointed to visit Syria, Palestine, and Mesopotamia to report on the feeling of the people as to their future government. But the brightness of that honorable gesture was soon tarnished. The French took care not to appoint a representative, and although the American members went, their report was allowed to fade from neglect. Their verdict had been that a French mandate would be wholly unacceptable. Although these were depressing months for Lawrence, they at least failed to wither his sense of humor. The peace conference was perhaps too fruitful of opportunities. Even in the thorniest soil shoots appeared. One of the most apt stories relates to Lawrence's meetings with Marshal Foch, who is said to have remarked, "I suppose now that there will soon be war in Syria between my country and the Arabs. Will you be leading their armies? Not unless you promise to lead the French armies in person. Then I should enjoy it." Whereupon Foch, wagging his finger at Lawrence, is supposed to have answered, "My young friend, if you think that I'm going to sacrifice the reputation that I've built up on the Western Front by fighting you on your ground, you are very much mistaken." Unfortunately, the version that I have heard from Lawrence is more plain in its truth, and lacks the undertones of truth that make the other version so apt. Foch said to him in a jocular way, "When I have the pacification of Syria, I'll send Weygand." To which Lawrence retorted, "Well, be ale right then, so long as you don't come yourself." This subtle touch of flattery reminds one of the classical story of the meeting between the two great captains of the Punic Wars. When Hannibal, asked by Scipio, whom he deemed the greatest of all commanders, put Alexander first, Perhus second, and himself third, and when asked, "What if you had defeated me?" replied, "Then I should have put myself first." In making his analogous retort to Foch, Lawrence's courtesy, or his classical sense, suppressed his real impression, for he had doubted the depth of Foch's military knowledge ever since he had discovered, in his own far-reaching studies before the war, that much of the textbook that had made Foch's reputation as a military thinker was an unacknowledged crib from a German writer, and personal contact with Foch had completed his disillusionment. In 1919, he was only a frantic pair of mustaches. Another comment which T.E. made when, a few years ago, he heard I was engaged on a study of Foch's career is too good to be omitted. He was rather a drab creature, surely with more teeth than brains. It was irony that made him the successful general of the last phase. Liddell. Among the highest military leaders, Lawrence's admiration was reserved for Allenby, a tribute to character even more than to ability. He was so large-hearted and clean, judging a chief that all we very devils worked hard for him, without hardly leisure to see what a rotten gang we were, or the other fellows were. For actual tactics he depended for success on his staff, Guy Donnet first, Bartholomew last. What I see you in there. These, like their chief, had shown a capacity to profit by an experience of war such as no soldier in the standardized slaughter of the Western Front had enjoyed. There were several soldiers in Palestine who earned Lawrence's respect by developing a preachy 19th-century quality of military art expressed in modern terms. Contrary to the popular picture, he has no scorn of the professional soldier as such. He recognizes the value of a professional technique in regular warfare, although he sees that a commander should also be versed in the higher sphere of war. His contempt is reserved for the regular who professes a knowledge he does not possess, and does not apply himself to acquire it. This outlook gives point to another story, a true story, about Lawrence at the peace conference. A certain general, who later commanded on the Rhine, and of whom it is fair to say that his bark is worse than his bite, was nettled by Lawrence's assured manner in expressing his views, and burst out with a foolish rebuke. "You're not a professional soldier," Lawrence piercingly retorted. "No, I'm not. But if you had a division, and I had a division, I know which of us would be taken prisoner." Nay, the point is enhanced by the opinion that Allenby expressed when asked by Robert Graves if he thought Lawrence would have made a good general of regular forces. "A very bad general, but a good commander-in-chief, yes. There is no show that I would believe him incapable of running if he wanted to, but he would have to be given a free hand." Nah, ye. In Palestine, Lawrence had been allowed a free hand by Allenby. In Paris, he had to watch others undoing his achievement. To make it worse, the right and left hands of British policy were pulling against each other. These internal divergences produced ironical effects. The Foreign Office sincerely desired a settlement that should fulfill our undertakings to both Arabs and French, and still cherished hopes of satisfying both parties. But Mesopotamia, the inevitable bargain counter, lay under the hand of the Indian government, and Foreign Office attempts to prompt the setting up of an Arab administration in Mesopotamia met with little welcome and less response. Such indirect and long-range pressure was easy to resist by the man on the spot, especially when he was such a determined personality as Arnold Wilson. Yet, he did not perhaps realize that, whatever the practical advantages of his policy on the spot, they could only be secured at the wider expense of England's honor. With the millstone of Mesopotamia around its neck, British statesmanship was hopelessly handicapped in trying to obtain a modification of the provisions of the Sykes-Picot Treaty. The French insisted on their full pound of flesh, not only because of their hunger for new colonies, but because they feared the repercussion on their old colonies in Africa if they conceded Syrian independence. The scales were weighted with dishonored bonds when Faisal made his appeal to the Council of Ten, and he obtained no satisfaction beyond carrying off the honors of debate. For when Pichon, the French foreign minister, discoursed on the crusading pedigree of France's claim to Syria, Faisal pricked his eloquence with the quiet retort, "Pardon me, Monsieur Pichon, but which of us won the Crusades?" It was on this occasion that Lawrence, present officially as Faisal's interpreter, performed a tour de force by addressing the meeting in English, French, and Arabic by turns. As the French stood fast, the British gave way. The urgency of greater issues afforded a convenient excuse for purposeful procrastination over the Middle East, whilst the new device of mandates, which the more cynical Arabs spelt protectorates, served to put a polish on the purpose. Thus, abandoned to his own devices, Faisal postponed the end by coming to an arrangement with the French, or at least with Clemenceau. Contrary to popular belief in England, the tiger was less rapacious than many of his jackals. In achieving this provisional agreement, Faisal was momentarily helped by the difficulties of the French in Syria. They had become engaged in a veiled war with the undemobilized Turks, who were trying to repeat their Balkan war trick of stealing back during the armistice the territory they had lost in war. And while the French were thus entangled on the Cilician border, their position in Syria was becoming more and more uneasy. Even Picot was brought to realize the unpalatable fact, conveyed in a significant telegram to Paris, that the absence of Faisal is encouraging the extremists. This confession reinforced the arguments which Lawrence had already put to Clemenceau, and produced the turnabout by which Clemenceau, after having first repudiated Faisal, now offered to recognize the independence of Syria on condition that Faisal supported the interests of France. Convinced that British support was no more than a reed, Faisal was constrained to accept this offer, much to the disgust of his father, who, when he heard the news, regarded him as having bartered his soul for a mess of pot. It was partly in revulsion from this bargain with the infidel that Hussein took the fateful, and eventually fatal, step of proclaiming himself commander of the faithful, an act which immediately hardened the Imam and the Idrisi against him. and cause an explosion of wrath among the fanatical Wahhabis, which Ibn Saud skillfully directed to Hussein's ultimate overthrow. Towards the end of May, there was a foretaste of this disaster when Abdullah, reluctantly urged forward by his pride-blinded parent across the borders of Najd, was taken by surprise at Turba during the night. Out of a Sharifian force of some 4,000 men, only a handful escaped with Abdullah. The remainder were massacred with a ferocity which at least testified to the superior savagery of the Wahhabis, and won them the respect which so many Englishmen are always ready to pay the noble savage. Henceforth Hussein's tenure of Mecca was but a precarious survival, kept in existence only by Britain's dubious protection of an ally who was no longer an asset, and by Ibn Sa'ud's shrewd restraint. When the moment was ripe, and the stem had withered, he would reach out for the apple. There is a dignity which commands respect, if it leaves a sting. In the address which Hussein delivered to the Bedouin sheikhs at Mecca at the end of the year, I have come to remark a great change. Round of the Allies, and especially of France in favor of Turkey. Asia Minor, comprising Armenia, will remain Turkish. Syria is given to France in spite of our protests. Our possession of Damascus is strongly disputed. I listen to the faithless English. I let myself be tempted and won over by them. I have contributed to preserve their Moslem empire. Thanks to us, the route to India has remained open during the war. Egypt, which was watching our lead, restrained its aspirations and remained quiet. Thanks to us, the region of Damascus abandoned the cause of the Turks. Alas! I have always believed that I was working for the grandeur and unity of Islam. Things have turned out differently. Let us resign ourselves and not lose confidence in the Most High God. Let us unite our efforts and continue to work in common for the peace and security of the Hijaz. That hope was virtually extinguished when the British discontinued the subsidies that had restrained Ibn Sa'ud from interference. Whatever his errors of judgment, Hussein had set an example of honesty which shines out in contrast with his environment. Perhaps the verdict of history may be that he was too honest to be a successful statesman. Although Faisal had made his compact with the French from a sense of practical statesmanship that his father lacked, he seems to have had no illusions, when he returned to Syria in May, of the slenderness of his prospects, or the strength of the desire which the French privily cherished. He told their representatives frankly, "I will accept your aid, but I will never accept enslavement." After a year's uneasy grace, his forebodings were fulfilled. In September 1919, on a fresh visit to London, he was notified that the government had arranged with the French to withdraw the British troops from Syria in November. He was advised to come to terms direct with the French, a course he had already anticipated. Nevertheless, he now realized better than ever the frailty of that arrangement, and made one more desperate appeal to the British not to abandon him. It made an impression but produced no satisfaction. Mesopotamia was not only a barrier across the British path, but a beam in the eye of Lord Curzon, whose imperialism had long been irked by the policy which his own subordinates in the Foreign Office, as well as Lawrence, were advocating for Mesopotamia. Thus, when Lawrence, in a renewed effort on Faisal's behalf, suggested that the British government should disclose their intentions regarding Mesopotamia, Curzon objected, and diverted attention by pointing out a mote in Faisal's eye: the surreptitious visit paid by certain Sharifian officers from Damascus to the tribes in Mesopotamia. The military authorities there suspected them of attempting to foment anti-British feeling. Whatever the truth in this charge, which Nuri said warmly, denied when questioned, there was palpable truth in the Sharifian officers' complaint that the attitude of the British officers in Mesopotamia was utterly different from that of those they had known on the road to Damascus. The difference between distrustful rulers and friendly advisers. Affairs drifted on to their somber conclusion. The question of Mesopotamia's future government was referred to the UN Interdepartmental Conference in November, which agreed that something they must be done to meet Arab aspirations, and that Sir Percy Cox was one the legal right man to take over the reins from the existing military administration. But the War Office considered that this must continue until the question of a mandate was settled and peace with Turkey ratified. The latter, one may remark, took 4 years and 9 months to conclude, 9 months longer than the war had lasted. Sir Percy Cox, for his part, was naturally unwilling to assume charge until he had a free hand. More delays ensued. In March 1920, the Allied dovecots were fluttered by the news that an Arab Congress, meeting at Damascus, had proclaimed Faisal as king of Syria and Abdullah as king of Iraq. This move seems to have been inspired by a too flattering attempt to imitate the success of D'Annunzio's coup at Fiume. But the Arabs were soon taught that they were in another category from that of the great powers. Curzon promptly responded to the French request for concerted action, and a message was sent sharply repudiating the decisions of the Congress and inviting Faisal to attend the Franco-British discussions that were to settle the issue. The sop had an unpalatable flavor. The San Remo Conference in April served as the occasion for what a cynic might term the inter-allied prize distribution. The mandate for Syria was awarded to the French, those for Palestine and Mesopotamia to the British. The French formally relinquished their claim to Mosul. There was an essential difference between the recipients in that the British government was now moving, if all too slowly, towards giving the Mesopotamian Arabs a real share in the government of Iraq, while the new French government, replacing Clemenceau's, was moving swiftly towards ousting the Syrian Arabs from control of Damascus. In Iraq, the British paid the penalty of delay when early in July, the tribes on the Euphrates rose in revolt. The widespread outbreaks were not suppressed until late in the year, and they required the dispatch of large reinforcements from India. In that and the following year, the British military expenditure in Iraq amounted to £60 million. There is an interesting reflection in the fact that it cost us roughly 6 times as much to hold down the Arabs in Iraq during these 2 years as it had cost us to sustain the Arab revolt against Turkey during a similar period. In Syria, Faisal paid the penalty of French haste when the possessors of the newly awarded mandate seized the first chance of repudiating the agreement that Clemenceau had made and of installing themselves in Damascus. Even by the admission of the French High Commissioner's staff, Faisal had striven to moderate the bellicosity of the Arab extremists. Yet, he was made the target of the ultimatum which the French dispatched on July 14th at the appearance of armed resistance. It was in vain that he dispatched a message accepting the demands of the ultimatum, another fact confirmed by French evidence. The French forces had been set in motion by Gouraud, whose soldierly simplicity made him an easy lever for political schemers to handle. Once released, they could not be retarded. History was given one more example of the familiar plea of military necessity. Gouraud's troops continued their advance, occupying Damascus on the 25th, and Faisal lost his throne. He took refuge in Palestine and thence made his way eventually to England on one more fruitless attempt to seek British intervention on his behalf. But the French soon had cause to regret his overthrow, for they involved themselves in troubles far more costly and prolonged than the British experienced in Iraq. The expulsion of Faisal was the final draught of Lawrence's cup of bitterness, although long anticipation had in a sense diluted it. That anticipation, blended with his consciousness of personal dishonesty in the past, was the motive that had led him, when he saw the king after his return from the war, to ask that he might be relieved of his British decorations. All his own achievements, indeed, had but woven a crown of thorns that now pressed harder than ever upon his brow. The fervor with which he fought the Arabs' battle in the peace conference was an effort to relieve that pressure. So was the writing of the 7 Pillars of Wisdom, the narrative of his physical and mental experiences during the Arab revolt. Thereby, he seems to have hoped to discharge from his mind the gases of his thought, while at the same time raising a memorial to a cause that seemed lost. But the relief from the discharge came later, and in their passage the gases caused a dangerous overheat. Chapter 21. The 7 Pillars of Wisdom. Hogarth had insisted that it was Lawrence's duty to history to compile a worthy memorial of the Arab revolt. Lawrence yielded reluctantly, but having once accepted the charge, he carried it through with the same terrific driving force he had generated in the campaign. Rarely has a great piece of literature been produced under stress of so many distractions. It suffered also 2 narrow escapes from complete interruption. The first was at Rome, in an aeroplane disaster. The second at Reading, when merely changing trains. One came at the outset, the other when the end seemed in sight. He had barely sketched the outline when he found the need of referring to his diaries and other papers, all of which had been left with his kit in Cairo. As by this time, the spring of 1919, Faisal's case had been heard and laid aside, Lawrence felt that he might take the opportunity of collecting his belongings from Cairo. General Groves, the British air delegate, offered him a passage in a squadron of Handley Pages which was about to blaze the trail for future airways of empire by flying out to the Middle East. Unfortunately, the giant machines were in bad condition, suffering from hard usage and unskilled attention. In consequence, they left a blazing trail of casualties. Lawrence wrote the introduction to the 7 Pillars while flying down the Rhone Valley, but had progressed no further when the advance machine in which he was traveling crashed at Rome, killing both pilots. Lawrence was more lucky than them in having a seat behind the engines, and he had firmly declined invitations to sit in front with them. Through this prudence, he escaped with 3 ribs and his collarbone broken. One of his ribs pierced a lung, which has ever since been liable to hurt him after heavy exertion. It was by no means his only narrow escape from death in the air. He has told me that he was altogether in 7 right-off crashes in 2,000 hours flight. This was his 6th. The 7th was in Palestine in 1921. After 2 or 3 days in an Italian hospital, he rang up his wartime comrade, Francis Rodd, who was then at Rome where his father, Sir Rennell Rodd, was British ambassador. Francis Rodd promptly arranged for Lawrence to be moved to the embassy. But after a few days in these comfortable surroundings, he insisted on continuing the light to Egypt with the remainder of the squadron. He was still encased in plaster when he left Rome, but the many further delays that the squadron suffered before it at last reached Egypt gave him ample time to recuperate. Midsummer was past when he returned to Paris. Soon after his arrival, he transferred his residence to the headquarters of the Arab delegation in a villa near the Bois de Boulogne, and here settled down to his task. He has told me that he wrote in great bursts that lasted as long as 24 hours, with only a single break for food. During these sittings he averaged from 1,000 to 1,500 words an hour, and in the longest wrote over 30,000 words. Between the bursts there were long intervals employed in revision, for his writing was a composite process of 3 phases. During the bursts he drafted his narrative from memory, writing only on one side of each sheet of paper. He used a large loose-leaf ledger of unruled sheets. Then he referred to his diaries and notes, and rewrote his narrative on the opposite pages with the aid of this historical check. Lastly, he undertook a literary revision and planed it off into one smooth run. The process took almost as many days as the original draft had taken hours. Yet the book, of 10 books, was almost finished when he left Paris at the end of the summer. He had been demobilized in July, but as he was already attending the peace conferences in a civil capacity, it made no difference save by relieving him of the fetters of uniform, which he had always worn light. In November, he was elected to a 7 years research fellowship at All Souls College, Oxford, for the purpose of writing something on the history of the Middle East. This fellowship was intended as a means of enabling him to complete his book. He did not, however, go into residence but continued to work at it in Barton Street, Westminster, where his friend Sir Herbert Baker had allowed him a room on the top story of his office. Then, just before the end of the year, he took the bulk of the manuscript with him on a trip to Oxford, carrying it with other belongings in a bag of the kind that bank or government messengers use. Having to change trains at Reading, he went to the refreshment room, put the bag under the table, and forgot it when he went to catch his train. As soon as he reached Oxford, he telephoned back to Reading, but the bag had disappeared. No trace of it has ever been found. Tutty hopes now it never will be. Even at the time of the loss, his first reaction was one of relief, and he joyously told Hogarth, "I've lost the damn thing!" But Hogarth, together with Maynard Sagan and Alan Dawnay, had read the manuscript in whole or part, was greatly upset at the news, and vehemently insisted that Lawrence must settle down to write it afresh. The demand imposed an ordeal from which any writer might have shrunk. The fear of such a loss is the phobia of many authors. But Lawrence overcame his repugnance and recovered the lost ground rapidly with the aid of his photographic memory, assisted by his outline diaries. Sitting in his attic in Westminster, he worked in prolonged bursts, as at the original drafting. By the spring of 1920, the 8 lost books had been rewritten, the surviving 2 revised, and the book completed. This stupendous effort was not inspired by the normal cause of such haste, the desire for early publication. T.E.'s primary purpose in writing seems to be the evacuation of his own mind, rather than the nourishment of others, in his own time at least. He has written 3 books, only one of which has been published. Before the war, he wrote a book based on his travels in the Near and Middle East, only to destroy the manuscript. That book, incidentally, was also christened The 7 Pillars of Wisdom, a title drawn from the 9th chapter of the Book of Proverbs. Wisdom hath builded her house, she hath hewn out her 7 pillars. The passage continues. She crieth upon the highest places of the city. Whoso is simple, let him turn in hither. Forsake the foolish, and live. If thou be wise, thou shalt be wise for thyself. The pre-war book was descriptive with an underlying moral. From the post-war book, a philosophy emerged. The first dealt with the life of 7 cities. The second was a sepulchre to hold the ashes of a life that was past, but from which wisdom had passed on. It seems to have been a combination of this memorial sense with his artistic sense that led T.E. White eventually to produce the book. But there was a long interval between the second rewriting and production. Still dissatisfied with the style, he not only pruned and polished the manuscript, but continued a study of literary technique that was characteristic of his thoroughness. He sought to obtain from his numerous literary friends, who included some of the greatest masters of English prose, an explanation of their principles and method of composition. He admits that the result was somewhat barren, and that although he found a common attitude, there was small evidence of a conscious technique, save among amateurs. Thus the technique which he himself developed was evolved mainly from his own theorizing. It gradually became so much part of himself that even his casual letters are artistic productions. By the light of this self-evolved theory, he revised his draft during 1921 and 1922, while in the East and in London. When the new draft was finished, he burnt the old, with the aid of paraffin and a blow lamp, in Epping Forest, a tedious process, he confesses. A few pages, the only relics that remain, were bound up in the new manuscript. Of this he then had 8 copies, 5 of which survive, printed verbatim at the Oxford Times Press. He had them printed merely because it seemed as cheap as to have them typed. The total cost for some 330,000 words, 2 columns on a page, was about £80. And to guard against any chance of extra copies being preserved, he sent sections to press in haymaking order, intermixed. The 8 copies he reckoned would suffice for his friends who desired to read the complete record. But the circle of friends who had this desire was wider than he had reckoned, and their pressure put a greater strain on his intention than he could resist. When combined with his innate love of beautiful printing, typography had for him no less an appeal than topography. The decisive impulse came from Gertrude Bell, who, having read the book, craved to possess a copy, and urged him to consider printing the book privately for his friend. He consented, not only to oblige them, but because such a course would enable him to give the same care to the book's production as to its writing. The price was to be 30 guineas a copy. Thus the term friends became enlarged to include the wealthy friends of his friends. And as subscriptions load in, his vision expanded. He could produce a volume finer even than he had contemplated, and he arranged that a group of artists under Eric Kennington's direction would illustrate it. Thus the cost rose by degrees to £90 a volume. Rather more than 100 were printed for subscribers besides those, all imperfect in some small detail, intended for presentation to his friends and wartime comrades, at a total cost of some £13,000. Akaba. His own resources were quite inadequate to meet such an outlay, but friends backed the venture, the lead being taken by Robin Buxton, who had commanded the Camel Corps at Mudalwara and was now a director in Martin's Bank. To cover the inevitable debt that the limited edition would now incur, he arranged with Buxton that a public edition of reduced content should be printed. All these developments and arrangements consumed time, and Lawrence needed time for the further rewriting he now undertook. While he did not add any fresh material, he made extensive textual changes, guided by the stylistic aim of achieving greater conciseness and a perfected shaping of the sentences. He also cut out 1 or 2 stories. The effect was to reduce the book by 50,000 words. This hypercritical revision was a lengthy process, all the more so because it had to be carried out in his leisure time as a private in the Royal Tank Corps at Bovington, 1923-24, and subsequently in the Royal Air Force at Cranwell. It was here also that he prepared the abridged version, published under the title of The Revolt in the Desert. The task was carried out in a couple of evenings, with the aid of 2 fellow airmen, by the simple process of cutting out the more intimate passages of self-revelation and experience, and linking the jagged ends loosely together. The 7 Pillars of Wisdom was eventually issued in 1926. Some of the copies changed hands at extraordinary prices, one at least being offered for sale by a bookseller at £700 sterling. The Revolt in the Desert, which appeared in 1927, rapidly ran through 5 reprintings, but as soon as Lawrence heard from his publishers that the overdraft was ready to be cleared, publication of the English edition was stopped. Even so, the sales, swelled by those in America that had still to be credited, brought in royalties that not only recouped the debt on the 7 Pillars, but left a large balance. To the regret of his friends, T.E.I.B. would not touch a penny. By an arrangement he had made before publication, these proits were disposed of by a trust. One may add that in connection with the object, his irrepressible sense of humor took a part. So it did also in his original demand that the French translation should bear an inscription saying that the profits would be devoted to the victims of French cruelty in Syria. His reason for rejecting all personal profit and honors sprang partly from his fastidious sense of honesty, and partly from an acute sense of policy. The 2 motives seem so subtly blended that it is difficult to separate them. He had pursued an ideal. He would soil its memory if he accepted any personal recompense. He had also been the paymaster of a people, and he knew well that his bags of gold had served not merely as a maintenance, but as a bribe. In such conditions, the only way he could feel clean, in motive at least, was to cleanse himself of every particle of personal advantage. and by doing so he would greatly strengthen himself towards achieving his impersonal aim. I remember him saying that having posed as a sea-green incorruptible, he must be consistent in maintaining the pose. It was a pose for a purpose. But although he would contend that it was purely practical, in the deeper sense, the explanation does not seem to me to go deep enough. If he has carried his renunciation of profit to what seems a fantastic extreme, it has been because of the keenness of his inward perception. He could see spots that others would miss, and to satisfy himself was far more difficult than to satisfy the world. That personal sense of honor, moreover, was allied to a care for his country's honor. The nearest approach to condemnation of others that I have ever found him make is when he speaks of Englishmen who were not above taking presents from the people they were sent to assist. He, in fact, is a crusader of peculiarly unhistorical purity. His view of the 7 pillars of wisdom as literature is affected by this same habit of playing to bogey, of competing only against a self-created standard. Hence the praise that others have bestowed on its splendid prose, as well as on its descriptive and analytical power, brings little or no satisfaction to him. He was both amazed and amused, however, by the comment of H.G. Wells that it was a great human document without pretensions to be a work of art. T.E. remarks that it had enormous pretensions. His own criticism is the opposite, that the book is not a human document like Xenophon's Anabasis, but an artificial straining after art. He also terms it a depressing book, without any message. For my part, I would admit that it is depressing in a double sense. It sets a standard of sustained effect, in paragraph after paragraph, that makes another writer acutely aware of his artistic deficiency. It makes the obscurities of human vision more depressingly obvious than could the bitterest indictment. Is hard only on himself. The clearness of his light not only shows up the dust on the window pane, but makes this seem the irremovable encrustation of age. Thus, to a conviction of futility, it adds a sense of finality. The message is there, but it is too painful to contemplate, even for the author. In concluding it, he closed his life as T. Ezarion Cordial Lawrence. The 7 Pillars of Wisdom bears no author's name on the title page. The reason was a characteristic one, that it looked cleaner. His name was printed on the original title page, but he rejected it in proof. Nevertheless, there is a symbolic significance in the omission of his name. So also is there a symbolic fitness in the fact that the copies were initialed TTES, not TTEL. In that symbolism one may find a message of inspiration that is missing in the book. It remains as a graven pillar, but the wisdom has continued life in his new life. That fact refutes his implicit conclusion that nothing is worthwhile. He is the message, not his book. Chapter 22. Fulfillment. For wisdom is better than rubies, and all the things that may be desired are not to be compared to it. Proverbs 8:2. Why has Lawrence chosen to go in the ranks of the Air Force? How can a man of his gifts waste them in such humdrum work? Surely he could find a better opening. Why doesn't he at least take a commission? How can a man of his intellectual interests endure the drabness and discomfort of barrack room life? Melny, Bawye. These are the questions that always spring forth whenever and wherever his name is mentioned. To answer with certainty is impossible, but in the course of discussion, as well as through the evolution of one's own thought, a perception of the probable explanation has come. The most general idea, it has the wide currency of a legend, is that Lawrence condemned himself to servitude in the ranks as a kind of penance for his failure to secure the Arabs what he had promised them, that he sought by this degradation to wipe out the stain on his honor, or, quixotically, to make a personal atonement for his country's breach of faith. His friends usually scout such a suggestion. I do not entirely. There may be a masochistic strain in him, liable to gain strength as he loses strength in periods of abnormal strain. But if so, I am convinced that it is only a minor part of the explanation, and that if it had any influence on his original act of enlistment, it has none on his continuance in the ranks of the Air Force. I believe that his renunciation is predominantly due, not to an idea of atonement, still less to a sense of failure, but to a sense of fulfillment, reinforced by a sense of futility. His remarkably developed sense of proportion and sense of humor, the second implies the first, but may go further, were, I conceive, blended elements in his decision. For the first, by giving a clear view of real values, tends to produce an extreme disdain of worldly values, and the second finds exercise in correcting them, by means the more subtle, as the sense of humor is the more profound. One aspect of T.E.'s sense of proportion is a love of real power that, with nourishment, produced in reaction such a passionate repudiation of the pomps and vanities of power, as to become itself almost a vanity. There was a further element that should not be overlooked in analyzing the sources of the step that has surprised the public. I am sure that T.E. himself did not overlook it when weighing his future in the scales of his judgment. His self-perception was too sensitively acute for him not to be aware that the strain he had undergone had overstrained the delicate balance of his mind. The finer the adjustment, the finer the margin. This compound explanation may become clearer if one briefly sketches the course of his career from 1920, subsequent to the expulsion of Faisal from Damascus. It was not until after he had finished the second rewriting of his book in 1920 that Lawrence took full advantage of his fellowship and went into residence at All Souls. Then, unfortunately, in his case, the disadvantages became more apparent. He has always been able to command good talk, but only in solitude could he work, and this he could no longer command at Oxford. The mysterious undergraduate who shunned company in pre-war days had now the magnetic attraction of a legendary figure for visitors to Oxford, even more than for members of the university. He says that the only thing he succeeded in writing during his months in residence was the introduction to the new edition of Doughty's Arabia Dessert. Moreover, he could better afford the time that these visitors occupied than the money their entertainment cost him. The slender stipend of a research fellowship, it has since been improved, might be a useful supplement for a young graduate of private means, but it was inadequate for the unavoidable expenses that Lawrence had to meet. £200 a year did not enable him to show hospitality and keep a decent appearance. For the first time since boyhood, lack of money became a burden. The debit margin was not large, but it made all the difference between ease and inconvenience. He has several times remarked to me that the ideal, for a single man of his tastes, is to have an assured income of £300 sterling a year, enough for a place in town and country. But Oxford was neither, and even if the margin had been covered, I doubt whether he would have chosen to remain there. It did not offer the variety of humanity or the simplicity to suit his taste. His idea of a town and a country residence was a secluded attic in a pleasantly active quarter of London, and a primitive cottage in the rural depths of England. Residence at Oxford overtaxed his income without fulfilling his needs. Relief came through a new opportunity of service to the old cause. Materially, it was temporary. Spiritually, it was lasting. As the year 1920 drew to its close, events were vindicating Lawrence's repeated warning of the dangers of playing fast and loose with national aspirations in the Middle East. A too inelastic adherence to our old imperial policy and a too supple interpretation of our assurances had involved us in widespread trouble. At home, the post-war boom was followed by a slump that in reaction raised an outcry to cut our loss and clear out of the new mandated territories. At a meeting with Lloyd George, Lawrence discussed the mess and Curzon's responsibility for it, suggesting that the only way to straighten it out was to relieve Curzon of responsibility. As Lloyd George made it clear that he could not remove Curzon from the Foreign Office, the alternative was to remove the Middle East from him. This possibility, once planted in Lloyd George's fertile mind, soon fructified. The Colonial Office was a suitable department to take over control if provided with an adequate head. The man counted more than the ministry. Winston Churchill, then the occupant of a post-war War Office, was offered the Colonial Office with an extension of its responsibilities. He consulted Lawrence on the problem of the Middle East. Lawrence, while anxious to see him accept the charge, frankly warned him that success would depend on a readiness to take risks, in particular, to make an Arab king in Mesopotamia and evacuate the British troops, handing over its defense to the Air Force, a less obtrusive and more economic type of foreign garrison than an army. On such conditions, Churchill might hope for success. A success, although Lawrence did not say it, that would not only ease Britain's troubles and safeguard the future, but enhance Churchill's prospects of attaining the exchequer, the goal of his dreams, a chance to wear his father's robes. As history relates, Churchill accepted the office and attained both goals. The old division of responsibility between the Foreign Office, India Office, and War Office was superseded by a single control of Middle East affairs, centered in the new Middle East Department of the Colonial Office. Here, Churchill gathered round him a picked band of assistants, drawn both from within the civil service and from outside. Among them were two prominent participants in Allenby's campaign, Meinertzhagen and Jung, and Lawrence was made political advisor. He accepted the post on the understanding that the wartime pledges made to the Arabs on Britain's behalf would now be honored as far as lay within Britain's power. He also asked and was promised free access to the Secretary of State, with permission to give up his post when he wished. When the question of salary was raised, he suggested £1,000 for a year, at which Churchill remarked that it was the most modest thing he had ever been asked, and made it £1,600. Lawrence, however, did not spend it on himself. The agreement was completely fulfilled, and the unity of action attained. Only once was there even a surface breeze, when Churchill's cherished bust of Napoleon provoked to a laudation of Lenin's supreme greatness that successfully drew his master. The happiness of their personal relations, the keenness of intellect that was common to both, and Lawrence's freedom from all personal ambition, helped to make their official relationship a partnership. And in little more than a year, the partnership achieved their public ambition. Syria had been swallowed by the French, but Transjordan remained, and more important, Mesopotamia. Even before the war, Lawrence had come to the conclusion that the ultimate focus of Arab nationality and its future lay in Mesopotamia, potentially richer and greater than Syria. He could thus more easily adjust his immediate aims to his long view. The new department came into existence in February 1921, and in March, Churchill, Lawrence, and Young went out to Cairo for a conference which was attended by the principal political and military officers of the Middle East territories, as well as by prominent representatives of the War Office and Air Ministry. The vital issues, however, were all arranged before the conference was staged. Under Churchill's masterly handling, the conference served to confirm the decisions and fill in detail. Faisal, thrown out of one kingdom by the French, was given another in Iraq by the British. His election by the people was as free as elections in England. He arrived in Iraq in June and was crowned in August, his own charm and Sir Percy Cox tack smoothing the passage. The British government gave formal recognition to what they had privately decided. It had previously been settled that after Faisal's enthronement, a treaty should be framed, by which Iraq's sovereignty should be reconciled with Britain's mandate. This treaty, duly negotiated, paved the way for Iraq to attain a state of independence friendly to the interests of Britain and fulfilling the conditions of civilized government as stipulated by the League of Nations. The wisdom of Sir Percy Cox, in placing himself from the outset in the position of an advisor instead of a controller, smoothed the way for theory to become fact in the progressive transfer of administration from British to Arab hands. and Faisal's honorable observance of the spirit of the original agreement made possible the progressive realization of the bold conception. If there have been losses in the process, they are outweighed by the solid fact that Britain has been enabled to redeem her honor and to give a shining proof that the idea underlying a mandate could be fulfilled both in spirit and letter. Lawrence's honor was also redeemed and his sense of failure replaced by a sense of fulfillment. He had gained for the Arabs more than he had originally hoped. Then, he had scarcely expected that the British would part with Baghdad, still less Basra. He had gained the Arabs the chance to stand on their feet, to use their opportunity according to their lights and their talents. He could do no more. Only responsibility could develop a sense of responsibility. So profound a psychologist had no need to learn by experience this elementary truth. His satisfaction was not due to an anticipation of early perfection. He expected that the newborn Arab state would have to suffer its growing pains. Indeed, he knew so well the essential individualism of the Arab that he had no great confidence in the ultimate issue, although he saw possibilities that encouraged him in forwarding them. 12 years' experience had at least gone further to justify his hopes than the prophecies of early disaster in which others indulged. But above all, there was a promise to be kept. If there was a risk in fulfilling it, there would be more lasting evil for Britain in dishonoring her bond. The creation of an Arab state in Iraq, sympathetically linked with Britain, was his main aim, but not the only achievement. It was an additional satisfaction that the same stroke of the pen which secured the Arabs their opportunity presented the Air Force with its opportunity. Political wisdom is best produced when historical and psychological knowledge are blended, as they were in Lawrence. If responsibility was the way to maturity for a person or a people, so it might be for the service with which he believed the future lay. Another achievement was unpremeditated, the establishment of Abdullah in Transjordan. The Arabs there were already restive, and a looming threat to Palestine, when a further complication was introduced by Abdullah's initiative in moving up to a man with a view to repaying the French for his brother's expulsion. The news caused alarm in Jerusalem and Cairo. The difficulties of turning him out by force were manifest. The Transjordan tribes might rise in his aid, and the British had no troops to spare. Yet if he were allowed to pursue his purpose and to conduct operations against the French from the British zone, the French would have serious grounds for complaint. A solution was found by improvising a principality, a solution that reversed the decision of the Cairo Conference. From past knowledge of Abdullah, Lawrence judged that he could easily be persuaded into the paths of peace, if it was obviously expedient. With Churchill's approval, Lawrence flew to Amman and brought Abdullah back by car to Jerusalem, whither Churchill had come to meet Sir Herbert Samuel. In half an hour's talk on the Mount of Olives, Churchill received so clear an impression of Abdullah's good sense and political sagacity that he forthwith took the momentous decision to leave Abdullah in Transjordan as head of a semi-independent Arab state, on condition that he refrained and restrained his future subjects from interfering with the French in Syria. Thereby yet another plank in Lawrence's original platform was put in place, if in a different order, to the original plan. That same summer of 1921, Lawrence also made an effort to keep in place the parental trunk. In June he went to Jeddah to offer Hussein a treaty that would serve as a lifebuoy to secure him the Hejaz, on condition that he renounced his perilously provocative claim to overlordship of the other Arab lands. But Hussein clung obstinately to his self-conferred prerogatives and thereby sealed his own fate. Lawrence relieved the tedium of indefinite arguments in Jeddah's summer heat by occasional cables phrased with a Shakespearean pungency that shocked Curzon's highly developed sense of diplomatic dignity. A story has been published that when Hussein failed to get his own way, he threatened a drastic solution of the deadlock by calling for his sword and saying, "In these circumstances, Colonel Lawrence, there is only one thing for an honorable man to do," to which Lawrence is supposed to have replied, with a bow of profound respect. In that case, Your Majesty, I shall carry on these negotiations with your successor. Unfortunately, it is another of the many stories that are apt without being true. The truth is less extreme as well as less picturesque. Lawrence has told me King Hussein used to threaten to abdicate. I wished he would, but was never funny about it. The old man was a tragic figure in his way, brave, obstinate, hopelessly out of date, exasperated. 9. Hussein's politically suicidal self-determination to interfere with other Arabs was the one blemish on Lawrence's satisfaction. Otherwise, he felt that the utmost had been secured, not only for the Arabs in general, but for those Arabs who had been his comrades in war. He had, too, the conviction that what had been settled would free his own country from the millstone that short-sighted ambitions had hung round her neck. In salvaging her honor, her money also was saved, £16 million in the first year. In gaining for the Arabs the free disposal of their future, Lawrence had gained this also for himself. The settlement was his outlet. There is significance in the term which he habitually uses. It let him out of public affairs and out of the life of Lawrence. By early 1922, it seemed to his clear sight that the critical stage was safely passed. So, on completing a year of service in February, he asked for his release. Churchill protested strongly, and in grateful deference to his wishes, Lawrence agreed to stay on until he could be spared, and in the meantime declined any further salary. At last, in June, tired of waiting for the word that would release him, he announced his definite decision to leave, telling Churchill, "There will be no more serious trouble for at least 7 years." The prophecy caused scornful laughter in several quarters when reported, but time justified it. On leaving the colonial office, T.E. spent a few weeks in doing nothing at all except tramp London. Then he took the step that has amazed the public more than his war achievement. For in August he enlisted in the ranks of the Royal Air Force. And for this purpose he took the name of Ross. It was casually suggested by an officer in the Air Ministry who was in his confidence. It had the practical convenience of being late in alphabetical order, so that he did not have to hurry for pay parade. There is a palpable irony in the fact that, after such determination to free himself from government service, he should have promptly re-entered it. But it may seem less strange if we remember that he had left a position of high responsibility to return in a status of irresponsibility. Low-grade employment in civil life may offer equal freedom from ruling other men's fate, but not from material cares. Nor does it offer the same interest that Lawrence found in Air Force work. The monastic life may offer equal freedom from both material cares and mental decisions, but it circumscribes the freedom of the critical spirit. Allowing, however, for the difference between the modern and the medieval mind, it may be near the truth to say that T.E. went into the Air Force for the same reason that some of the most thoughtful men of the Middle Ages went into a monastery. It was not a sudden decision, but had been his intention since the last year of the war. He had been delayed in fulfilling it because of the 3 years' delay in settling Arab affairs. Back in 1919, he had told Sir Geoffrey Salmond of his desire to join the Air Force, whereupon Salmond had suggested that he should become his assistant in Egypt. To this, T.E. had quietly but emphatically replied, "I mean to enlist." His medieval forerunners went into a monastery, not only in search of a refuge, but in support of a faith. T.E. had the same dual motive in entering his modern monastery. In his belief, the utilization of the air was the one big thing left for our generation to do. Thus everyone should either take to the air themselves or help it forward. At first glance, this attitude is not easy to reconcile with his constant refusal to accept any promotion. Why doesn't he take a commission? Is a frequent question. The answer he once gave me was that he did not mind obeying foolish orders, but that he had an objection to handing them on to other men, as he would have to do if he took any commissioned or non-commissioned rank. The remark, despite its flippant ring, had a serious basis. In war, such orders often result in the useless sacrifice of men's lives. In peace, they often contribute to the sterilization of men's reason, and they inevitably make the man who transmits the order an accomplice in the crime, however unwilling. Fortunately, few of the transmitters have the sensitiveness of perception to feel their responsibility. But T.E. has. Thus for him there are only two suitable posts, the topmost or the bottommost. Of the two, he prefers the latter, because of his strong dislike of interfering with other men's freedom. There is, however, a third position, that of counselor, unseen, and this, I think, he has a reviving readiness to fill, now that he has recovered from the exhausting strain from which he was suffering at the time of his enlistment. But how far he is used in this capacity depends on those who hold power, for he will never force his advice on them. I think there is no doubt that he welcomes and enjoys the opportunity of influencing the course of events, of deciding policy and directing action without the appearance. His dislike of the pomp of power is due not only to its waste of time, but to its hypocrisy. He has a horror of the conscious sham that outward authority entails on all its holders, who are sufficiently intelligent to realize their hollow insincerity. He perceives how much of the time of the rulers of mankind is consumed in social and ceremonial exercises, time which might be spent in gaining the knowledge on which to take their fateful decisions. Also, the subtle poison that such exercises spread through their systems. Ceremony may be a necessity in dealing with the ignorant and superstitious masses, but it is a moral cancer in the man who performs it. The rites of civilized authority differ only in degree from the witch doctor's incantation. Lawrence had the chance of filling one of the most important posts in the British Empire. He did not refuse outright, but proposed a condition that made his appointment officially impossible, a freedom from living in formal state. He would have left his official residence empty, and taking a quiet room somewhere, would have run to and fro on his motorcycle, circulating among the people as much as possible. In his opinion, the value of pomp is greatly overrated in our imperial system. Harun al-Rashid is a better guide than Curzon. His original spell of service in the Royal Air Force was spent at the Oxbridge Depot. For months he hid his identity successfully, if he had to use his wits and his wit to throw questioners off the scent without actually violating the truth. Thus, at the first inspection by the commanding officer, he was asked what he had been doing before enlistment. He replied that he had been working in an architect's office. He had, at Barton Street. Then came the more awkward question as to why he had joined the Air Force. To this he replied, "I think I must have had a mental breakdown." Sir, this was not so adroit, for he had some difficulty in persuading an offended superior that he was not implying that enlistment in the Air Force was an act of insanity, but as an explanation, it contained a profound truth, although not the whole truth. In accounting for his proficiency with a rifle, his sense of humor came to his aid when he stated that he had done some big game shooting. Turkish officers of high rank, such as Cemal Pasha's staff, might reasonably be so described. The educational test was another fence, and here he took the instructor into his confidence, up to a point. T.E. was not the first man of university education to be driven by circumstances to enlist later. To this education officer's consideration, T.E. owed some of his more pleasant hours at Uxbridge. It was not a pleasant place at the time. The note that was sounded at the top, echoing downwards, did not tend to produce a good state of morale, as he emphasized at the time in a diary which he maintained throughout the experience. These notes were added to later, at Cranwell, where the atmosphere was happy, but they remained notes without any attempt at formal composition. Incidentally, in reproducing barrack-room conversations, they out James Joyce Dwight, Mr. Brill. Jonathan Cape, years later, learnt of the existence of this manuscript diary, which T.E. prefers to the 7 Pillars of Wisdom as writing, and suggested that it might fulfill a clause in his contract for revolt in the desert, giving the firm an option on the next book. The author agreed immediately and submitted the notes for approval, with a statement that his terms for them were £1,000,000 down in advance and a 75% royalty. Mr. Dime so on? Cape was not able to raise the million before his option expired. Despite the difficult conditions at Oxbridge in those days, T.E. succeeded in keeping free of trouble and earned a good character by his unhesitating submission to discipline, as well as by his readiness to do any job, however distasteful, for which he was detailed. But this did not save him when, after half a year's service, an officer who had known him during the war sold the news to the press. The price paid for this information is said to have been £30. The figure looks almost too apt for it to be true. But the effect was serious, for the subsequent publicity caused disquiet as well as distaste in the Air Ministry, so strongly assailed in its fight for existence as to be apprehensive of anything that might give rise to criticism. Thus, T.E. was turned out of the Air Force in February 1923, despite his strenuous protests. They might have availed if the decision had been left with the Chief of the Air Staff, Sir Hugh Trenchard, who became a second Allenby in his relationship to T.E. With him, T.E. shall discuss the situation and receive the hint, which he regarded as a promise, that his readmission to the Air Force might be arranged if he obtained a good character after service in the Army. Through friends in the War Office, the way was smoothed for T.E.'s enlistment in the Tank Corps. He now assumed the name of Shaw. Contrary to rumor, the choice was not due to his friendship and admiration for Bernard Shaw. He took it at random from the Army List Index while waiting in a room at the War Office. It had the same convenience for paper aid as Ross. In March, he joined the Tank Corps depot at Bovington Camp in Dorset. After completing his recruit training and passing off the square, he was employed in the quartermaster's stores, where his work was mainly to mark and fit clothing. It was, on the whole, a cushy job, and had the advantage of giving him the privacy of an office in which he could work at night on the final revision of the 7 Pillars. He fulfilled his allotted tasks so punctually and effacingly that he was rarely troubled by the myrmidons of authority, although on one occasion he was punished by 3 days' confinement to barracks for leaving his overalls on his bed. On another occasion, he punished a pompous corporal for unjust treatment of another man by throwing the corporal's suitcase in the dustbin, but escaped the consequence of this act of insubordination. The Tank Corps was in several ways a disappointment to him. With certain exceptions, the senior officers and NCOs whom he found at the depot seemed to him too military-minded and too little mechanically minded to be suitable for training a technical corps. Button cleaners were the most advanced form of mechanical tool that they could understand, and he carried away from his 2 years' experience a profound impression of the waste of time and intelligence. It is only fair to add that there has been a marked change for the better since then in the Tank Corps. If the conditions during his service were depressing to his real military sense, he found compensations elsewhere. Some of his most restful hours were spent in Thomas Hardy's Dorset home. He also created a home of his own there, a cottage in which he intends to settle down when his service in the Air Force is finished. It lies in an oasis of rhododendrons on the bleak moorland that no reader of The Return of the Native can forget. His one extravagance is motorcycling, and here he has always had luxurious taste because of his love of speed, not of comfort. The man who rides or drives at 30 miles an hour moves too fast to appreciate details, yet too slow to gain a sense of the whole, as one does at 60. Travel faster still at 80 or 90, and instead of traveling uphill and down dale, one has a sense of molding the hills and dales. To T.E., this sensation of supreme speed is entirely exhilarating, because it seems to free the spirit from the bondage of human weakness. And also, I think, because it suggests the power to overcome impediments that nature and human nature place in the way of all achievement. Such speed as T.E. desires, an ability to do 90 to 100 miles an hour on any open stretch costs money to secure. He has diminished the expense by favor of George Brough, the manufacturer of the Brough Superior motorcycle. Almost every year he has thus obtained the use of a new demonstration model at small cost to himself, save for petrol and oil, which is a considerable item. For both the horsepower and TE's mileage are high. He averages from 400 to 600 miles a week. If duty prevents him from going out one week, he usually makes it up at the next opportunity, for the joy of motoring becomes keener with abstinence, although it never palls. To explain the lure of speed, you would have to explain human nature, but it is easier understood than explained. All men in all ages have beggared themselves for fast horses or camels or ships or cars or bikes or aeroplanes. All men have strained themselves dry to run or walk or swim fast. Speed is the second oldest animal craving in our nature, and our generation is fortunate in being able to indulge it more cheaply and generally than our ancestors. Every natural man cultivates the speed that appeals to him. I have a motorbike income. Nay, on Brimney. But he scoffs at those of his friends who indulge their love of speed at the wheel of a car, an unresponsive and insensate vehicle compared with a motorcycle, to which, in his opinion, only a motorboat is superior. He admits, however, the advantages of a car in wet weather as one grows older, and says that if rich enough, he would go touring with both, exchanging to the car when it rained and leaving the chauffeur to bring on the motorcycle. Air Force uniform, with its puttees for the calves and easily unhooked high collar, seems to him an ideal kit for motorcycling under normal conditions, and for this reason he often travels in uniform rather than in plain clothes. This practice sometimes produces embarrassments. I have heard from several quarters a delightful story that when, some years ago, Faisal was staying at a house in London, T.E. called on him, only to be refused admittance and then pushed down the steps by the butler, aghast at this mere Tommy's impertinence. Whereupon Faisal, hearing the commotion, came out and gave the butler a second and worse shock by embracing the disreputable intruder. When I asked T.E. about this episode recently, he said that he had no recollection of it, but admitted that he had frequently been kept waiting on a friend's doorstep with the door shut in his face while an unbelieving servant made inquiries within. The Air Force blue uniform also lends itself to a different form of misunderstanding. I remember that when T.E. came round the north coast of Cornwall a few years ago in my car, we had difficulty, as well as entertainment, in persuading one or two hotel keepers that he was not the chauffeur. When at Bovington, he used to make frequent trips to London on his motor cycling. The undulating but straight stretch across the downs from Blandford to Salisbury was his favorite speed tracker. He rarely crossed it without coming close to the 100 mark. He never grew tired of revisiting Corfe Castle. More recently, the town walls of Southampton, unique in England, have been a constant attraction during his Air Force service in the neighborhood. On many of these trips, he took a soldier companion on the pillion. It gave him an animate as well as an inanimate object to study and savor. After he had completed a year's service in the Army without spoiling his conduct sheet, he passed the news indirectly to Trenchard in the hope that he would be readmitted to the Air Force. But no sign came, and T.E. was reluctant to force the issue, imagining that the objection might lie with Trenchard himself. Then he received from Lord Thompson, the Air Minister in the new Labour government, a proposal that he should complete the unfinished history of the Air Force in the war. T.E. did not view the task with relish. The history was an appalling job which had killed Raleigh and daunted Hogarth, and he found difficulty in picturing himself as the compiler of an official history. Nevertheless, he was willing to consider it as a passport towards his purpose, and accordingly offered to undertake it, and even to do it without fee, if the authorities would agree to allow him back into the Air Force when the book was completed. This, he calculated, would take 2 years. But the Air Ministry were unwilling to concede the point, and his proposal fell through. The early return of the conservative government brought an early and unexpected turn for the better in his personal prospects. 4. As a result of John Buchan's intercession at Downing Street, the political objections to his re-enlistment were smoothed away, and in August 1925, he was transferred from the Tank Corps to the Air Force for the remainder of his engagement, 7 years active and 5 on the reserve from March 1923. This solution not only gratified his desire, but tickled his sense of humor, since he was back in the Air Force far quicker than if his own offer had been accepted, and without the labor of writing the history. To add to his pleasure, he was sent to a station which went far towards fulfilling his conception of what Air Force life should be. This was Cranwell in Lincolnshire, where the new cadet college for the Air Force had been established. Here he was, an aircraft hand, general-purpose unskilled man, in B. Flight, Me. Each flight had half a dozen training machines for the cadets to learn flying, and 3 or 4 instructors, and a dozen or 15 airmen, 1/3 fitters, 1/3 riggers, 1/3 aircraft hands, to look after the machines. We did anything there was to do. The one threat of trouble arose not from his superiors, but from his fellows. At this enlistment there was no secret about his identity, and the other aircraftsmen were divided between curiosity and suspicion. Was he an official spy? One can understand such doubts, as well as their sublime irony. They were as natural in these humble aircraftsmen as the perplexity which leads men of higher position and ambition to ask, why does he waste his talents in this way? No one can hope to approach an understanding of T.E.'s choice until he has himself reflected long on a philosophy of life. The drab mind instinctively seeks a colorful explanation of the simple, hence the immense popular appeal of secret service tales that romanticize the often sordid and petty realities of spying and conspiracy. The aircraft hands who pictured T.E. as the spy of authority were no more gullible than the official heads abroad who pictured him as the spy of British imperialism. It is a delicious breakfast table dish to read some inspired report in the foreign press that he is engineering a vast conspiracy in the depths of Asia, when one knows that he is scrubbing a barrack room in the depths of rural England. At Cranwell, T.E.'s irresistible naturalness soon overcame the doubts and the diffidence of his fellows. He has a knack of getting on with such men because he genuinely likes them instead of merely tolerating them. In consequence, his leg-pulling humor was not only accepted with a good grace, but became a means of pulling them together and pulling them along, so that he became an asset whose value both officers and NCOs have freely acknowledged. Now, as an airman of the lowest grade, he exercised the same power of command by pure radiation of personality as he had formerly, when advisor, nominally, to the Arab forces. Thus, in a different sphere, he gave one more proof that to work through men is more potent than to stand over them. The achievement is hardly more remarkable than its admission by those who held the titular authority. It is a light on the progress that would be attainable if only the other leaders of mankind would free themselves from personal ambition, the rock on which most human efforts split and crumble. T.E. found as much pleasure in straightening out the clerical work of his flight office at Cranwell as another would find in administering a department or a dominion, and more than he himself had found in running the Arab campaign. In his spare time, he completed the final revision of the 7 Pillars of Wisdom. For recreation, he sipped the varied company that his collection of friends offered. With friends, as with food and drink, he thinks that the flavor can best be appreciated by a taste and is drowned by a repast. His motorcycle continued to be his means of access to the outer world, and the frequency of his excursions was assured by the opportunities that the Great North Road offered. On one run from Durham to Cranwell, he averaged 54 mph, his record run, I believe. From these excursions, he usually came back laden with good things for his roommates to eat. He was as generous in spending his own scanty means in this as he was adept in scrounging more substantial articles for their comfort. His disarming impudence in such foraging would assuredly have won him the respect of Sherman's famous bummers. It was during this time at Cranwell that he had his two narrowest escapes from serious accident since he had become T.E.E. Shaw. One night, bringing back sausages for supper, he struck a patch of ice in the dark at 45 mph, and the next moment found himself lying on one of the grass borders of the road with his cycle, when he found it on the other. The second mishap was when riding up Highgate Hill. He skidded on the wet tram lines and sheared one side of his motorcycle. Yet the only time he hurt himself seriously was when swinging the starting handle of a car that he came upon by the wayside. The driver forgot to retard the ignition, and the result was a backfire that broke T.E.'s arm. He rode back to camp with his arm dangling, waited until next morning to get the arm set, and then refused to go into hospital while it was meant. In December 1926, he was sent out to India. He was anxious to dodge the publicity that would follow when revolt in the desert appeared. He traveled in the troopship Devonshire, and on arrival went to the Dry Road depot of the Air Force at Karachi. Here he remained during most of his time in India, and judging by some of his letters, he found life far less attractive than at Cranwell. One reason was that he found that his pay did not go so far as in England towards providing the type of amenities he liked. The greater reason was the restriction on his freedom of movement. To the Indian government, his presence, if known, was likely to be an embarrassment because of the wild rumors it might generate, and as Indian officialdom viewed him as the arch disturber of their war-time policy, he deemed it wise to avoid cause for complaint. In consequence, he was voluntarily confined to barracks throughout his time in India. By contrast with the tedium of life at Karachi, it was a relief when, after 18 months, he was posted to the frontier. He spent a weekend only at Peshawar, and then went on to join a flight at Miranshah Fort, an isolated frontier post that to the ordinary man would have seemed more like a sentence of confinement. He used to call himself aircraft hand adjutant. It is my impression that this 2-year spell in India, during which he never went out of camp, except occasionally when lying, retarded rather than hastened his recovery from the mind strain of the past. Bodily, he was never sick, nor did he feel the heat. While in India, he extended his service to do the 5 reserve years on the active list. His service in India was cut short by an indiscretion, despite his own precautions. Aircraftman Shaw's presence on the frontier leaked into the American papers and produced lurid charges in the Russian papers that Colonel Lawrence was spying in Afghanistan as the agent of British imperialism in a vast conspiracy against the Soviet. It is said that the Afghan government issued a proclamation that if seen, he was to be at once arrested, and then another that he was to be shot on sight. Relations between the Afghan and the Indian governments were so delicate at the time that in deference to repeated appeals from the British minister in Kabul, Sir Francis Humphreys, T.E., was sent back to England early in 1929. He was flown direct to the coast, where he embarked on the Rajputana. His quiet arrival home in February coincided with some amusing outbursts from Friends of Russia. Members of the Independent Labour Party, particularly Mr. Liddell, had just put challenging questions in Parliament about his supposed activities in Afghanistan. Mr. Rhines Saklatvala was prominent in a communist demonstration, wherein T.E. was burnt in effigy on Tower Hill. These incidents were crowned by a contrasting joke the next month, when the news was announced that he had been received into the Independent Labour Party by Mr. Maxton. 2. The foundation for this delightful report may have been the fact that, on his return, T.E. had strolled down to the House of Commons and presented himself to Thurtle and Maxton. If his visible presence convinced them that he was not spying in Afghanistan, he seems to have left them still mystified as to why any man with freedom of choice, should elect to serve in the ranks. While in London, he saw Trenchard, who asked him where he would like to go, and suggested Scotland as being well out of the way, but this sounded a chilly prospect to T.E., who much prefers heat to cold, and instead he was posted to Catwater on Plymouth Sound, a flying boat station. If it was far from London, and from most of his friends, he found many compensations. When he had a few hours to spend outside the fenced camp, Lady Oster's offered a variety of company, although he could not resist teasing her with the suggestion that Catwater had been named after her. Incidentally, the name, which had the military defect of rhyming with backwater, was subsequently changed to Mountbatten. I have heard that T.E. had a hand in wangling this change, which was suggested by his commanding officer. In doing so, he put aside his own preference for the historic Danish flavor of the original name, for he found at this station an atmosphere that approached his Air Force ideal, and a commanding officer, Sidney Smith, who won his enthusiastic regard. Now, for the first time since his enlistment, he began to be utilized in work that accorded more with his capacities, if not with his rank. The post of clerk in an air station office does not sound much, even though the particular clerk's competence may elevate him in practice to the role of secretary. But in this case, it happened that the commanding officer was playing a prominent part in the arrangements for the Schneider Cup race of 1929, wherein Britain, the holder, had to meet a formidable challenge from Italy, the late possessor. Thus, T.E.'s role in turn received enlargement. Before long, his utility infiltrated itself into acceptance in its habitual way, so that he found himself acting as clerk to all the three committees who shared the responsibility, Sidney Smith being the only member who was common to all three. These activities meant frequent motor runs to London and flights to Calshot, on the Solent, where the Schneider Cup course was laid out. He was even loaned the use of a privately owned light aeroplane. The zest he developed in this work made perceptible cracks in the shell of his weariness. Only a few years before, when a friend asked him why he did not use his knowledge of photography and take up work in air survey, he had revealingly replied, "I feel like a beggar, starving in the gutter, who sees a loaf of bread on the other side of the road, yet can't be bothered to go and fetch it." Now, in the summer of 1929, it began to seem that this inertia of self-determination was passing. Unfortunately, there was also a new cloud rising on the horizon, with the advent of a new air minister, or rather the return of an old Lord Thompson. Despite his gifts and his proved readiness to risk his military prospects for a political conviction, he was one of the many who could not hope to understand T.E.'s attitude. Even in adversity, he had been buoyed up by ambition. In a conversation soon after he came into office, he showed a marked prejudice against T.E.'s retention in the Air Force. It was not a personal objection, but it was clear that annoyance at T.E.'s rejection of his original offer of the history had made him more susceptible to the adverse opinions which various officers had injected into him. Trenchard had the vision to perceive the moral value of T.E.'s presence in the ranks of the new service he had striven so hard to create and maintain, and some of the best of his assistants shared his views. But smaller men, always apprehensive of what they cannot comprehend, disliked the idea of a critical intelligence in the ranks. Such men, unsure of themselves, become acutely uncomfortable in face of a subordinate who makes them feel inferior, and instinctively seek relief by charging him with indiscipline, or if that be impossible, suggesting that his presence is bad for discipline. One may sympathize with their feeling, even if one despises their feebleness. T.E.'s scrupulous correctness can be devastating. I shall not easily forget how once, when he was with me in uniform, at a country hotel, a somewhat bouncing person, an officer who had newly joined his station, recognized him and tried to improve the opportunity by displaying a patronizing familiarity. At his intrusion, T.E. Yet rose to attention, and to all his conversational gambits replied, with a chilling deference that even the hardened intruder could not long withstand. The incident was highly entertaining and instructive to the observer. The Schneider Cup race and the attention it drew inevitably gave an opportunity to those who resented TE's normally invisible presence. The Italian Air Minister, General Balbo, was the unconscious prime cause of the cloudburst. An RAF working party was put on to clean the slipway for the British machines, but the Italian one was left slippery with green scum. Balbo, who knew T.E. of old, came up to ask his aid. T.E., as careless of formality as Balbo, when a job was to be done, promptly secured a party of aircraftmen to clean the Italian slipway. But neither the conversation nor the intervention had passed unnoticed. Then, on the day of the race, various political personages, prominent members of the late government, noticed him and paused for a talk. They could scarcely have done otherwise in view of past association. But a few days later, the storm broke. T.E. was served a sentence of expulsion from the Air Force. By the original arrangement, his contract of service could be terminated at any time on either party's initiative. Various influential friends, however, pleaded his cause, to which Trenchard himself was not unwilling to listen. Still more effective, perchance, was the dropping of a hint in Foreign Office quarters that if T.E. was discharged from the Air Force he might take the opportunity of paying a visit to Iraq. The sequel, after a few anxious days, was that on September 30th, a fateful anniversary, he had a fresh interview with Trenchard, who told him that a reprieve would be granted on certain conditions. They were that, henceforth, he was strictly confined to the routine duties of an ordinary aircraft hand, that he did not fly, that he never went out of the country, even to Ireland, that he neither visited nor spoke to any great men. Upon asking for examples, the names of Winston Churchill, Austen Chamberlain, Lord Birkenhead, Sir Philip Sassoon, and Lady Astor were mentioned, all members of the political party then in opposition. When he inquired if Bernard Shaw came among the forbidden great, he was told, no. Bernard Shaw, when told of the exclusion from this category, seemed slightly hurt. T.E. accepted these hard conditions rather than leave his cherished service, although feeling that the Air Force was acting uneconomically in neglecting to get more than a daily 3 and 7 worth of work out of him. Its loss was at least his monetary gain. The enforced abstention from intelligent work for the Air Force enabled him to continue it, if still in fits and starts, a prose translation of the Odyssey, which had been commissioned from an American source and afforded him far higher rate of pay than he has ever received for an original piece of literature. He had originally hoped to deliver it by the end of 1929, but had laid it aside for his Schneider Cup work with no regrets. I'd rather do RAF stuff than private work, that's the truth of it, and so I gladly let everything slide when they pressed me. But now, shut out from mechanics, he returned to the classics. He had leeway to make up. Although that Christmastide he sat in a lukewarm office and slaved at Homer, the work was still short of halfway when 1950 arrived. At the end of that year he had afresh to record, I'm working at the Odyssey like a tiger, in great hope of finishing it next spring. It takes all my nights and half-days, and I have promised myself to have no holiday till it is over. Barring business interruptions, it should be over in April, and then for a lazy summer, with full pocket and no liabilities. If he grew weary in the labor, he at least found that reading the Greek so carefully was good mental exercise. 6 months later he was writing, I have that Odyssey to finish by September and no heart for it. It was finished soon after. The last lap had been obstructed by a fresh call to do real service for the air and the sea. For 2 years he had been striving through various channels to interest the Air Ministry in the need for and possibility of new types of motor boats suited to attend seaplanes, to race out to their rescue when in trouble, rescue the crews, and buoy up the machines before they sank. In this campaign, his technical knowledge and newfound enthusiasm were equal assets, and at last, early in 1931, they bore fruit. Experimental boats were produced by contractors, and T.E. was employed to test that which had been designed by Scott Pay. In the process, T.E. acquired an extensive knowledge of the coast of England. As a result of the trials, a large batch was ordered. They can travel 30 mph, twice the speed of the old boats. They are excellent in a rough sea. Carry a normal crew of 2 men. Have a glass-roofed cabin fitted for stretchers, and the stern is designed to slide under and hold up the wings of a sinking seaplane. The comprehensiveness, simplicity, and accessibility of the internal fittings have been thought out with astonishing calculation and common sense. Or rather, they would be astonishing if one did not know that T.E. was partly responsible. The Air Ministry, too, showed a most creditable sagacity, as well as humanity, in detailing him to watch over the building of these new speedboats and then to test and tune them before delivering them to their stations. One had long felt that the way to reconcile T.E.'s reviving desire for real service with his sustained refusal to accept any rank was to employ him in an independent job, where graded authority was out of place. Even in the hierarchically minded services, the principle has long been recognized that chaplains should hold no actual rank. T.E. might have been tacitly accepted, as he essentially served in the role of chaplain extraordinary to the Air Force, working among the members instead of preaching to them from a pulpit. He was a greater spiritual force than the whole board of chaplains. In raising the standard of decency, fair play, and unselfish comradeship, his inspiration again might have been utilized in the development of the auxiliary Air Force. But it was perhaps less of a wrench to tradition to recognize that the hierarchical principle has no relation to those of mechanical engineering, and that rank confers no superior authority over a refractory carburetor. The fact that speedboats were an extraneous element in the Air Force made it easier to stretch the service rule that ability is linked to rank. In reaching this sensible solution of the problem of T.E.'s employment, the credit was largely due to Sir Geoffrey Salmond, his ever-ready helper in the Arab campaign. The work caused T.E. to transfer his base to Southampton Water, and from here he made long sea excursions to the East Coast and Scotland in delivering the boats, as they were built, to their future stations. I have web feet now, and live on the water. In this work, he has continued, save for one unfortunate break in the autumn of 1932, when a Sunday paper published a story of his new activities. It shook the Air Ministry authorities so severely that it temporarily shook him from his niche. They have a fear of publicity that is palpable, except to the Admiralty or the War Office, and in connection with aircraftman Shaw, it is morbidly acute. It has long blinded them to the psychological value of Colonel Lawrence's choice of their service, and also to the obvious answer to any parliamentary critics that no other service has succeeded in saving the taxpayer's pocket by securing a mechanical expert for the pay of an aircraft hand. Happily, Geoffrey Salmond's good sense soon restored T.E. to his chosen work, and one of Salmond's last acts before his untimely death was to promise T.E. the means of experiment for further progress, a promise duly fulfilled by his brother, Sir John Salmond. If the direct purpose is to provide still more prompt first aid to seaplanes, the results may have an important indirect bearing on future security against a submarine campaign. It marks a change in T.E. that he should be so keen to achieve the goal of this experiment. A few years ago, his sole ambition seemed to be that of lasting out his engagement, which comes to an end in 1935, and he doubted whether he could do it, saying that he felt old and found the life increasingly hard. But since then, I have marked a rejuvenation, both of body and spirit. He recognizes it himself. By his own judgment, it was the exaltation of writing the 7 Pillars of Wisdom, even more than the strain of the war, that brought him perilously close to the borderline. Gradually he has come back, becoming more human in the process. Whether it be true, as he suggests, that virtue has gone out of him, to my eyes wisdom seems more firmly established on her 7 pillars. Withal, he retains that puckish humor whose attractive fragrance Auda labeled so aptly in calling him the world's impshq. Puck may not lie at the roots of his being, but is never far below the surface. Thus, not long ago, when he reported for duty at a news station and was asked in stereotyped form for the name and address of his next of kin in case of accident, he replied, "Oh, report it to the editor. Daily Mail. And mind you get a special rate." Still more recently, when Faisal died, TEU received a telephone warning that several reporters were on their way from London by train to interview him. He jumped on a train for London, passing theirs in the opposite direction as the most effective way of evasion. To add zest to their pursuit, however, he left behind a false trail which led them to embark on an undesired, if short, sea trip to the Isle of Wight. His intention is still, when he completes his service, to settle down in his Wessex cottage, a hermitage with a window to the world, through which he can emerge whenever inclined to visit friends, concerts, theatres, or merely to take a sip of the London scene. As for work, his idea is to do translations. They can be done to timetable, to pay for his luxuries, but otherwise to do nothing. He knows how to enjoy doing nothing, and thinks that he has freed himself from the need of activity to anesthetize the sense of futility. It is left for the future to show. He certainly diffuses an atmosphere of contentment, such as I have rarely felt in meeting men of active intelligence, and never among those who are actively pursuing the bubbles of what the world calls success. That feeling has grown stronger at recent meetings with him, and it led me not long ago to challenge him with a direct question. "Are you really happy?" After a moment's reflection, he replied, "At times. No one who thinks can be really happy." He went on to say that he had learned very early the truth that happiness lies within, not in externals, but had also learnt later that those who did not think could be happy, the kind he lived among now. With himself, he found that happiness was intermittent. It came in absorption. That reflection would seem to bring in question his present intention for the future after 1935. But I wonder whether, in ascribing greater happiness to the unthinking, he has taken account of variations in the quality of happiness, or of the value of freedom from the desires that produce active unhappiness. He may also overrate the happiness of others by ignoring the contentment he diffuses among those who come in touch with him. Chapter 23. Postscript. T. Howe, E. Shaw, sometime Lawrence, and now for all time, Lawrence of Arabia, passed into unconsciousness on May 13, 1935. That afternoon, when riding back to his cottage on Egdon Heath, he shot over the handlebars of his motorcycle after a sudden swerve to avoid a butcher's boy who was cycling that way. On the 19th he died. It was, I imagine, the way he would have chosen to go, for on his motorcycle he seemed to find the outlet from harassing thought and sense of futility. Also, it was an end foreseen. One August evening in 1933, I tried in vain to keep up with him on a run to Otterbourne along the Wessex roads. My car was fast, but George VII was faster, and far quicker off the mark. The way T.E. shot through traffic led me to chide him about the risks he ran, to which he retorted with a humorous defense of its essential safety, helped by an immense power of acceleration. The argument ran on, but ended suddenly when, changing to a pensive note, he said that he knew it would end in tragedy one day. About a year later, we came back to spend an evening in that quiet garden at Otterbourne. This time, he was in my car. On the way, our talk reverted to the question of safe driving. Bantering me, he remarked that only on a motorcycle was the man in charge compelled to take a fair proportion of the risk. In a big car, one could hit anything, save another car, with impunity, whereas on a motorcycle one was almost certain to be killed, which was a just penalty for carelessness. He said that he would like to see all cars fitted with a backward projection from the bumper, ending in a spearhead just in front of the driver's chest, so that, if he hit anything, the point would pierce him. If expressed extravagantly, the idea corresponded with what I knew of his personal attitude. He would try to avoid running over a hen even, although to swerve was a serious risk on such a heavy machine as he rode. The first of those two conversations, not alone by the words, but by the way they were said, seemed at the time a communicated vision. The second strengthened it by implanting the conviction that at the moment when an accident appeared inevitable, he would throw away his own life on the chance of saving the other party. Thereafter, I had remained in anticipation of the news that came to me over the telephone on that Monday afternoon in May. If a fitting end, it was a tragic waste, at least for his generation. It cut short a rest from service and servitude that had been hardly earned and keenly awaited. By making that rest permanent, it left unsolved questions that perplexed him and his friends. For it came when he was floating in the trough of a wave. So high was the wave that had carried him through the war and its aftermath, casting him in the ranks of the Air Force as it broke, that the fact of a second and its height is easy to miss. The later years of his service as an aircraftman saw a resurgence which, if unobtrusive, may itself carry further. He came perhaps to value it more. When I showed him what I had written in the previous chapter about his pervasive influence as chaplain extraordinary to the Air Force, he questioned its validity, but in a way that led me to surmise that the thought coincided with his inner wish. That was confirmed when, after his death, I read in a letter he had written, just before it, to Robert Graves, "I have convinced myself that progress today is made not by the single genius, but by the common effort. The genius raids, but the common people occupy and possess. Wherefore I stayed in the ranks and served to the best of my ability, much influencing my fellow airmen towards a pride in themselves and their inarticulate duty. I tried to make them see, with some success, in that self-submerging effort, self-rejuvenation came, producing a fresh effort towards concrete achievement. The development of speedboats for the service, immediately, of the Air Force, and ultimately of the Navy. He believed that such boats, equipped with torpedo tubes and depth charges, would make it impossible for another power to conduct a submarine campaign in the narrow seas against our shipping. A hostile battle fleet would have a still poorer chance against such boats, for their own range of several hundred miles could be indefinitely extended by carrying them on ocean-going ships. I remember him, when showing me Scott Payne's record-breaking Miss Britain III, predicting that from it would be evolved the predominant naval weapon of tomorrow, for half the price of a 15-inch shell. In his vision of future naval warfare, a fleet would loose off several hundred of such craft, each carrying a torpedo and controlled by wireless. Only a direct hit could stop them, and no gun was likely to hit such targets, almost flush with the water and traveling at 60 miles an hour. But beyond this effect on naval warfare was the revolution foreshadowed in ship design. For he held the basic idea of these speed boats had a wider application, and that the ships of the future would likewise run over the surface of the sea instead of pushing through it. Still more than in his Arabian phase, he viewed his own part as the creation of opportunity for others. To his powers of influencing thought and action was due, he felt, the acceptance of the idea. He gave himself to the service of those who had the power of invention, to ease their path by turning the flank of entrenched conservatism. Among the byproducts of this new development was one that when first rumored caused some sensation. Late in 1933, stories appeared in the American press that Lawrence of Arabia had been playing the part of a human target for aircraft dropping live bombs, whereupon certain London papers, dismissing the stories as fantastic, referred to them as an example of the too active transatlantic imagination. But they had a foundation in fact. Since July 1932, the Royal Air Force had been using unsinkable speedboats with armor over the crew and engines as mobile targets for bombing practice. The bombs employed were the ordinary 10-pound practice bombs of cast iron with a smoke compound filling, and they were dropped from as high as 15,000 feet down to under 1,000 feet in diving bomb attacks. These practices took place off Bridlington on the North Sea coast, and here T.E. spent several months each summer. His connection with these armored target boats came through his service under the Boat Department of the Air Ministry, by whom he was employed to consider design, to watch construction, and then to test, report, and tune the finished articles. Previously, the only mobile marine target had been the old battleship HMS Centurion, which was expensive to run and limited in the practice it could provide. These drawbacks led the director of training to ask if the boat department could produce a towed or wireless-controlled target boat, whereupon, to tell the story as T.E. told it to me, we said, why not an armored boat, and produce the required article in 3 or 4 months? Its design betrays the vices of haste, but they are cheap, safe, and afford wonderful practice. The finance people refuse the crew's extra pay, which we are pressing for. Not that we think it dangerous, but damned uncomfortable. Hellish hot, smelly, and noisy. They wear ear defenders, crash helmets, and gas masks. Little else. Nearbo. But danger had overhung the experiment until experience proved the contrary. No one could be sure what would be the concussive effect on the crew when one of these bombs fell with great velocity on the head cover. Hence, the crews were all volunteers from the Marine Aircraft Experimental Establishment at Felixstowe. And in the first summer's bombing practice, T.E. White himself drove the boat on several of the earliest runs to show the crews how, if characteristic of him. The risk was less than on many of the trips he had earlier made in rough seas round the Atlantic and North Sea coasts, improving the seaworthiness of the original crash boats. But all who were engaged in the tests had cause for relief when a bomb eventually fell on the armor plate and had no ill effect. Those that hit the unprotected wooden parts of the boat went straight through the hull, which was compartmented and filled with a compound of expanded rubber 10 times lighter than cork. The crew then ran out and plugged the hole. Wet feet were a minor discomfort compared with the normal ordeal of being penned under the armor and close to the engines for 2 hours at a time, while under bombing attack, and of being at sea, often in rough seas, for 12 hours a day. But the practice given to the Air Force by these small and nimble targets brought such a great improvement in bombing accuracy that T.E. was led to predict that, in a few years, aircraft will deal infallibly with ships. This statement was the more significant because T.E.R. rarely allowed his vision to outrun his analysis of the practical conditions. Thus, although he had done so much to create the opportunity for the Air Force to prove its powers in the Middle East, I found him more cautious in tracing its limits than many who had been late converts to the idea of air control. He remarked that as aircraft needed room for maneuver, and had such a wide turning circle, they were not so effective in narrow as in wide waters, until they can hover. Air control is not applicable to a crowded district. Having spent 8 months flying and driving over the north-west frontier, he had come to the conclusion that air control was applicable to Waziristan, not to the Mohmand country, and becoming less and less effective as you approach to Peshawar. He went on to say that although a strong supporter of air, he would have reservations over the north. West Frontier Province. I would take over bits. Evacuating Razmak tomorrow. No. His interest in affairs, as in the rest of his extraordinarily wide range of interests, seemed to be renewing itself in these last years. He was certainly less apt to strike his old note that he had cut completely out of the active world. Even then, for a man self-confessedly out of touch, the way he kept in touch was amazing and amusing. During one of his brief visits to London, he would often see more of its leading people in a day than anyone else might have met in a month. It was a habit of his to make such a round, and an idiosyncrasy to let you know whom he had seen. Piquancy was added by his other habit of spending the nights at the Union Jack Club, the hostel for the men of the services, where he could hire a cubicle for one night. In some degree, however, he became more luxurious as he grew older, whereas he had formerly traveled with no more than a toothbrush in his pocket. He now carried a small attaché case. Also, for motorcycling, he had a special black oilskin overall suit made to his own design. Likewise, in the furnishing of his cottage, his appetite for good things, and even for comfort, seemed to increase. But his indifference to the pleasures of the table remained. Indeed, I came to feel that his readiness to eat a normal meal when in others' company was due mainly to a desire to put them at their ease. That he preferred, if he knew that they would allow it without fuss, to sit and talk while his friends were eating. He felt he was fortunate in escaping the bother which the burden of taste or habit was imposing on them. If it may seem curious that one whose senses were so acute should find no pleasure in food or drink, his explanation was that with him sensation came mainly through the eyes. This may be applied to cover the effect of things read as well as things observed. Reading to him was food, to be enjoyed for its flavor, and not merely taken for nourishment. His sensations in reading were very acute and very subtle. They came from the texture of prose, from the shape of a sentence, from the choice of a phrase. And he found the typography no less exciting. No man I have known could so extract the whole flavor of a book, from the thought to a punctuation mark, and from the binding to the printer's ink. During the years of his service as an aircraftman, he ranged far and wide through contemporary literature, especially poetry, plays, and novels. One class of novel was excluded, however, for when I acclaimed the virtues of the detective novel as the best relief after heavy bouts of work, he retorted that they were literary gall, that they wasted brain concentration on imaginary problems. He read for enlightenment and not for exercise. If one heard a book beginning to be talked about by lovers of literature or pursuers of novelty, one was often reminded thereby of having heard it mentioned first by T.E. Lawrence on arrival at Damascus. The variety of his taste, in search of something fresh in thought or expression, was matched by his generous eagerness to fan any fresh little flicker of light. Many young authors owed a debt to his help in making known their existence. Some might have profited more by his criticism, for despite his assiduous watch on what the younger men were producing, he complained that too many seemed merely to write for relief. As an ape scratches itself, he wanted books that would provide a square meal among writers of established fame. His admiration for Bernard Shaw and, more qualified, for Thomas Hardy is well known, less known perhaps that for such as W. B. Daniel Yeats, Eugene O'Neill, Theodore Powys E.L., M. Forster and James Joyce, whose Ulysses he regarded as a compendium of literary technique to be studied if not enjoyed. Memory strives unsuccessfully now to recall all those of whom he spoke in conversations with me, where such talk was only an aside. Thus what comes back can only be an odd fragment of interest for itself, but not as evidence of his judgment's proportions. I remember that it was he who sent me hurrying to see Sean O'Casey's Silver Tassie for the sake of that inspired second act, just before the untimely end of its run, in front of puzzled London audiences. It was from him that I first heard glowing praise of Henry Williamson. The names of the Garnets, Edward and David, were often mentioned. They were friends in the flesh, and not merely in print. No friend received more attention from him, from high hope of the fruits, than Robert Graves. There was criticism, too, and I took it to imply the measure of his expectations. When I dwelt on the merits of Claudius, T.E., while admitting its skill, expressed dislike of it because all the characters were painted too blackly. But for Claudius the god, which followed, he did not stint his praise. He hailed O'Flaherty's gifts, but then suffered disappointment, which inspired his comment that Irishmen usually begin with great rush and then die away. GBS. And Yeats are exceptions, and Swift, I think. But no Irishman goes much further after he is 30. For modern satire he cared little. The satire that fetches me is Quixote, or Gulliver, or Rabelais, which deals more with nature than with manners. My own deficient taste for poetry deprived me of hearing much of his views on modern poets. But I was struck once at the accent of near awe which he used in mentioning the name of W. H. Auden. Of war books none appealed to him more than Her Private Suite. When, after reading it, I asked him if he could tell me anything about the anonymous author, he replied, Frederick Manning, an exquisite writer. I wonder how he really got on in the ranks. Too fine a mind, I think, for real contact. But he has drawn a wonderful picture of the other ranks as I know them. A few years later, Arthur Osborne's Unwilling Passenger, coming on the ebb tide of war books, attained a fresh high watermark in T.E.'s judgment. He admired its photographic quality, and remarked that it had a beauty of candor that was wonderfully restful. I don't think the candor was innocent either. Nah. The influence of his study of photography is to be seen in a theory of literature, which he set forth in one of his letters to John Brophy, another friend, whose work he followed with interest. I want a diary or record of events to be as near slice of life as can be. Imagination jars in such instances. In novels, however, slice of life jars, because their province is the second remove, the sublimation of the theme. One is eyewitness, the other creative mind. In the first, the photograph cannot be too sharp, for it's the senses which record. In the second, you need design. Any care for design renders the record infect. That classification may seem too black and white for truth. If it justly rules out imaginative retouching, it ignores the part that digestive interpretation inevitably plays in any record. But one must here remark that T.E.'s views were not always consistent, nor his action consistent with these views. There was an interesting sidelight on both the Lawrences, T.E., and D.H. in their views of each other, to judge by various aspects of T.E. that seemed to be incorporated in several of the characters in Lady Chatterley's Lover. D.H. seems to have been strongly impressed with T.E. as a person, if respect and doubt were intermingled. T.E., for his part, thought poorly of D.H. as a man, but had an immense respect for his work, especially his poems. To me, he several times said that D.H. was the Lawrence who would last, and he demurred to my intended title for his book, Lawrence, on the score of D.H.L.'s ownership of that name. Whether that objection simply represented his esteem for D.H.'s literary stature, I was not sure. His own he certainly rated too low, and this may explain much. For his highest admiration was reserved for the creative artist, and to be one was the ambition he had pursued after the war. To quote his own words, I had had one craving all my life, for the power of self-expression in some imaginative form, but had been too diffuse ever to acquire a technique. Literature seemed to him the art least dependent on a long apprenticeship, and his experiences in the Arab Revolt had offered a ready-made theme. The Seven Pillars of Wisdom was the sequel. Reflection should vie with description. In style, in form, in printing too, he aimed at perfection. But the result to him was dissatisfaction. Suffering from the divine discontent of the artist, but not recognizing the state, he came to the conclusion that he was no artist. That feeling was reinforced by the results of a too severe test, if also by reaction from the excitement generated in writing his book. Unwilling to draw help from his fame, he submitted a number of anonymous contributions to various editors in the years immediately following the war. They came back, not unnaturally. Many great writers have suffered a similar fate in their early days, and often with their best stuff. Too readily jumped to the explanation that the fault lay with him. He deemed himself too imitative. Once, as we stood at the end of a Cornish headland, watching the waves surge over the rocks, we drifted into talk of writing. He remarked that he had no difficulty in expressing the picture that he saw. Words rushed in like the waves. It was otherwise with me, I replied, often hard to find the exactly right words to fit ideas that took shape gradually, the more so because these were themselves remodeled in the process of definition. He, however, contended that his own aptness with words was offset by difficulty in bringing ideas into relation. He remarked that he had the power of description and analysis, but not of synthesis or creation. I think there was some truth in his judgment, but the fuller truth was that he had too high a standard and was so constituted that he suffered too great a strain. In a letter to Kennington from Karachi in 1927, he remarked, "I've bust all my head's blood vessels in an abortive effort to create, and am condemned not to exert myself in future." What would you do in such a case? Say ha-ha and blow your brains out? Too messy. If only it were all over. That awareness of his own overstrain he confirmed to me later, saying that he was nearly dotty at the time of his enlistment. And his service in India was, I thought, a hindrance to the process of recovery, which only became marked some time after his return. 7 years later, writing to a friend, he said, "In 1922, I decided not to go on writing," a statement which ignores his fresh attempt, this time at supreme realism, in that record of daily life in the Air Force which he christened The Mint. With characteristic humor, he added, "I think I did write better than the average retired military man. But between that and writing there is a gulf." A further proof to him of his artistic deficiency was that, instead of joy in the creation, he had never anything but weariness and dissatisfaction. Once again I question his judgment, for it is difficult to believe that anyone could produce more than 1,000 words an hour for 20 hours on end without being possessed by the urge that is the mainspring of writing, and without the absorption that, in his own recognition, is the secret of happiness. The fecundity and felicity of his letters increases my doubt. Through them, he may even live longest in literature, taking rank as the supreme letter writer. They are works of art, unforced, if consciously pursued. He wrote them with purpose. Each was aimed at his picture of the person to whom he was writing, and strove to make touch with the individual there seen. While he wrote with a care that is rare in these days, he only wrote when the impulse came for writing. It was an urge for expression in general, rather than duty to an individual. And when one reads the letters and takes account of the number that were written in a batch, when the periodical impulse came, one can hardly credit that the writing of them was unmitigated labor. There is significance, too, in the fact that he used Indian ink. It lasts forever in his fountain pen. That at other times he used pencil may have been due not merely to chance but to a revulsion of feeling against the prospect of endurance. To such changes he was peculiarly liable. His complexity became more manifest to me during the course of the writing of this book. In October 1929, I was approached to undertake a book that should attempt to put the Arab Revolt and Lawrence's part into historical perspective. The time had come, it was urged, to estimate the significance of that achievement, to bring it into relation with the war as a whole and the course of events subsequent. My initial doubt whether the episode offered adequate scope was not by the contention that here, above all, was a case where the growth of legend threatened to obscure the real outline. Even so, I had a further ground for hesitation. I had found too much interest in my contact with T.E. to be willing to risk its growth by embarking on such a book if he were unwilling, as I thought was likely. But when I mentioned the suggestion to him, his reaction was more favorable than I had expected. He seemed to like the idea of such historical treatment, and only questioned the possibility of finding enough material for it. However, as further reassurance to myself, and to give him a chance of changing his mind after reflection, I wrote Meme on his return to Plymouth. His reply showed signs of a reaction that I came later to regard as characteristic, although in this instance the Schneider Cup storm that had just burst over his head may well have accounted for it. Because of this, as he pointed out, he could not associate himself with any book that dealt with his career, although he would do what he could privately to help me avoid errors. If I could find sufficient material elsewhere to get the other side of the story, then it might well be the subject of a military thesis of some value. If not, and I haven't the time, or the inclination, or the heart, to dig very much into my own memories of those times, for anyone's sake. Sorry not to be explicit, but it's as explicit as I feel. I don't care a bit. Either way. This dubious attitude damped my own. While I did not want any kind of direct authorization that might limit my freedom of criticism, I foresaw difficulty in prosecuting my research adequately unless I could call on his knowledge of events. So I put the project on a back shelf, although continuing to browse in the subject and collect material as opportunity offered. 3 years passed before, freshly prompted, I took up the study in earnest. Decision was clinched by practical evidence of T.E.'s fresh change of attitude. He gave me much more help, and took a far greater interest in the progress of this work than I had ever conceived that he would, submitting to an immense load of questions and to continuous cross-examination on points that arose in the evidence. He covered the typescript draft of my chapters with supplementary notes that made invaluable additions to the historical narrative. By the end of the year, he was well justified in recalling how many hours and pages I have spent on your next appearing book. I could, however, retort that during those months he had caused me disturbance, if also amusement, by his intermittent reactions. He would follow up an elucidation of his personal attitude or action by the complaint a little later that my narrative was becoming too biographical. He would often express indifference to what was said about him, yet protested that certain criticisms in my draft were too hard upon him, and took pains to furnish the evidence that I required to satisfy me before modifying them. When the draft was at last ready to go to the publishers, he went through it again and approved it. A few weeks later, after reading it afresh, he had a sudden qualm that it was too personal, and came to see me. He began by suggesting that the biographical part should be drastically curtailed, and ended by deleting only one insignificant passage. Pure kind-heartedness may have been the explanation. He had it and gave it, in abundance to help others, or a reluctance to damage what someone else had created, or an inward recognition of the justice of my complaint of his oscillation. Possibly a combination of these influences. Yet during these months I had a growing feeling that in him, a desire for historical recognition and perpetuation struggled perpetually with his nihilism. That feeling was strengthened in dealing with his collection of wartime photographs. He had several times told me that he thought they had been burnt in a fire at Lionel Curtis House near Oxford. A good job, too. Later an historical point arose, which one of his photographs, he said, would settle. He offered to find out if the photographs had survived. Soon afterwards they were sent to me, and instead of the few dozen I had expected, they ran to over 2,000. I saw signs of the care with which they had originally been arranged and classified, although they were now jumbled. When I wrote to tell him of the state in which they had come, reproaching him for his deficient sense of a duty to history, he retorted with his usual ha-ha. But he turned up himself a few days later to help me in sorting and identifying them. Completing the task the next time, he had some days to spare on leave in London. Once engaged on the job, it was amusing to see how immersed he became, down on the floor amidst the piles of photographs. Often they would take him back step by step on journeys he had made, and incidents which he had never disclosed were now related to me. One large packet of negatives was found to comprise those he had taken of churches and castles in France and Syria during his youthful wanderings. They were still in amazingly good condition, and when printed off, were testimony not only to his skill, but to his gift for choosing unobvious angle. When I asked him what he wished me to do with this war collection, he expressed complete indifference. I could keep it if I wished, or, if it irked me, throw it back on the law, suffering Lionel Curtis. But when I went on to argue that it ought to be preserved for the nation, and suggested various alternatives for its disposal, he began to show interest, and gave reasons for rejecting the others in favor of the Imperial War Museum. My first suggestion. In the course of our work, I had been often astonished by the way he could fix the place and date of a desert photograph, which looked to me indistinguishable from any other tract of the desert. His photographic memory served him well in the process of identifying and describing on the back these hundreds of scenes. My surprise led him to expound the theory that memory was like a film. Everything was recorded on it and could be seen over again if one could get it running. His own memory had improved since he had passed 30. As I hold that memorizing power is apt to decrease as creative power increases, I noted this comment as a possible corroboration of his own belief that he was unable to create. Those days brought some other sidelights. Among the photographs, we found an attractive engraving, and my wife put it aside for him to take away. But he said that he did not want it. If she liked it, she might as well keep it. When she chided him for such recklessness, he retorted, "I'd give everything away if I could do. It's too much bother to keep things. You're more free if you have no possessions." And added, "Besides, I like giving." At this time also, I had a letter about a crippled boy who had found in his hero worship of Lawrence the inspiration to carry him through nights of suffering. I showed the letter to T.E., who writhed at such adoration, exclaiming that he wished it were possible to stop this sort of folly. Yet, when I said that, moved by its genuineness, I had thought of sending the boy a copy of my book, just about to appear, T.E. at once agreed to my tentative suggestion that he might sign it, and wrote a tonic inscription. Shortly before the publication of the book, he had written me, "Everything in your book seems to me very good, except the parts about me. I shall be glad when it's out, and therefore passed by. We can then meet each other happily, as free men." From then on, he overloaded with impish jibes that the book would not sell, that the public were suffering from a surfeit of him, and that I had thrown away its chances by not tearing him to shreds in Lytton Strachey fashion. Aha! That would have been a spectacle. Yet when he dropped in to see me a few days after its publication, I was amused to find how thoroughly he had read the reviews, including some I had not yet seen. It seemed to me a sign that he was still striving to penetrate, through the aid of the impression made on others, the mystery of his own personality. It brought back to me that poignant confession of his: the eagerness to overhear and oversee myself was my assault upon my own inviolable city. One of the reviews was by a talented soldier who had served with Lawrence in Palestine. It regretted that the book should be spoiled at times by a tendency to gird at professional soldiers. So different, the reviewer remarked, from Lawrence's own attitude towards them. T.E. chuckled over this comment, saying that I was far more tolerant towards them than he had been. Dwelling on their limitations, he remarked, "They do their best. Not their fault. Perhaps it's such a rotten best. But such charity could not be extended to their trades. Unionism, which hindered the growth of knowledge and understanding. They are dreadfully dishonest to each other, yet rally as one man against outside criticism." He cited Winston Churchill's sketch of Haig in the world crisis as the most deadly guile, if subtly veiled, indictment of the best professional product. T.E., however, hated what he called niggling criticism. A book of this kind upon Napoleon stirred him to a defense of Napoleon's greatness, which hardly tallied with his own rejection of the great man myth, besides being historically questionable. You could pick holes in Napoleon at every point, yet the fact remained that he had remade Europe. He was like a structure in which every brick was cracked, yet the whole hung together and had grandeur. How awful it must have been for him at Waterloo to be beaten by a Wellington. Another time, discussing modern dictators, T.E. remarked that Mussolini suffered from lack of an intellect. You have only to see his books and plays. A lot of practical sense, but no capacity for abstract thought. I understood T.E. to imply that this deficiency set a limit to Mussolini's practical achievement and its lasting value. Lenin was far the greater man, the only man who had evolved a theory, carried through a revolution, and constructed a state in accord with his ideas. The suggestion that a successful dictator needed a capacity for abstract thought struck an unusual note. If it seemed to accord with Plato's view that the affairs of mankind were not likely to improve until the rulers became philosophers, or philosophers became the rulers. Pondering it, I recalled a previous conversation in which I had asked T.E. if he had any views on religion, to which his reply was that although brought up in conventional religion, he had long since discarded it, and did not notice the loss. He had gone on to say that speculation and meditation brought one no nearer the solution of abstract problems, although they were good as an intellectual exercise. His implication, as I conceived it, was that abstract thought might serve a purpose in developing the mind to deal with the complexities of practical problems, over which the purely practical man stumbled. Another straw in the wind caught my attention one evening in June 1934. He had come up to London to meet his old ally, the Emir Abdullah, at the Newcomes. Afterwards, I drove him back to Waterloo, and on the way he complained of the way the newspapers hunted him. I told him that he had himself to blame, that when a man who had achieved a measure of reputation refused his normal share of publicity, he was bound to get much more than his share. T.E. laughed and remarked that he might still want this, and even more than he had, for it was possible that his greatest activity might still lie ahead. After some talk of approaches that had been made to him, and of the signs that there was a growing demand for a new lead, he swung back when I put the direct question whether he contemplated taking a lead in any movement. No. He still kept the intention of settling down in his cottage to taste the joys of leisure. If he grew tired of it, however, there were many things he might do. This discussion strengthened my feeling that his outlook, if not his attitude, was changing more than he realized. There were moments in this last year when I wondered whether the depths of his thought were as clear as they had been. Although I was accustomed to discount the extravagances of his humor, there were things said in apparent seriousness that seemed to conflict with the light that he had shed. I had to remind myself that his mind was too cosmic to be consistent. But it seemed also to be suffering from some growing pressure. Was a new urge to action disturbing the wisdom pined in reflection? Such a positive urge might cause the greater disturbance because reflection had carried him too far in negation. The previous December I had shown him the final passage of my book, ending, "He is the spirit of freedom, come incarnate to a world in fetters." T.E. thereupon suggested that he did not so much respect the freedom of others as insist on his own. He was the essential anarch, the very opposite of a socialist. I questioned this view of himself, asking how it could be reconciled with his immense understanding of others. To this, he retorted that such understanding was easy for him because of the conditions in which he lived. With most people, it was clogged by wealth, possessions, houses, families, conventions. Taking a sheet of paper, he wrote what he suggested I should insert as a postscript to my concluding note. This paragraph, seeming to me very personal, was shown to the object of it, who remarked that probably he more resembled a very agile pedestrian, dodging the traffic along the main road. The jest was good, and had more than a flavor of truth, but I recalled a longer talk one night, in October, when we had discussed Hogarth's view of him. Where Hogarth imputed callousness to him, T.E. suggested the impression was largely due to his manner. He dwelt on his profound shyness and his dislike of giving himself away. Surely a flaw, I suggested, in one so clear-sighted. I went on to speak of Hogarth's comment that if T.E.'s will decided on the end, there was no morality about the means. To this T.E. demurred, saying that he liked to appear careless of morality, but was not really so. He agreed with my view that the means governed the end, ill means distorting the end. If there were some things in his behavior, and more in his talk, which did not tally with such a view, I believe that it was truer to his fundamental nature than what sometimes flashed on the surface, or the currents that moved just beneath it. He was as the sea to a pond compared with many simple natures, and the storms were proportionately rougher. His attitude was more consistent than his words, or even than his action, and safer to trust. He was the spirit of freedom, but his spirit was incarnate in a complex physical organism. His mind was abnormally free from the conventions of the society into which he was born. It could not get free from the abnormal tensions of the body with which he was born. As he was all too conscious, one may find some significance even in one of the lighter episodes of that last summer, produced by a man who had been representing himself as Colonel Lawrence. Such impersonations were not infrequent. Sometimes they brought him letters from injured women who had succumbed too easily to the reflected attraction of mystery. But this one was of wider extent and longer duration. When it was brought to my notice, I passed the news on to T.E., whose reply opened characteristically. "If you see the blighter, do rub into him that I have never signed myself as Lawrence since 1920. He is years out of date. In fact, he doesn't sound the right sort of man at all." After complying with his request to consult a legal friend of his, I had no further connection with the affair, but I heard the sequel from him a month later. In company with a lawyer and 2 detectives, he had gone to a meeting that had been arranged. We interviewed my imposure and persuaded him that he was not me. To my relief, he agreed at once. Had he stuck to his statement, I should have begun to question myself. As no money had actually passed, the impostor was let off, after he had written letters of explanation and apology to his various victims. After seeing the man, T.E. did not find the impersonation flattering to himself or to the intelligence of those who had been taken in. Among his achievements, the man had persuaded a firm to publish some of his poems, and had condemned some of the camels at the zoo as mangy. But the unkindest cut of all, as T.E. remarked, was that he had been under observation as a case by the specialists of a mental institution, still under my former name. What a safety valve was T.E.'s sense of humor. To find unity in this medley of memories is hardly easier than to find it in such a manifold man. But as I look back, I seem to trace a thread running through that last year, the resurgent desire for creation. The philosophical negation that had formerly led him to say, "I could not approve creation," was itself denied by his self-confessed desire to be a creative artist, and by his efforts at its fulfillment, which had extended to the plastic and the pictorial as well as to the literary art. It was in depression with his failure to attain his own standard D, or to find that ideal standard itself, that he had turned about abruptly and become a cog in the machine. But the creativeness he had sought to attain was to carry a structure of ideas upon or above anything I made. I thought he threw a further light on his ambition when one evening we talked of Freud, and he argued that, as in all new developments, the style itself passed, but the thread remained, thus producing a difference in all thinking henceforward. He instanced Cubism, now past, yet its influence had permanently affected art. We could only see a facet at a time, but with each new facet seen there was enlargement of man's thought. Thus it was that he came to feel, I think, that the military art was one in which he had attained creativeness, perhaps the only one. To this realization I may have helped him, and if it was a sphere not large enough, a plane not high enough to satisfy him, he seemed to find a contentment within its limits that was beyond him elsewhere. Certainly he showed a balance in discussion of it that contrasted with some of his talk of other spheres. And the last time we met he told me that the job he would take if offered was that of coordinating our defense system. But he did not deem such a chance likely, knowing that this is a sphere where the creative mind is viewed with more than normal distrust, so that it may be able to influence ideas but has rarely been allowed to take a hand in rebuilding the structure on which a structure of ideas can be consolidated. As a consequence, the evolution of warfare has remained through the centuries no more than a swing of the pendulum, as he often reminded me. To those who have a hunger for creation, architecture has a specially strong appeal, for which reason I have come to find significance in its long-standing appeal to TEA. It was almost his earliest passion, and remained with him throughout. Thanks to it, he found a channel of expression, and also another safety valve for the surging forces within him, in the rebuilding of his cottage in Dorset. It was half a ruin when he first rented these few acres of land from a distant kinsman. He set to work to slate the roof himself, and traveled round the country on his motorcycle, making acquaintance with builders from whom he scrounged slates. It surprised him that no less than 9,000 were needed. In the years that followed, he continued his work for its improvement inside and out, until he had created a little gem of domestic architecture, essentially unique, which most aptly expressed the nature of the art. Likewise did its location, lying on a remote heath, starkly bare. It was tucked away in a cluster of rhododendrons, secretive yet friendly, beneath the shoulder of a ridge whence one could see for miles in all directions. From the cottage itself there was a single vista, westwards to Dorchester Cathedral and the setting sun. Apt was its name, Cloud's Hill. As the term of his service drew to a close, T.E.'s thoughts seemed to focus increasingly on the prospect of rest in this quiet spot, my very beloved cottage. Here he had the sense of community with the soil. Here he hoped to find balm for the soreness of the feeling that he was just not good enough, by a standard that found no consolation in comparisons. At the end of August, the last target boat of the year's program was finished, although he had still to deal with a new diesel marine engine that was being installed for experiment. Its possibilities still kept alive an interest in his work on speedboat developments that was palling now that he once again had the sense of a mission accomplished. His dominant note became one of tiredness, mental and physical. A tiredness, I think, increased by consciousness of new stresses within. In September he wrote me, "Tired, very, and at the end of my motorboat knowledge. Determined to work in these last 6 months to tie up all loose ends, and so ensure my successor I see boats a fair start, without commitments, And after that 6 months, no plans at all. What I feel like is a rest that should go on till I wanted no more of it, or wanted nothing else. The last thing desirable is activity for the sake of activity. I hope I have enough mind for it to be quietly happy by itself. So I shall not do anything until it becomes necessary, or at least that is my hope. Not a plan in my head, not an ambition, not a want, but a doubt that my save capital may not be enough to keep me in peace. Enough or not enough, I'm going to have that rest anyway. In October, after telling me of his task with the diesel, he finished, "Clouds Hill, in the background, is the best part of the picture. How bored I'm going to be? Think of it, a really new experience, for hitherto I've never been bored." In a letter on New Year's Eve, after urging me to pursue certain paths of study we had traveled together, he ended, "For myself, I am going to taste the flavor of true leisure. For 46 years have I worked and been worked. Remaineth 23 years of expectancy. May they be like Fleckers. A great Sunday that goes on and on. If I like this leisure when it comes, do me the favor of hoping that I may be able to afford its prolongation forever and ever." Yet as the time drew near, spelling the end of the service that, like all other pursuits, he had felt as a servitude, a feeling of unease grew. Loosing the chains came to seem like casting adrift. The prospect perplexed and disturbed him. He took his discharge at Bridlington and rode south on a push-bike, visiting old haunts and friends in this old way. Thereby, he hoped to taste the first sweet flavor of leisure, besides eluding the reporters and photographers who were in wait for a man on the famous motorcycle. Pat Knowles, his faithful retainer and friend, meantime laid a false trail at the cottage until the first wave of news interest had subsided. The ruse partially succeeded, but some freelance photographers still hung about after T.E. came home and continued to intrude on his privacy until ejected from the garden in a row and tumble scrap. In revenge, they came back and threw stones at his roof, smashing some of the slates. He told me of this when he came to see me a few days later in London, where he had taken refuge from such annoyances. He also said that he had now taken to a push-bike for good, having come to the conclusion that, with an income of £2 a week, he could no longer afford to run a high-powered motorcycle. I heaved a premature sigh of relief. Not many months before he had suffered another narrow escape. Skidding on a tramline in Bournemouth, the cycle fell over and a car had run over it, but he had jumped aside in the nick of time. But the resolve palled after his return to Clouds Hill, where the strain of leisure became greater as it released the activity of his mind. In a letter to Eric Kennington early in May, he wrote, "Days seem to dawn, suns to shine, evenings to follow, and then I sleep. What I have done, what I am doing, what I am going to do puzzle me and bewilder me. Have you ever been a leaf and fallen from your tree in autumn and been really puzzled about it? That's the feeling. Nay. If he could not solve the puzzle, he might ease the strain by recourse to a familiar outlet, his motorcycle. That tried friend still lay there, mutely appealing. He answered the call. And thus his last call came. On the morning of Monday, May 13th, he rode into Bovington Camp to send a telegram. On the way back, he was seen to swerve suddenly in passing a couple of boys who were cycling the same way, and the next moment the motorcycle was twisting and turning over and over again along the road. The only independent witness declared that T.E. had just passed a black car before his swerve to avoid the boys, but these were certain they had not passed any car, a conflict of evidence which gave a penal tinge of mystery to the accident. T.E. lay in the road, unconscious, his face covered with blood. He was picked up by an army lorry which happened to come along and taken to the military hospital, which might seem a final touch of irony. But no effort was spared by those in charge during the days that followed, and meantime a vast public hung in anxiety on the news that filtered through a cordon of privacy. For 6 days He lay unconscious, kept alive when most of his functions had stopped by a vitality that amazed the doctors. On the 7th he passed, and thus, on a Sunday, there dawned for him the great Sunday that goes on and on. The man of reflection. In attempting to sum up T.E. Bay as a man, his personal achievement, there is something to be added to what has emerged in the course of this book. The idea I have formed of his character is, inevitably, no more than what I could see by the dim light that is one man's understanding of another. But what I saw looked more like gold and less like brass the closer I came. Contact with many, who are acclaimed by the world as great men, produces disillusionment, or at least a consciousness of the limitations that encompass their powers. The same is true of a close study of their careers. In contrast, lengthening acquaintance with T.E. broad explanation of certain reservations I earlier made, while closer study of his career served to enlarge my appreciation of his achievement, personal and public. There is a passage in the book of Proverbs which might have been coined for him. Wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore, get wisdom. And with all thy getting, get understanding. For this he lived. He was essentially a crusader, dedicated to the pursuit of an ideal. It began with the dream of freeing a race from bondage. It became, as his reflection developed, a philosophical crusade. Although formal religion did not touch him, I have come to view him as a man driven by an intense religious urge, in the deeper sense. Through the pursuit his power grew. In dealing with men, he had what Sterling has aptly described as an uncanny ability to sense their feelings, to probe behind their minds and to uncover the well-springs of their actions. It was uncanny. I have never known a man who seemed to have such power to read one's thoughts. Deception seemed a vain indulgence, and only the stupid attempted it. Happily for them, sympathy was blended with his insight, so that he was filled with understanding. Only when he looked inward was his sight less sure, and his attitude unforgiving. He knew others. Himself he did not know. He saw too many facets to see himself whole. And his senses were an impediment to his mind, thus creating a drag on his spirit. Nevertheless, his wisdom kept pace with his knowledge well enough to restrain him from the abuse of his power, and to guide him in using it, as far as he would use it, for others' benefit. If his humanity baffled him, he came nearer to fulfilling that passage in Proverbs than any man I have met or studied. A study of history, past and in the making, seems to suggest that most of mankind's troubles are madness, and arise from the compound effect of decisions taken without knowledge, ambitions uncontrolled by wisdom, and judgments that lack understanding. Their ceaseless repetition is the grimmest jest that destiny plays on the human race. Men who are helped to authority by their knowledge continually make decisions on questions beyond their knowledge. Ambition to maintain their authority forbids them from admitting the limits of their knowledge and calling upon the knowledge that is available in other men. Ambition to extend the bounds of their authority leads them to a frustration of others' opportunity and an interference with others' liberty that, with monotonous persistency, injures themselves or their successors on the rebound. The fate of mankind in all ages has been the plaything of petty personal ambitions. The blend of wisdom with knowledge would restrain men from contributing to this endless cycle of folly, but only understanding can guide them towards positive progress. D.E., by contrast, was rare among men of influence in adjusting his opinions to his knowledge. He was rarer still in avoiding abuse of the power that knowledge brings, in freeing himself from the desires that commonly divert this power into channels harmful to other men's gifts and growth. Understanding was the explanation, the sympathetic understanding of other men, and the more critical if less complete understanding of his own nature. The deficiency here was in synthesis rather than in analysis. There was less dust on his window panes than on those of any other man I have known. That is the Lawrence, or Shaw, one knew. But there was always a Lawrence and Shaw, who remained elusive. His actions were so baffling sometimes, and his attitude so variable as to be exasperating even to friends familiar with his ways. How much more provoking must they have been to men of prejudice? But when one was tempted to accuse him of being unreasonable, the echo of his own comment on the Arabs came in answer. Their minds work just as ours do, but on different premises. There is nothing unreasonable, incomprehensible, or inscrutable in the Arabs. T.E. could not have played the Arab so well unless he had made his mind Arab. And the Arab in him survived, even though it faded. So did the actor. He had been too long, for the sake of a cause, an actor in a foreign theater, playing a part day and night for months without rest, and for an anxious state. On his art great issues had depended, and to it was largely due his extraordinary success in handling Arabs and others, soldiers, civil servants, and politicians. What diversity of type and purpose there was among these human elements in the Arab problem. Only by suiting his appeal to each had he been able to harness such a team to his end. After playing so many parts for so long, how could he shed the habit of acting? Doubtless, the gift was inborn. Probably, the circumstances of his early life had developed. In boyhood, he had been painfully self-conscious, and even when achievement had removed cause for it, he remained too conscious of fate's first injustice. This was an addition to the usual buffets suffered by those who are aloof from the herd, and from which sensitive individuals are apt to seek a shield in pose and pretension. What man or woman does not act in their contacts with others? The difference is only one of degree. If the tendency was greater than normal in T.E., it was not only from capacity, but because necessity forced its cultivation, and his own awareness of it made it more difficult to discard. Rather, it egged him on, as he confessed, to embark on little wanton problems of conduct, observing the impact of this or that approach on my hearers, treating fellow men as so many targets for intellectual ingenuity, until I could hardly tell my own self where the leg pulling began or ended. His fundamental honesty made this uncomfortable for him, and all his activities likewise. They were intensely conscious efforts, with my detached self always eyeing the performance from the wings in criticism. One may say of him that his worst failure was his inability to become natural. It was reduced, and its dangers redressed, by his quickness of self-perception. The recoil, however, was too quick for his comfort. It was far easier for friends to overlook his faults than for him. I was a standing court-martial on myself. All motives are mixed, as none saw more clearly than he. Charitable to others, he was hard on himself, too ready to exaggerate the less worthy elements in the mixture. That acute self-perception and excessively sharp recoil may explain much. The more one came to appreciate his wisdom, the more surprising seemed his failure to free himself from trivial inconsistencies. One wondered that a man so powerful in reason could take refuge in small irrationalities, that a man so truthful was apt to indulge in needless mystification, that a man so honest was prone to little deceits of a harmless kind, also to self-justification, even though he affected to disregard it and certainly despised it. His self-depreciation, like his rejection of distinctions, had a vein of vanity. The further one probed, the more one realized the immensity of his knowledge. Yet one noted a knack, conscious or not, of circling round the gaps, and of masking the movement by producing some rare fragment of knowledge that was likely to have a surprise effect. One noted, too, that he was less ready to make a direct acknowledgment of ignorance over a specific point than to admit a more general limitation. Then there was his chameleon-like tendency to adapt himself to his surroundings, and one sometimes caught him saying different things to different people. Few of us are devoid of this tendency, and in some measure it may be a practical necessity. If it was more marked in him than was to be expected, that may have been because his standards and his stature made him more of a mark. Perhaps also the tendency is inherent in the indirect approach which he so effectively applied. Inconsistency also marked his attitude to public acclaim. Perhaps one may come near to an explanation thus. He saw its falsity, felt its glow, despised himself for feeling pleasure, found pleasure in abasement, saw falsity in his feeling, circular motion along an endless coil. He had a genuine distaste for publicity, not only, I think, because it was contrary to his sense of values, but because it clashed with his self-veiling tendency. Yet it attracted as well as amused him. Also, he found momentary pleasure in exercising its attraction. The frankness with which he uncovered many aspects of himself was accompanied by intermittent coyness in concealing others, like a woman hiding her ankles while exposing her bosom. Perhaps in far more than normal measure, he was both masculine and feminine. So, powerfully charged with contrasting currents, there was continuous war within him. Reasons strong enough to win, but not strong enough to annihilate the vanquished or refrain from liking them better. Yet there was also a wonderful blend in the depths below the level of consciousness, so that in the content and in the effect, the good vastly predominated. His faults were near the surface, his virtues profound. In contrast to one's experience with others, the deeper one penetrated, the more difficult it became to gauge his limits, until one was forced to admit that here was a man bigger in personality and intellect than any other one had known. His greatness can be judged to some extent by his works, if examined, and by the impression he made on others in close contact. But it was his fundamental goodness, less expected, which impressed itself still more as acquaintance extended. Such goodness, unlike the near-surface faults, does not lend itself to analysis. But we know it when we feel it, if responsive. So far as distinction is possible, one may say that his positive virtues embraced an intense kindliness, an unstinted generosity, an essential fairness, a compassion which was the truer for being free from sentimentality, a purity of motive so fine that it vomited at any flavor of impurity, a scrupulousness in honoring any promise even when merely an agency, a thirst for truth, and a high courage that could carry him on when the spirit quailed and the flesh weighed down. Negatively, his goodness lay in subduing the temptations to which his supercharged faculties and senses impelled him. In that never-ending struggle, he suffered sorely. It was easier for others, who felt the outward radiation, to appreciate the predominance of his virtues. He was too conscious of the conflict within, and because of this also, he may have underrated, even while confessing, the pleasure he obtained between the walls of living. His life had more harmony than his thought. If this was a turmoil, it was traveling in a state of contentment, like a typhoon in the Pacific. It may have been to the loss of the age he lived in that his sense of futility imposed too strong a check on his activity. I cannot see, if perhaps because of my own limitations of vision, any sufficient justification for the way he abstained from contributions to knowledge for which he was peculiarly fitted. His balance tipped too far on the negative side. Perhaps because he took the sins of the world on himself in a too grand gesture of atonement. Perhaps because of a tendency to adjust his philosophy to his inclination, when the two did not fit yet, did not directly clash. But the loss to his age may be far outweighed in time to come if what he contributed to the current of thought, not least by living his ideas, continues its radiation. The message is more positive than the man of action. No man has come so close to equal greatness in action and reflection. The perfect balance may be unattainable. T.E. himself came to this conclusion. His progress in the reflective sphere caused him to forego the prizes that were within his reach as a man of action. Perhaps it is better so for the world. Without the fullness of understanding he attained, his public achievement would have made him a public danger, of the Napoleonic order. On the other hand, without that understanding it is questionable whether his performance would have been so great, for his resources were far less, and his circumstances more difficult than those of most men who have carved history with the sword. The legend that has grown up round his personality has obscured, rather than enhanced, the significance of his military achievement. What the Arab campaign meant to the course of the World War I have already brought out. What it means in the evolution of war is a question worth pondering. There is an essential difference between the Arab campaign, as it was guided by Lawrence, and the normal, irregular campaign of the past. It was waged against an enemy who, however backward in civilization, was as dependent as any Western state on the lifeline of modern civilization, the railway. An enemy, too, who had been compelled by the unmilitary march of progress to adopt the mechanical tools of modern warfare, and was thus bound to forfeit the value of his manpower, if his material became exhausted. Against this enemy, the Arab campaign was conducted on an applied theory which inverted the conventional military doctrine in such a way as to convert Arab weaknesses into strength and Turkish strength into a weakness. At first glance, the very completeness of this inversion would suggest that it widens the past gulf between regular and irregular warfare. But on reflection one can see that its success turned on new material conditions, which are even more marked in modern, regular warfare. No civilized nation can maintain itself long without the railway, or maintain war without munitions. What the Arabs did yesterday, the air forces may do tomorrow. And in the same way, yet more swiftly, mobile land forces such as tanks and motor guerrillas may share in the process. Moreover, this new exploitation of the changed biological conditions of war may be coupled with a more calculated exploitation of the psychological conditions, to which Lawrence also showed the way. To disarm is more potent than to kill, and in this process of disarming materially and mentally, the old concentration of force is likely to be replaced by an intangibly ubiquitous distribution of force, pressing everywhere yet assailable nowhere. Here is the wider lesson that Lawrence's campaign offers, and it is a supreme tribute to his military insight that in developing his theory of irregular warfare, he was conscious of its application to all warfare, although he left this to the perception of those who could read between the lines. To remove any doubts on this point, I add an extract from a letter he wrote me in 1928. The logical system of Clausewitz is too complete. It leads astray his disciples, those of them, at least, who would rather ate with their arms than with their legs. There is, in studying the practice of all decent generals, a striking likeness between the principles on which they acted, and often a comic divergence between the principles they framed with their mouths. A surfeit of the hit school brings on an attack of the run method, and then the pendulum swings back. You at present are trying, with very little help from those whose business it is to think on their profession, to put the balance straight after the orgy of the late war. When you succeed, about 1945, your sheep will pass your bounds of discretion and have to be chivied back by some later strategist. Back and forward we go. Yes. That letter is a further light not only on his military ideas, but on his post-war career, on the withdrawal from activity which puzzled the world he lived in. A man of such historical sense could not fail to see the truth that underlies the cynical epigram. History teaches us that we do not learn from history. It helped him to quench his desire to contribute to what could only be another swing of the pendulum, and he thought in periods too long to make it a matter of much importance that for a time, hypothetically 1945, the pendulum might be near the mean. But we are left with the fact that in conception, his theory had a general application. That fact brings him into relation with the whole of war, and gives a new meaning to his exploits in Arabia and Syria. Military history cannot dismiss him as merely a successful leader of irregulars. He is seen to be more than a guerrilla genius. Rather does he appear a strategist of genius, who had the vision to anticipate the guerrilla trend of civilized warfare that arises from the growing dependence of nations on industrial resources. He has thus a claim to historical consideration among those we call the great captains. Quality of art, not quantity of force, is the true standard. Napoleon's genius is far clearer in his masterpiece of 1796, executed with 30,000 men, than in his grandiose failure with 450,000 in 1812. If the mere size of the armies they commanded were to be the gauge, we should reach the palpable absurdity of counting Joffre greater than Napoleon, and of ruling out altogether such great commanders as Cromwell and Stonewall Jackson, or even Marlborough and Turenne, by reason of the comparative punniness of the forces they handled. No one would challenge their position on this ground, so that one cannot question Lawrence's, because his forces were on a still smaller scale. Indeed, they bore a far closer relation to Cromwell's 11,000 men at Dunbar or Stonewall Jackson's 6,000 in the Shenandoah Valley, than did these to the army that Moult commanded, or than the latter itself bore to the march of millions that Foch directed. And if we reckon force in terms of firepower, as we should, Lawrence's forces were more considerable than their numbers appear. In his operative bodyguard, normally about 30 men, every other man was armed with a light automatic, so that this handful possessed more firepower than battalions of 1,000 men in 1914 do. If smallness of force is no ground for excluding Lawrence from the role of great strategists, largeness of area is a strong ground for his inclusion. To quote his own dictum, historically just, range is more to strategy than force. There are few of the great captains whose operations have ranged over 1,000 miles of territory, and in his, the geographical extent was magnified by the racial content. Another possible objection which shrivels on examination lies in the fact that his strategic independence was qualified by its relation to the British campaign in Palestine. If such be counted a disqualification, we should have to rule out Marlborough because of his closer ties with Eugene, and Wellington for his relationship first to the Spanish in the peninsula and then to Blücher in 1815. Turenne and Condé would likewise come under the guillotine, and Bonaparte would be severed from Napoleon. Can we, however, go further than admit Lawrence's claim to consideration on this role? His strategy was so much an inversion of tradition that comparison with his forerunners may seem difficult. In method it certainly is, yet hardly more difficult than to compare the strategy of Hannibal or Marlborough with that of Napoleon, who profited by the revolutionary change that the advent of the divisional system had brought. There was an immense gulf between the strategic maneuver of armies that moved as a single unit and that of the Napoleonic army, distributed in separate and self-contained divisions, as well might one compare tennis and football. And there was a fresh gulf between Napoleon's road moves and modern rail moves. The true line of comparison between the strategists of different ages lies through their art and not through their mechanism. It is possible to make a comparative study of the use they made of the means at their disposal to achieve their effects, particularly the use they made of surprise and mobility to upset their opponent's mental and physical balance, and thereby change the balance of the campaign in their own favor. By this test, Lawrence comes out high. It is even possible, with such as have disclosed their conception of strategy, to gauge how far their effects were a matter of calculation. Few have done so as fully as Lawrence, yet by this severe test he comes out still higher. Moreover, by general recognition, the supreme art of the strategist is to convert his opponent's advantages to their disadvantage, while minimizing his own disadvantage. By this test, Lawrence has no peer, for the dominant idea in his strategy was to turn the weakness of the Arabs into an asset, and the strength of the Turks into a debit. Even from the point of view of orthodox strategy, which seeks a decision rather than a creeping paralysis, there is rare value to be gained from a study of the Arab campaign, especially in its later phase. For the possibility of a decision depends on the success of the preliminary distraction. This fundamental truth of war has been underemphasized, and its importance grossly underrated by military historians to the recurrent cost of their countries in war. Distraction is far more than half the battle. 9/10 would be nearer the mark. And nowhere have I found in the records of war such subtly conceived and skillfully gauged distraction as that developed by Lawrence in aid of the Arabs and Allenby. If it offers a lesson for soldiers to study, it offers a proof of what he had learnt by having studied the 18th century masters, the last who gave due attention to this vital subject. Similarly, in Lawrence's invariable care to provide his plan with variants or alternative courses, we may trace his debt to Bourset, the first military thinker to enunciate the principle that every plan ought to have branches. As a tactician, there is less scope for comparison between Lawrence and his forerunner, not merely because his tactics were mainly irregular, but because his strategy went so far to minimize the need for tactics. Rightly, strategy is put before tactics in judging commanders even in regular warfare, for the better the strategic prelude, the more assured will be the tactical issue. Few of the great captains can offer more than 3 or 4 battles for examination. Lawrence can only offer one, but that is a gem. His own mockery of his achievement cannot hide the fact that at Tafila he displayed a tactical artistry based on consummate calculation in the purest classical tradition. It was canaille, or still more, ilipa, adapted to modern weapons. Here also, but not here alone, Lawrence revealed what he himself has so aptly described as the irrational tenth, which is like the kingfisher lashing across the pool. It is the flair which makes the great executant. Lawrence can bear comparison with Marlborough or Napoleon in that vital faculty of generalship, the power of grasping instantly the picture of the ground and situation, of relating the one to the other and the local to the general. Indeed, there is much to suggest that his topographical and geographical sense was more remarkable than theirs. He generated, too, the same electric current of command, and one might justly argue that he generated a stronger current than theirs. For in contrast to them, he was not in command, yet there is overwhelming witness to the fact that, in reality, he exercised command. His power of command triumphed over a double handicap such as no other general of fame has borne. Like Bourset, who certainly deserves to be counted among the masters of war, Lawrence had to give directions under the disguise of advice, yet his personality rose above his handicap more successfully than Bourset's. Like Marlborough, he had to combine the operations and reconcile the discordant aims of allies, yet suffered fewer setbacks. It is true that he received an unwavering support from Allenby, such as Marlborough did not receive from Anne. But while Marlborough had to deal with several allies, Lawrence had to deal with a multitude. This raises a further reflection. Why? The more one studies Lawrence's military career, the more points of resemblance one finds with the man who is justly regarded as England's most representative military genius. In Lawrence, as in Marlborough, one finds the profound understanding of human nature, the power of commanding affection while communicating energy, the knack of smoothing out troubles, the consummate blend of diplomacy with strategy, the historic English instinct that there is more in war than the winning of battles, the sense of ground combined with the wider sense of geography, and perhaps above all, the uncanny calm that acts like oil on a turbulent sea. To Lawrence, by the verdict of those who have seen him in crisis and confusion, may aptly be applied the words with which Voltaire depicted Marlborough. He had to a degree above all other generals of his time that calm courage in the midst of tumult, that serenity of soul in danger, which the English call a cool head. And it was perhaps this quality, the greatest gift of nature for command, which formerly gave the English so many advantages over the French in the plains of Crécy, Poitiers, and Agincourt. It was repeated in the wider plains of Arabia. There is a further likeness between Lawrence and Marlborough in one of the means they employed to assist their strategy. Ignorance of the way Marlborough used money to maintain the alliance against France may explain much of the ignorant disparagement of Lawrence's military achievement on account of the bags of gold at his disposal. It would be difficult to find in our history a coalition war where Britain's subsidies have not played an indispensable part in the victory, and equally difficult to find one where so great effects have been produced at so small an expenditure. The explanation, and the fairest verdict upon Lawrence, has been expressed by the one among his companions in arms who was the most regular in outlook. Sir Hubert Young has written, "Lawrence could certainly not have done what he did without the gold, but no one else could have done it with 10 times the amount." If Marlborough also made good use of the gold, he handled there is a profound difference between Marlborough's venality and Lawrence's incorruptibility, as also between Marlborough's use of his allies as pawns in the game of war that took increasing possession of his soul, and Lawrence's sensitive regard for their interests and his country's honor, as well as his own honor. So many military senses had these two in common, but there is an unfathomable gulf between their sense of honor. The difference is to be explained not so much in terms of character, but of thought. Lawrence plumbed depths over which Marlborough was content to sail by the chart of his age. If this habit of taking deep surroundings was an increasing hindrance to Lawrence's progress towards personal success, it was of inestimable service to him in avoiding the unknown reefs on which generalship has so often been wrecked. He profited not only from the experience of his forerunners through the ages, but from his own deep reflection. To their instinct for war, he added a reasoned theory of war more profound than any of the great captains have revealed. If this statement be questioned, I can only refer the reader to Chapter 9 of this book, and pose him the counter-question as to where among the writings, dispatches, and recorded utterances of the great captains there is to be found an appreciation of war that can compare with this for breadth and depth. When I first read it in 1920, it made an instant impression, but I am forced to confess that it was only when I came back to it after another 12 years, spent in continuous study of war, that I came to realize how far Lawrence's thought had traveled, and how much I had originally missed. It is only now, if even now, that I appreciate its full significance. One of the most common experiences when men converse on a subject that they have studied is the sudden jolt of finding that one of them is out of his depth. It is quite a different feeling from that of disagreement. Indeed, it more often comes when men are exploring a subject in unison than when they are arguing opposite views, for then they are making the debating points they know. The relevance of this phenomenon of human intercourse is that it helps to explain both the impatience which Lawrence often showed towards opinionated generals, and the respect in which he was held by some of the most exalted in rank, but humble in mind, who had worked with him. What the depth of his understanding of war may be I do not know, and may never discover, but I know that almost every other man I have met would be out of his depth long before. The power of Lawrence's personality is generally recognized, but its radiance has obscured the deeper power that his knowledge gave him. Yet here lies the main message that his war achievement bears for the world, and especially the military world. For the truth is that Lawrence was more steeped in knowledge of war than any of the generals of the last war. At first sight, this statement may seem startling, but it is essentially matter of fact. Many of the generals of the last war certainly knew more about the working of the military machine than Lawrence, but in all else that counted, he had the advantage. His youth helped him. They had spent so many years in rising to command that, naturally, they could not hope to have his intimate experience in using the weapons on which tactics are based. As young officers, some of them may have been musketry or gunnery experts, but that experience had inevitably lost much of its value through the evolution of weapons and the methods of handling. The machine gun which dominated the battlefields of 1914-1918 was a new development since their youth and the light automatic, scarcely less important in its influence, had only been introduced since the war began. All these he mastered, showing an aptitude rare even in receptive youth, and adding something of his own to their tactical use. Aircraft were another novelty that he came to understand through actual flying experience that no other commander of land forces enjoyed. He also overrode the barriers that in former days prevented infantry and cavalry soldiers from intruding into the sapper's or gunner's field. Thus he added to his equipment an expert grasp of demolitions and a working grasp of gunnery. This first-hand knowledge of the tools of command, if not essential, was at least invaluable. In the light of history, we can perceive that if other high commanders of 1914, 1918 had possessed a similar knowledge, it would have saved them from their most fatal errors, and would also have shown them how to gain full value from their new tool. The great commanders of old, when weapons were simple and slow-changing, built up their strategic plans, a personal knowledge of the groundwork. Their modern successors, unfortunately, had exchanged it for a too exclusive knowledge of staff work. The increasing specialization of warfare is largely responsible for the sterilization of generalship. It is likely to become worse as warfare becomes more scientific. It can only be overcome by wide thought and hard work. But of few can we expect the prodigious capacity for both that Lawrence revealed, helped by a remarkable sense of proportion, and a still more remarkable ability to free himself from social distraction. It was through this that in youth he had acquired his knowledge of the history and higher theory of war. I have never known a general who had read as widely. In particular did he profit by having studied those 18th century thinkers who paved the way for the revolution in strategy that began on the eve of the French Revolution, and of whom Napoleon was the pupil. This profound knowledge of historical experience, enriched by a general knowledge of many subjects that indirectly concerned war, formed an intellectual equipment such as no other commander of his time possessed. When checked by personal experience, it gave him a theoretical mastery of war that was also unique. His personality transmitted this into a practical mastery. The real message of his astonishing war career is best given in his own words. The explanation with which he confirmed the impression that had grown on me in examining the course of the Arab campaign. I was not an instinctive soldier, automatic with intuitions and happy ideas. When I took a decision or adopted an alternative, it was after doing my best to study every relevant and many an irrelevant factor. Geography, tribal structure, religion, social customs, language, appetite, standards were at my finger ends. The enemy I knew almost like my own side. I risked myself among them many times to learn. The same with tactics. If I used a weapon well, it was because I could handle it. Riles were easy. I put myself under instructors for Lewis, Vickers, and Hotchkiss. I learned about explosives from my RE teachers and developed their methods. To use aircraft, I flew. To use armored cars, I learned to drive and fight them. I became a bad gunner at need, and could doctor and judge a camel. For my strategy, I could find no teachers in the field, but behind me, there were some years of military reading, and even in the little that I have written about it, you may be able to trace the allusions and quotations, the conscious analogy. To make it clear that generalship, at least in my case, came not by instinct unsought, but by understanding, hard study, and brain concentration. Had it come easy to me, I should not have done it as well. By his own standard, he fell short. The perfect general would know everything in heaven and earth. He must be judged, however, by historical standards. It may be true, as he said to me, when regretting the fundamental, crippling incuriousness that he felt among so many soldiers, that, with 2 years of examples behind us, we have no excuse when fighting, for not fighting well. How few, nevertheless, profit by that experience, because he did, He not only earns a place among the masters of war, but stands out among them by the clearness of his understanding of his art. To give him priority in such a company is not so high a tribute as it may sound. As one's study has deepened, one has discovered their limitations, while one failed to find his in the military sphere. Legend rising from idolatry fed by tradition and supported by ignorance has given most of them a legendary stature for exceeding the reality. Nevertheless, if his right to enter that company can be conceded with less doubt than attaches to others, he remains incongruous. The reason is that in spirit he transcends them. Whatever be the admiration evoked by the great captains, even the finest character among them would hardly be regarded as a spiritual force, more potent as such than as a man of action. Yet this is the deeper impression that Lawrence left, and like the proverbial pebble in the pool, its ripples spread. The message. Not long ago, the young men were talking, the young poets writing, of him in a messianic strain, as the man who could, if he would, heal to lead stumbling humanity out of its troubles. It is possible that the Spirit might have moved him, but not probable. And it is difficult to see any way, compatible with his philosophy, in which he could have played such a role. His indifference to politics was as marked as his distaste for the arts of the platform. But at least I can say that, so far as I knew him, he seemed to come nearer than any man to fitness for such power, in a state that I would care to live in. For to his extraordinary powers of intellect and practical capacity, he added an attitude, developed in self-discipline and reflection, that fulfills the one condition in which any evolution could be more than a swing of the pendulum. He had learnt the folly of the reforming energy that merely rebounds from wall to wall. Free from pettiness, freed from ambition, immeasurable in understanding, his profound respect for others' freedom embodies the wisdom of the ages, the wisdom which reveals that life can endure and manhood develop only in an atmosphere of freedom. The opportunity has gone with the man, but nothing that he might have done is equal to what he may do as a legendary figure. Legends are more potent than emperors or dictators. Others who worked with him were outstanding men. He would have been the first to wish their merits due recognition. Legend has made his fame as 100 to 1. Such magnification, which happens to a few men in each generation, is not true to reality. But it is true of this case that legend had a solid basis, of far greater content than usual. There will be nothing but good in it if his real message is remembered and not merely the romance. For he was a message to mankind in freedom from possessiveness, in freedom from competitiveness, in freeing oneself from ambition, especially from the lust of power. His power sprang from knowledge and understanding, not from position. His influence is a living growth, because it is a spiritual message transmitting a spiritual force. The man was great. The message is greater. In him the spirit of freedom came incarnate to a world in fetters.